It's a thing blowing up time. And so even though he didn't get to fulfill this kaupapa, even though he wasn't actually that good at it, it still doesn't mean that we can blow people up today. Wherever we come from, whatever we believe in, we have to have love in our hearts. We have to have love in our hearts. To do anything other than love, to uplift other people, to give people what they need to exist and be the best people they can be. I think that's where that capitalist stuff is missing it totally. I think it's missing it. Yeah. Where there are those within our world that totally concentrate on accumulation of wealth for their own self. There's an old whakatauki that goes, hea ha te mea nui o te ao nei, māku e ki he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? I think it's people, people, people. And so within that frame, I believe that people in a Māori point of view also means my environments. When I talk about Father Sky and Mother Earth and all those in between, I consider them people. And is it not our duty to look after our families? Is it not right to look after our families? So with love in our hearts, well, love in my hearts, to look after my family, whether it's Sky Father, Earth Mother, all those beings in between, there's nothing but love. Everybody say nothing but love. Nothing but love. Absolutely, absolutely. Nō reira no nui te aroha kia koutou, mi hatu kia koe i te whaia, nui te aroha kia koe, te upoko o te rohe nei, tēnā koe. Huri no. Mi hatu kia koutou, e ti we te whanau rauranga tirama, all the great chiefs gathered here today. While we're not leaders of our families, our communities, ourselves, I acknowledge you as being a chief to bring your energy, bring your thoughts, and let us talk about these things. Reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. We're going to sing a song because that's the way we roll. Hope you know your toru ngā mea. If I could invite you to stand, please. And you just repeat what I'm saying. If you don't like the Maori stuff, please, I'm not talking any kind of put downs or nothing like that. All I'm really saying is there are three great things that our ancestors say, faith, hope, and love. And the biggest thing is love. Please repeat after me. E toru ngā mea, e toru ngā mea nunui, e ki ana, ngā tūpuna, koto pono, o tu mana ko, ko te mea nui, o te aroha. No reira manawa mai te Māori, nufu manawa mai te Māori, rangi ko te Māori kei a he Māori tipua, ka pakaru mai te pōtau mai te Māori. Ours is the power that comes from the Sky Father. Ours is the power that comes from the Earth Mother. We all hold this power. It is an awesome power. It can shatter the darkness. Let peace abide here. Let there be life. Tihei. Mauri o whānau, kia ora iwa. Kia ora.
Kia ora mai, e mingi nui ki a koe o tō kōrero ki a mātou I rungi ka mana whenua o tēnei rohe o pōni ki o whanganui a tātou tēnā koe e kua. Greetings everyone, my name is Aotearoa. I'm actually the MC for the gathering for the next 2 days and you'll hear a bit more about me after, but right now off the bat I want to introduce our Mayor of Wellington, Tori Whānau. Tori is Honeke's or Wellington's first Māori mayor or mayor with Māori whakapapa. Originally from Pātea, she's worked in a number of areas, marketing, film, censorship, and as chief of staff for the Green Party. Now, that's a good thing here. Yeah. Now leading Wellington City Council. Tori prioritises affordable housing, better public transport, and more walkable spaces. She's committed to strengthening mana whenua, supporting the arts and accelerating climate action. Her vision, a creative, resilient city where people and nature thrive. And it's a great privilege for us to have our Koromato, or our Mayor of Wellington, opening our post-capitalist Aotearoa conference. So if I may request the Mayor to come and address.
Tēnā koutou katoa, opportunity I huri tēnei no Taranaki. Kia koutou te Aotearoa, te whanaki whānui, ngā toa rangatira, ngā mana whenua, ngā paiti atu o tēnei whenua, tēnā koutou. Kia ora koutou, it's so lovely to be here and see some familiar faces. And it's an honour to open this event, so thanks to Proud Research for facilitating this quite urgent corridor. The timing couldn't be more crucial. For me, and certainly a lot of my community, I think it's safe to say that we're seeing the absolute worst of capitalism unfold right in front of us. You know, it's significantly impacting the US's democracy, and it's seeping into ours as we speak. And we're seeing our, you know, the oligarch, or whatever they're called, influencing decisions of those which is far worse off than them. And so you can understand, and we're seeing certain parties do that to our own foundation as well. So you can understand why people are feeling anxious, starting to lose hope. And I think, you know, those in opposition are struggling to articulate what the alternative way forward might be. So that's what makes us urgent. That's what keeps me up at night, and I'm sure many people in this room as well. And so we now have an opportunity to really visualize, articulate the way forward, and insert it into the current political landscape and narrative. And how we do that is, you know, due to the very people in this room, and people have already made a massive contribution to our community. I know that we all want an Aotearoa that's sustainable, inclusive, equitable. And I know when we look at our communities and cities, we want to see everyone being able to live with dignity and opportunity, to make sure that people always come with full profit. And we want to see everyone flourish and thrive. Most importantly, we want to see our environment protected. And making this our reality, you know, obviously we'll continue taking a lot of work and political will, but I think Aotearoa in particular is absolutely primed for this. It needs our progressive, at political government level, it needs our progressive parties working together immediately. It needs local and central government working together, and it needs our private sector working with our communities together. And most importantly, as we know, a lot of the solutions need to come directly from the community and for them to be empowered and by the rest of us. Here in Porneke, you know, we can see lots of cool examples at a local level, you know, adopting our waste minimisation plans, which have started very much from local solutions. Programs like Everybody Eats, you know, which works with restaurants to provide kai to those who need it, but has a real sustainable funding model, which I think is fantastic. Businesses to support living wage, partnering with building suppliers who encourage sustainable and accessible housing practices, and supporting organisations like Zealandia and Predator Free, and making sure that they grow, who, you know, as we know, started from the community, but now play a crucial role, not only in our local economy, but our tourism industry as well, and have become the real pride of Porneke. We are seeing an increase in businesses looking at sustainable practices, you know, at places like Lucky Dock, Riverlight, revolutionising urban mobility. And all of this needs to be encouraged, brings transformational and equitable change to our city, socially and economically, and needs to be, you know, like the way forward. There's that common saying that capitalism breeds innovation. But when I look at what the best of Wellington does and our local businesses right in our backyard, I'd suggest the opposite is true. It is community that breeds innovation, always. It is Indigenous practices, mana whenua, that breeds innovation. And so what we need to do to bring that to life is collaboration. Bring that to life together. Things like councils and the government supporting sustainable businesses, investing in green tech, uplifting the arts, paying living wage, and it means social good, breeds innovation, and everyone wins. So this is the stuff that comes to mind to me at a local level when thinking about a post-capitalist Aotearoa, that circular economy that supports businesses while delivering clean, green energy, public efficient transport, dense affordable housing. And I know this future is possible because we're already seeing it happen. And we just need to, make it widespread, make it the way Aotearoa operates. And I'm looking forward to hearing, that those ideas come from this conference and seeing what people like myself can enable and initiate in my role to make that a reality. So I really thank everyone in this room for their passion, for keeping this conversation alive, and I'm excited to see what we as a community can bring for our people and our planet moving forward. I hope you have an awesome time. It's been really great to be here. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much, Orisana. I'm not sure how many mayors in the Western world at least could give a speech like that and really mean it. So I think this is a great, we say in Te Ao Māori, tohu. It's a great sign of inspiration for a new future. And I think Aotearoa New Zealand really is in a good position to look at that type of innovation going forward into the future. I've had this strange pleasure and privilege and challenge in many ways of living in many countries over the last 30 years. It's something like 75. And I only arrived back in Aotearoa 2 months ago. So it's a very amazing experience. I'm still in that sort of honeymoon phase of seeing how much it has moved on and that things like this are possible in this gathering. Okay. We've got some housekeeping stuff to do, but before I do that, I want to actually request the organizer of the event today, which is Bruce Dyer. And I want to request Bruce to just give us a few words of inspiration and what it was that led him to conceive of this sort of gathering. So please, if you'd like, just come forward and share a few words with us. And Nicola, will you?
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Lord, Ranganui, ko Taratati aho, ko Daya Te Whānau, ko Bruce aho, ka nui te mihi, I te koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So thank you, firstly, to you, Tori, for having the courage to front a conference that is so outrageous. And for us, for the mayor of our capital city to be expressing that, or at least engaged in this kaupapa, it's transformative in itself. Thanks to our speakers for the commitment to the mahi, the work that we're engaged, we're confronted with. Speakers both local and the ones that will be online shortly. I'd like to acknowledge Nav Tage, our person who put our website together. and to Dean Rainbolt, who provided the graphic. And in addition, and excuse the absence of personal acknowledgements, I'd like to thank all the wonderful technical, marketing, catering, hospitality, and emotional support that has enabled this to manifest today. Your joining today, I believe, suggests that the shift from Aotearoa from it's being mired in capitalism is a pressing need. And I like Brian Bruce's drawing our attention to the fact that 1 in 4 families in this country, children under 15, have difficulty feeding them. That's an indictment.
Yeah.
And, you know, for a wealthy country to be having families in that situation, it speaks of that need. And it speaks to the essence of it. I'd like to extend my condolences to Richard Wagstaff, who was to speak today, the president of the CTU. He lost his mother over the weekend. And thanks to Craig Rennie, who's the policy director, for standing in his place today. Thank you. One of the challenges that I've faced in doing this work is that Facebook decided to disable my account. I'm not sure whether that's. I'd like to think that's indicative of what we're doing. So why the conference? Well, I think it's already perhaps it's been expressed very well, but I see it as being an opportunity to create a stir. That it's a failed system, it's a failing system, or not failing, it's failing and failed, and it's not here forever, and we can do better. And I believe so Prout Research, which is the organisation that we've created to actually provide the base for this. It's inspired by a holistic socioeconomic philosophy. It's a philosophy that is grounded in love, effectively. It acknowledges that there's an intuitive side to us that is lacking in the world that the neoliberal, market-led, profit-driven world that we inhabit. And some of what that theory or that what Prout is espousing will become clearer as today unfolds. Sure.
Thank you, Bruce. I did promise you some housekeeping tips. So let's go through that, courtesy of St. Andrew's House. So the emergency procedures, in case of a fire, you'll hear a continuous sounding alarm. Please quickly and calmly exit through the nearest exit. So in this room, it's obviously this door with the exit sign. There's other exit doors on the south and west walls, through the doors leading back into the centre, and out through the main centre door. The assembly point in the event of an emergency is in the Braimar car park, the south of the church. Please assemble at the car park in groups of 20. Obviously, we wouldn't re-enter the building until given the all clear by the fire department. The building, you may be curious about that, has been fully earthquake strengthened. And they do advise us, if there is an earthquake, quote, duck, cover, and halt Please stay in the building and wait for further instructions. The toilets are to this side of the building. You just go straight through those doors there and you'll see the signs, toilets. Can I please ask everyone to turn off their mobile phones at this point and to have them on silent mode? In fact, myself included. And finally, just another big thanks to everyone involved in making this happen today. And it's been a number of acknowledgements already, and I just wanted to add to that. Okay, so at 9:30, which is in 2 minutes, we cross over on a Zoom presentation. If you've seen the website, you'll know that the keynote speech is actually being given today by Professor Richard Wolff. And if I can just ask, Jamie is on our technical team. Is that all set up, ready to go? And is Professor Wolff online? Okay, so I'm just going to give you a 1 minute background on Professor Wolff. Professor of Economics, Emeritus at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. He taught there from 1973 to 2008. Is a visiting professor in international affairs at the New School in New York City, educated at Harvard, Stanford, and Yale. He co-founded Democracy at Work in 2012 to promote alternatives to capitalism, including his show Economic Update. He's authored numerous books, including Understanding Socialism, The Sickness is the System, and Understanding Capitalism. Professor Wolff lives in New York City with his wife, Dr. Harriet Braat. Okay, so were you all ready to roll? Just pass it along to him.
Are we ready?
Yes. Now it's with you.
All right. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation to speak with you today. I am honored by your invitation, and I am inspired by your getting together to have the courage to build organization and movement for the changes that we badly need and for the changes that are in any case coming and hopefully will be shaped by people like us, but they're coming one way or the other. Let me begin by telling you a little bit about the United States and where we are, because it's a country now very, very different from what it has been. I was born here in the state of Ohio, in the middle of our country. I've worked and lived here all my life, and I'm speaking to you from Manhattan in downtown New York City. Best way to summarize my view as a professional economist is to tell you that the condition of the American economy right now is the worst it has been in my lifetime. And when I sit down with my fellow economists, those politically to my left, those politically to my right, we do not agree on how we got into this situation, and we do not agree on how to get out of it. But to our amazement, we agree with the estimate I just gave you. Those of us who work for the government or for big business cannot say so publicly yet, although we're getting closer to a time when even the people who run this capitalist system are admitting with shaking heads that something is terribly terribly wrong. So let me tell you what it is that's wrong and work my way from the obvious to the more root causes that I will argue require a very basic change if we're going to have a solution other than a self-destructive nuclear war that is currently on the agenda in the very rash behavior of my country in relationship not only to China, but to the whole world. About 50 years ago, an exodus began from the United States. It was an exodus of our heavy industry, our manufacturing, not all of it, but very big parts of it. It was an exodus driven by profitability. Simply put, American corporations that were in the business of producing industrial goods were able, with the new inventions then of jet engines and the internet, to realize the possibility of producing what they were already producing here in the United States under more profitable conditions elsewhere. And so they began to wind down manufacturing and to build it up in subsidiaries, in partnerships, particularly in China, but also in India, Brazil, and many other countries. And that has been continuing without interruption for 50 years. The end result has been a number of things. First of all, the profits went very high. And that meant that because they were able to pay much lower wages and yet use the most modern technology and also supervise everything by means of the internet, the profits accrued to the American corporations, and of course, alongside them, Japanese corporations, European corporations, and so on, who also did this to varying degrees. But it meant the enormous profits were a wonderful boon to people who were rich enough to own shares in the companies that made those moves. So starting in the 1980s already, we had the greatest peacetime boom in the American stock market in the history of the United States. The top 10% of our people, the richest 10% of the United States, owns 80% of the shares. In other words, the move to China, the move out of the country, was extremely successful in building up the wealth of the top 10%. In short, the rich got richer. However, at the other end of the scale, it was the opposite. By far the best paid workers in the United States, say in 1970, were the unionized industrial manufacturing workers. Indeed, it was their relatively high wages that created what America at that time boasted as its great middle class. It was the working class, but a well-paid one, and not out of the generosity of the employers, but out of decades of often bitter labor capital struggles. But of course, in the peculiar logic of capitalism, the very success of the workers in pushing up their wages created an ever greater incentive for the employer to find cheaper workers elsewhere. And that's what they did. The manufacturing workers, the unionized workers, lost their jobs. In the private sector, which is where manufacturing and industry exist in our country, the rate of unionization, that is, the percentage of workers represented by a labor union right now, is 6%. 94% of private sector workers in the United States have no union membership and are not represented by a labor union. Those unions were destroyed over the last 70 years, right alongside everything else I've just described to you. Long story short, the gap between rich and poor in the United States went off the chart. Before World War II, the United States was a less unequal economy than most of Europe. Today, we are a more unequal economy than most of Europe, a transformation that is fundamental to more than everything that has gone wrong in this society ever since. One result of this growing inequality was a problem for the U.S. government. Under the way our system works here in the United States, what you have is a government that raises its money by taxing, on the one hand, corporations and the rich, and on the other hand, the working class. And the government provides services, on the one hand, to corporations and the rich, and on the other hand, to the mass of people. What that produces is a very odd politics. In order to run for office and win, if you're serious about your politics, it is extremely expensive. Everything has to be paid for, and our elections now cost billions, with a B, billions of US dollars every other year. That money can only come from corporations and the rich. And both the Republican and Democratic parties in the United States depend on donations from corporations and the rich. In order to keep the corporations and the rich donating, you cannot tax them. In fact, you have to deliver tax cuts to them. The Republican Party takes the lead in doing that, but the Democrats are never far behind. At the same time, they demand that you spend money on whatever their needs are, corporations and the rich. Now, of course, the people do too. The people want services, and they don't like to pay taxes any more than corporations and the rich. But the difference is the government doesn't need the money from the mass of people. That it gets from the rich who want to donate anyway. What they get from the mass of people is what they get from the mass of people are the votes they need to get into and stay into office. So the way our politics works is the corporations fund the two major parties, and the two major parties use that money to convince the mass of people to vote for one of them or the other. So the Republican Party gathers fundamentalist Christians, opponents of abortion, people in love with their guns, all of that. And the Democrats, they go after the more educated people, they go after the minorities, they go after the women in our culture, and you can see it election after election. The two parties raise the money, and the two parties mobilize their respective bases, and that determines who sits in the office of the president or in the Congress, and it's a very polite system. The problem is it's a polite system that only works if the underlying society is in good, particularly good economic condition. And that's what was eroded over the last 70 years. I've already explained how it came about that our inequality became severe. But now I can also explain what happened to our government. The mass of people suffering already with lost jobs, lost incomes, turned bitterly against the government. In America, it is very popular to blame the government. If an employer fires workers, they blame the government. If a banker forces you out of your home, they blame the government. Those with education call all of that libertarianism. But for the mass of people, it has been fostered by the business community because it allows them to escape the blame which is in fact on them. So it's much supported in our society because it's ideological cover for the employer class. The US Census tells us 3% of Americans are employers. The other 97% are not. Well, the government, now that the mass of people will not pay more taxes because they're angry and bitter at what has happened to so many of them, and because they dare not tax corporations and the rich, who are their donors and without whom they cannot function in American political life, the end result is that the only way the government has been able to continue for most of the 70 years, and especially in the last 20, has been by borrowing. That way they can spend the money on the workers on the one hand, corporations and the rich on the other, and do not tax the masses, which would lose the vote, or the corporations and the rich, which would lose their donated money. And so the debt of the United States government has gone crazy in our society. We are now, in recent years, borrowing money in the trillions, with a T, the trillions of dollars. Estimates of the government of the deficit in spending this year by the federal government, $2 trillion. Our national debt is now much higher than our GDP, which is often a sign of difficulty. It is so bad, now let me bring it right up to the present, that the major creditors of the United States have begun to warn the United States that they will not continue to lend them money. And in case you're not clear, borrowing money is now a basic support for this government. The war in Vietnam, the war in Afghanistan, the war in Iraq, and the war in Ukraine were paid for by borrowed money. The ability of the United States to fight wars depends on borrowed money. Not only is the level of our government debt beyond anything we have ever seen in the history of the United States, the same is true for business debt, corporate debt, and for household debt. The American working class can no longer afford the so-called American dream. They haven't been able to do that for 50 years. How then do they maintain their standards of living? Answer: by debt. Americans do not own their own homes. Those are owned by banks to whom Americans pay a monthly mortgage. Americans in general do not own their own automobiles. Those are maintained by auto loans. Americans can no longer, as they did in my generation, send their children to college without incurring massive debt for that. And we are now so deeply indebted that virtually everyone has a credit card, which is how you pay for your daily expenses, which include going into a nearby store to get a bottled water or a bag of potato chips. The level of debt upholds this entire economy. It is debt-ridden in a way it never was before. When a week ago Monday, the number one creditor of the United States, and I should say, the United States is the most indebted country on this planet. No other country has accumulated anything like the level of debt of the United States. The number one creditor is Japan, and the number two creditor is the People's Republic of China. Both of those have now shown their willingness. A week ago Monday, Japan, for the first time, unloaded U.S. treasuries. Not only did it not lend more, as it usually does, it unloaded some of the debt it already was holding because it's nervous. And no one knows what Xi Jinping in China will decide to do with the enormous, think about $700 billion worth of the debt of the United States. The United States is the biggest debtor country in the world, and the People's Republic of China is the number two creditor of the United States. If they were to unload their treasuries, and they have many reasons not to do that, but if they were to do it under an extreme scenario, no one can imagine what would happen to the world's capital markets if that were to occur. And we are closer to these kinds of activities than we have ever been. Let me now turn and bring this to our present conjuncture. Upon taking office, Mr. Trump was told by his economic advisors pretty much the story I've just summarized for you. He was told that we may not be able to borrow the way we have, and if we're not able to borrow, what will we do as a nation given the dependence on debt that we have evolved into? So Mr. Trump has decided with his advisors to take extreme action that reflects the extreme problems the United States has gotten itself into. And that the two signature economic policies of Mr. Trump, which affect the whole world, and certainly including New Zealand, the two signature policies show you what he's trying to do. The first one, carried out by Elon Musk, is a savage, and I mean that word carefully chosen, a savage firing of hundreds of thousands of federal civilian employees. These are people who work for the federal government, many of them for their whole lives, and who have been in recent weeks summarily fired, often 10 or 20,000 overnight, receiving an email that they need not come to work the next morning, their job, their career is finished. Whole agencies of the government, whole departments at the cabinet level, such as the Department of Education, are slated to be shut down. We have never seen anything like this before. It is called efficiency. It has nothing to do with, if nobody in their right mind would think this is efficient. Efficiency, I've done efficiency studies as a professor of economics all my life. They take time, they take careful investigation to figure out how to become more efficient. You don't go in with a chainsaw. Mr. Musk likes the image of himself with a chainsaw, wiping out whole sections. The fallout from that will take a few more weeks, maybe even a couple of months, as we begin to experience the dysfunction of our federal government, which is coming, and which we all know is coming with unimaginable consequences. But as I say, Mr. Trump is desperate because the underlying conditions are desperate. Whatever his particular personality, his theatrics, his showmanship, whatever you think of that, I'm talking about the underlying economics, which he must pay attention to, like every president does, because it threatens otherwise to undermine and swallow up anything else he might try to do. So he's going to save money by basically savaging the federal government and its programs. The second thing he's going to do is raise taxes, because if the government brings in more tax money, it'll be less borrowing it has to do now that that isn't available the way it once was. You see now the logic. Spend less, savage the government, tax more. And what is the way he's going to tax? Answer: tariffs. He is going to make it more costly for any company, any country, to sell goods and services in the United States that are produced in that country. Because when they cross the border into the United States, they are now going to be taxed. That's what the tariff is. It's a tax on anything imported into the United States. The problem, of course, is that this hurts everybody. The United States, let me say it again, is economically damaging every company that sells in the United States, and that's most of them. Every country that exports to the United States, and that's most of them, are now facing huge extra costs. They have to pay attention to those. Even if the tariff is paid by an American importer, which it is, and it's paid to Uncle Sam, which it is, that is an extra price for me as an American consumer, because you can be very sure that the importers, now having to pay a tax to Washington, will pass on the cost of that tax by raising the retail prices we all pay. This is already shaking many economies around the world. It, I'm sure, is shaking New Zealand. Whether that's public knowledge yet, whether the full force of it has been felt, and it's too early for that, you will, just like everyone else will. And that means that producers in every country are going to their governments and saying, help us, protect us. We are being attacked by the United States. And to show you the desperation, to give you a feeling of the desperation that lies behind this, Mr. Trump began by attacking Mexico and Canada with tariffs, countries that border on the United States, countries with whom it is very important to have the best relationships. We now have the worst. Statistics about Canadians who in huge numbers used to come south into the United States during the warmer summer months for vacation. The statistics are already worse than we feared. They're not coming. They're finding other places to go. They're staying in Canada. They're traveling elsewhere. They're not going to the United States. In their case, it's a kind of patriotism not to be complicit with a government that has attacked them. Canada needs to sell goods in the United States. We in America, in the US, are Canada's biggest customer. Imposing a tariff is devastating on that particular economy. But we have tariffed Europe, our allies. We have tariffed the emerging, so-called emerging world, Asia, Africa, Latin America, and so on. Every country is bitter and angry, whatever they say publicly. Many of them are retaliating, pandering to their own corporations who want a protection now that they are being hurt in their US business. Now, Mr. Trump wants the world to believe, as he wants the American people to believe, that this is all a clever strategy by a master deal maker to bring industry back into the United States. If you produce it here, there's no tariff. You only pay a tariff if you're bringing it in from the outside. So make your product here. But the mistake there, a bitter, bitter mistake, is to forget why the businesses left here in the first place. Wages here remain significantly higher than in many parts of the world. A company that comes back here and has to pay American wages will have to charge higher prices in the world market than competing enterprises in areas where the wages are low. Tariffs don't change that. They're not coming back. Or let me put it this way, nowhere near enough of them to make any of this worthwhile. Mr. Trump is not stupid. This is a rational policy, but it is done under conditions that make it also a desperate policy. And when you make policies out of desperation, it tends to overwhelm whatever rationality is involved in it. Meanwhile, inside the United States, the gap between rich and poor is about to get much more extreme. And that has to do with the United States also losing its global position. I'll give you an example. Between January 20th, when Mr. Trump became president, and April 18th, a very few days ago, the US dollar lost between 6 and 10% of its value against the other currencies in the world. That's a staggering loss in an unbelievably short amount of time. What's going on? Well, it's the same thing as what makes creditors loathe to lend more to the United States. And maybe this is one of the major punchlines of what I have to tell you. It used to be for most of the last 70 years that rich countries, rich corporations, rich individuals kept whatever money they had in liquid form, stocks, bonds, cash. They kept a good bit of it in the United States because it was considered the safest place to put your money, the safest way to hold your wealth. Crooked leaders did it. Criminals of all kinds hid their wealth here, still do. But they are now, all of those people, reassessing the United States. They all see is seeing its empire go down. The dollar is less and less the necessary means of conducting international trade. The U.S. is losing wars. The U.S. levels of debt are spiraling out of control, and they're producing politicians like Mr. Trump who literally show the world how desperate they are. One day the tariff is up, the next day the tariff is down. One day the tariff applies here or there and not over there, and the next day it's all changed. And we're all now in a 90-day waiting period with no idea what this man's going to do when the 90 days are over in July, which isn't that far away. No businessman or woman can make rational plans because those require knowing what interest rates are going to be, what the currency situation is, what you will have to pay taxes on. And no one can make those decisions because no one knows. The capitalist system is teetering. No one knows how long that will take. I'm not making a prediction. Anyone who does is purely guessing, and I don't want to do that. What I want to tell you, though, as maybe the most important conclusion, one that is not drawn in the mainstream media, but ought to be, is to ask a question about the root causes here, which aren't the movement of factories out of the US to China, or the decline of the dollar, or the lost wars in Vietnam and Afghanistan. Important as all of those parts of the story are, what is the root cause? And here it is. We have an economic system, capitalism, which organizes workplaces. And by that, I simply mean factories, offices, stores, where people come together to carry out the production and the distribution of goods and services. In our enterprises or our workplaces, we organize something very weirdly. We typically have a very small number of people, the owner of the enterprise, the partners who perhaps started it, or perhaps bought it from someone else, or in the most modern form, the corporation, the board of directors that run the corporation. These are tiny groups of people who sit at the apex, at the top of the organization of production. And they supervise, control a mass of people, the employees. The little group at the top are the employers. Again, the US Census, 3% of Americans are classified as employers. The rest of us aren't. And most of that rest of us are employees. And typical enterprise a very small number of employers and a very large number of employees. That's how we do it. The employers have the right to hire or fire the employees, but the reverse does not apply. The employers tell the employees what to do, how to do it, what technology to use, what raw materials to work on, what tools to work with. All of that is an instruction that flows from the employer to the employee, but not in reverse. In other words, capitalism is hierarchical. But more importantly, whatever revenue is generated by the enterprise, by the factory, the office, or the store, that revenue flows into the hands of and is subject to the exclusive control of the employer. The employer not only hires and fires the rest of us, giving us a job or not, giving us income or not, but it's also the employer who sets the prices of whatever it is we use our income to buy. They control the income we get, and they control the prices we pay. This is a control system, a highly organized system of minority control. Let me say this in other words that perhaps will drive the point home. The modern capitalist business, or for that matter, earlier 19th or 20th century capitalist businesses, were always and fundamentally anti-democratic. The employees are affected by what the employers do, but have no participation in those decisions. Those decisions are exclusively left to the employer. The most employees have ever gotten is some marginal influence, limiting, but most of the freedom to hire and fire and to set prices is retained as the exclusive prerogative of a tiny, unelected minority. They're not elected by those over whom they exercise real power. If you know how a corporation works, you'll know that its board of directors are selected by the shareholders. The shareholders vote. And as I told you, 10% of the shareholders in the United States, 10% of the people own 80% of the shares. No democracy there either. And now the key point. Wages is the portion of the revenue a company gets that it delivers to the workers. Profits is a portion of the revenue any enterprise gets that it's delivered to the employer. When you hear an economist like me tell you that profit maximizing is what capitalist enterprises do, and that's what businesses learn in business school. I've taught in business school, that's what we teach them. Maximize your profits, minimize your costs, thereby get your hands on the difference, and that's profits. And if you get much of them, your career will blossom, and if you don't, it will wither. But to say that that's the job of an economic system can be translated into simple English. Make your enterprise do what's best for the employer. That's why you replace expensive employees with cheap ones by going to China. That's why you replace your costly employees with machines. You automate. That's why they're all excited about artificial intelligence. How many workers can we do without? It's a disaster for the workers, but it's profitable, which is why it happened. So here's my conclusion. Here's my conclusion. If you want to deal with the root causes of a capitalism that is spinning out of control in the country that used to boast it was the most successful example of capitalism ever seen or ever imaginable. Well, if this is the best capitalism can do, it's awful. Of course, we can do better. We're now in the position that centuries of slaves were in when they told themselves, we can do better than slavery, or centuries of serfs who said, we can do better than feudalism. We are the workers in capitalism who are now understanding we can and we must do better. And what would that mean? Well, I've set it up so I can now give you the punchline. We have to democratize the enterprise. We have to stop allowing a small minority to own and operate the enterprise for themselves, because profit maximizing is what that means. That's why they're rich. That's why they're powerful. And that's why we're in the mess we're in, because they've done what they were trained to do. They've maximized the profit, and we're living with the costs of all of that. History teaches that when other empires have gone down, and remember, every empire that has existed, the Roman, the Greek, the Persian, the British, and now the American, they go up, but they also go down. It's much more fun and much more pleasant to be on the way up. The United States had that for most of the 20th century. We are now on the way down. And what often happens are two things that we see in America now. Number one, a massive denial of what's happening. Endless stories about the people of Rome or Greece or Persia or Britain imagining that the sun would always never set on the British Empire. It sets plenty now. They couldn't imagine it. They denied it even when it was staring them in the face. That's what you get from the leaders of the Republican and Democratic Party. They feel they have to keep talking like that for fear of what it might mean if they stop. The other thing that's typical of declining empire, besides denial, oh, Jesus. Is a pattern in which the richest and the most powerful hold on to the wealth they've accumulated. They hold on ever more tightly as the empire declines, which means that the costs of a declining empire are offloaded from the rich and powerful onto the middle and the bottom. That's what we're going through here in the United States. Rich people will pay the extra price that the tariff costs us. Who cares? But the mass of our people cannot afford it. Rich people have assets generating income, but federal employees do not. So we are going to see more and more turmoil. But the answer again is not voting out Mr. Trump and voting in whoever the Democrats put forward. Even the most progressive of them, Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and others, courageous people who say much of what has to be said, they too don't yet have or articulate where to go and what to do. But here is an answer. Democratize the enterprise. Bring democracy to where it always should have been and never was, right into the heart of the enterprise. I often conclude these talks by reminding people that once upon a time, not so long ago, the world was governed by kings and queens. And then a moment came in history where many people in the world either got rid of their kings and queens or turned them from real leaders into figureheads. The kings and queens had warned us, if you ever do that, civilization will fall apart. There has to be a leader. There has to be a king. The king is in touch with God, all the rest of it. You all know that from the history books. Well, we reduced the kings and queens to figureheads or got rid of them altogether. And did the world fall apart? No. Did civilization end? Not at all. Are we able to get along without them? You bet. You bet. But they played a trick on us, those kings. They changed their name. They changed their location. They crawled inside the modern mega corporation and they took on the name CEO, Chief Executive Officer, because that's what they are inside their enterprises. They are the kings, and we shouldn't have left them there any more than we left them in their palaces. The human community needs to take control of its own economy. If you want the economy to work for all of us, then all of us have to run it. If you want the economy to work for a few, then profit maximizing should be the rule. They'll be the ones who carry it out, and they will be the ones who profit. For most of the last 2 or 3 centuries, we all lived in a capitalist system, or most of us did, and we couldn't imagine anything else. For much of slavery, the people couldn't imagine anything other than some people are masters and some people are slaves. Some people are lords and some people are serfs. Some people are employers, some people are employees. Until the system broke down, whereupon the aha moment arose when people realized you don't have to accept it. It is a root cause of our problems, and the way forward is to make sure that the enterprises work first and foremost for the people who come to work every day. And that's only going to be achieved if those people who come to work every day, one person, one vote, decide what to produce, how to produce, where to produce, and what to do with the product that we have all shared the task of producing. That's my argument. That's my urgent plea that you share with us in America the huge numbers of people that are now questioning capitalism, and for the first time in my lifetime, broad conversations about where we go from here. Thank you very much again for your invitation, and I hope you found this of some interest.
Can you hear me, Professor Wall?
Yes, I can.
Right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Any questions? Now, short questions. It's about, and we need you to step forward with the microphone.
No, it's not really a question, it's just, I was thinking about FATCA, that not everyone's heard of it, where they're now taxing the expats, because even if you've never earned money in the States, this is worldwide.
Thank you. Yeah, anyone with a question?
Professor, you said you didn't want to do any kind of, I guess, predictions about the future, but is there a possibility of a kind of debt crisis like we saw with Greece and Argentina inside the United States? I don't know whether we can hear that.
I could not make out the first question, so I'm going to respond to the second one because that came across clearly to me. I think the short answer to your question is yes. And that's again the peculiarity of our politics. Our politicians have as their priority getting reelected, being able to continue or move up the hierarchy. And the way to do that is to please the donor by not taxing them, and to please the masses by not taxing them. Meanwhile, both of those groups have demands of all the things the government should do. That puts the politicians in an impossible situation. You can't raise money to pay for the things that people want you to do because they'll be angry at you because you taxed them. So there should be no surprise that if you set up the government in that crazy way, the end result of the politicians is to solve the dilemma by borrowing the money. And let me take one moment for you to see the remarkable craziness of this. The government doesn't tax corporations and the rich, so it doesn't raise enough money. Meantime, the corporations and the rich and the mass of people want the government to do this, to do the next thing. So the government decides, okay, the politician who doesn't want to offend the voter and who doesn't want to offend the donor borrows the money. But here comes the fun part. Who does the government borrow money from? It can't borrow it from the working class. They don't have any money. So the only place you can go is to corporations and the rich. They have the money to lend to the government precisely because the government didn't tax them. It's the money they didn't have to pay in taxes that they lend to the government. Now think a minute. If you were rich, if you were the head of a corporation, which would you rather have? The government come and take $20 million in taxes from you? Or let the government come a few days later and say, look, we didn't tax you, we're running short. How about you lend us $20 million? We'll keep it for 5 years, pay you a nice interest each year for it, and then at the end of 5 years, pay it back to you. That's called a no-brainer. Every corporate bigwig will want that. That's why we keep having debts, because it's the best option for the corporations and the rich. But the bottom line is we all are going to have to pay that interest and that principal. Let me make it as stark as I know how. We have in the United States today 800 billionaires. That's people with assets in excess of $1 billion. And we have some that have tens of billions, and we have a few that have hundreds of billions, like Elon Musk.
We can cross to a
Let me finish the point. If we taxed all of these people and left them with somewhere between $1 and $10 billion, they would still be the 800 richest people in the world, but the government would have all the money it needs to not borrow a nickel, not go into further debt, take care of all kinds of social. But we don't do it. We hold hostage 330 million citizens in order not to tax 800 people who would be the richest in our country after such attack, just as they are now. There is no way on God's green earth that that makes any sense.
Last question, and if you could just maybe answer it briefly. And the question is, in the history of the crises of capitalism in the last century, which has been many, it's always seemed to bounce back again. And what makes you confident that the point's coming where it's not going to bounce back again? Is it risk safe?
Yeah, I agree. Let me agree. It has bounced back. I have had to be, well, as a joke among Marxist economists, which I'll share with you. And the Marxist economists get together and they say with great pride how we Marxists have predicted 10 of the last 4 economic crises. In other words, if you're looking at the system from a critical perspective, yeah, you see crisis perhaps more grimly or more profoundly than other people do. I don't make predictions because of that. I'm not predicting that capitalism is about to collapse, but I am telling you that the signs of dysfunction are beyond anything I have seen in my lifetime. And I hope that your picture shows that I have white hair. I'm older than most of you. So I've been around a long time. I've seen and lived through endless ups and downs of capitalism. I went through the crash of 2008, which I'm sure many of you did, and certainly the one in 2020 with the pandemic. We know that capitalism can come back. But again, we've never seen debts like this. You know, if in the old days of capitalism, something goes wrong in one corner, it doesn't immediately ramify across the whole society. Debt is like a spider's web. It means a failure in one corner makes that enterprise unable to pay its debts to people who live 1,000 miles away. The linkages amongst us, the fact that we now really have a world economy, trouble in any one area immediately ramifies to every other. And I wouldn't sell short the reality that I didn't have time to talk about, which is that the United States is going through these difficulties that are very different from the ones it had over the last 100 years. Over the last 100 years, the United States had no economic competitor. A century of no competitor. World War II wiped out every potential competitor. Russia, China, Britain, France, Germany, Italy. It didn't matter. They were all destroyed except the United States. It was alone. The best the Soviet Union had was maybe a military competition. But as an economy, the West doesn't understand, still don't. The GDP right now of the United States is $25 trillion, roughly. The GDP of Russia is $4 trillion. There is no competition economically. That's an elephant and a mouse. The notion of Russia as a great danger requires lots of propaganda because it's nonsense. But now there is a real competitor, and that is the People's Republic of China. And that changes everything. The United States' freedom to function are very hemmed in, not because China is aggressive, which it particularly isn't, but because China is an economic powerhouse who has taken the time and trouble in the last 14 years to build the BRICS alliance, which makes it even more powerful. That's a new and different reality.
We're reached the end of the session now, and I'd just like to thank you on behalf of all of our audience here in Wellington, city capital of New Zealand. It was a great honor for us to have you speak to us, to share your ideas, to really inspire us in this idea of a post-capitalist world. So thank you. And he's someone who, despite working, you know, in very elevated positions as an economist, he's extremely critical of the capitalist system today. So anyway, I'd like maybe just to use that as an introduction to my own presentation, where we're going to look at a particular part of the teaching of another great thinker, and that thinker was P.R. Sarkar, and particularly his alternative socio-economic teaching that he gave called PROUT. PROUT's actually an acronym. We're going to see that in a moment, for progressive utilization theory. Okay, so those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Edmund Burke, an Irish statesman. If we can go to the next slide, because he's got another important quote. Not that. Okay, his other important quote is talking about, oh yeah, all it takes for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. And you know, this is a very popular quotation these days, and it's really a call to action for people. And if we look at history, as his other quotation was talking about, we see that there are moments where something like evil really did manage to express itself and massively impact on human society. So I think that is really a reality. This is Chris Hedges. Now, Bruce, our organizer, tried to get Chris Hedges as a speaker in this event also. And he's got an amazing quotation here. We now live in a nation where doctors destroy health, where lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, the press destroys information, religion destroys morals, and our banks destroy the economy. And he's an award-winning journalist, a wonderful writer, and an amazing speaker. And that's his conclusion about the state of advanced US capitalism today. Okay, if we can move on. And it ties in with a lot of what Professor Wolf was talking about. Yanis Varoufakis, some of you will know, he was the ex-finance minister of Greece after the financial crisis back in 2008. So he says where this present form of capitalism is moving, he describes it as techno-feudalism. And we know in feudalism, you had an elite group at the top, and the vast mass of the society weren't even owners of anything. They were serfs. They were given the rights to cultivate land or the rights to produce things. So he's saying it's moving in that direction, but with the overlay of advanced technology. So he calls it techno-feudalism. Others have used the word technocracy. And some of you may know this phrase, the technotronic era. Anyone heard that before? This was Zbigniew Brzezinski. If anyone knows that name, he was one of the, let's say, the intellectual apologists for this version of capitalism. So he's talking about a technotronic era. Why I'm saying these things is there's enough indicators that where this movement of advanced capitalism in its latest stage, it's moving in a very, very dangerous direction. Okay, this is someone called General Wesley Clark. He was I think he was a 4-star general in the US military. He went public telling what he experienced in the Pentagon as actually as a retired general, where he was told that there was the plan to invade 7 countries in 5 years, that the US military had the plan with Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran. And they're pretty much on track, as we can see looking at what's unfolded in the last 25 years. So I'm really just trying to paint another angle of this picture, that things are serious. Next slide, please. Anyone heard the name of Smedley Butler?
Yeah.
He was the most decorated US serviceman at a particular point. He wrote a book. Anyone know the name of his book? It was a famous title. It was called War is a Racket. And as a member of the US military, a highly decorated serviceman, he figured out that the US was being used to support the corporations. If governments in certain countries were not cooperating, he realized, oh, we're being sent into those countries to create a war situation whereby the outcome is favorable to corporations. And he wrote a book all about this. So again, I'm just trying to give an angle. Things may not quite be as they get presented to us continuously by our corporate-owned media and by governments like our own that tend to massage things. We call it today narratives. So we're getting fed narratives constantly. The real reality, is Professor Wolf was pointing out, is very different from that. And there's an even more sinister angle to all of this, where, in fact, one of his famous quotes is that at the end of the war industry is the only one which the profits are reckoned in dollars and the losses in lives. And that's become a key feature of advanced capitalism. Some of you will know the famous speech by President Eisenhower in the US, where he talked about the military-industrial complex. Anyone heard that famous speech? Great. And thanks for going out there and doing your own research, because this sort of material does not make it through to our mainstream media. In fact, it's like an iceberg. We're seeing the top of an iceberg. The real reality, doesn't make it into the narratives. So, okay, this is my way of setting the scene. Next. Corporations of vast wealth have moved into our politics to seize for themselves advantages that can be seized only by control over our government. Now, that's coming from a US senator. Why am I talking so much here about the US? Because they are the leading capitalist nation on earth, and so many other nations, of course, are plugged into the US economy. So when things go bad there, you can guarantee they're going to wind up pretty much everywhere else. And New Zealand is very vulnerable also in that situation as well. Next. Okay, let's jump on. Unfortunately, we are behind time, so I'm going to jump on that one. It's just the idea that there is a superclass emerging, and again, Professor Wolf talked about that as well. Next slide. Next, okay, just look at this one, world financial control. So this model, it makes it, I found it useful to get a very simple understanding of where advanced capitalism has arrived at. So you have a system now that one sector of it is about controlling world finances. And we know the names of those major organizations like the World Bank, International Monetary Fund. Conditionality of those loans they're giving to developing nations, which actually indebt them to the level where they can't actually get out of the debt. We've got world resource control, and the bodies that are responsible to do that are basically the transnational corporations today. They are given the role of controlling world resources. We've got world population control. And this is, of course, principally taking place through governments that are increasingly aligned to agendas that are beyond their own national sovereignty. So we're seeing more and more of these global type forums where decisions get made that impact directly on sovereign nations. Can anyone think of a recent historical example, no laughing, where that took place in quite a dramatic way? Over. Okay, let's leave it at that. And finally, we have in this sort of analysis, labor units at the bottom being the mass world population. So this, some would claim, is
What do you mean by labor units?
they're your workers, you know, and in the context of advanced technology like automation, like robotics, and now AI, which we're all experiencing, and it's amazing and it's enthralling in some ways, but it's also a little bit scary in terms of what's the impact on employment going to be. Now we can say that actually it could liberate us from the need to work so much, right? That's the good side of it. But in the hands of private, what we call, you know, capitalist corporations, do you think they're going to use that technology so people can work less?
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not. They're going to use it in the way that Richard Wolff talked about. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so this is the background that motivated P.R. Sarkar to conceive of an alternative way forward, an alternative social and economic system. And he called that system that he devised, he called it PROUT, an acronym for Progressive Utilization Theory. We put it forward as a new socio-economic system that was post-capitalist, but importantly, that was also post-communist. And that's very important. So while he had a very scathing critique of capitalism, at least at the level of Professor Richard Wolff, and probably, in my opinion, it even went beyond that. He, at the same time, realized communism had a dreadful legacy in practice, in reality, in our world. And even though, you know, on paper, it may look very inspiring in many ways, in practice, it had a very, very devastating impact. I've lived in a number of ex-communist Eastern European countries over the years, and when you cross from Western Europe into these Eastern European countries, immediately after communism had ended, you could see they were literally 50 years behind. And it had a tremendous impact on the collective consciousness of those countries. Fortunately, the new generation have emerged out of it, but they've been subjected to this consumerist, materialist, capitalist culture, and yeah, so in a way, they've sort of caught up with the rest of the capitalist world in that regard, and that's only in one generation. Okay, so P.R. Sarkar, the founder of PROUT, Progressive Utilization Theory. Okay, I've got to make this really short. He was coming from a very, very big picture view. He was also a spiritual leader in India. So you might expect that he would come from this really big picture view. And I'm just like, in maybe 2 sentences, going to try and outline that just to give you a context where he's coming from. So the idea here is that everything comes out of an idea of supreme consciousness. So the creation, the universe or universes all emerge out of supreme consciousness, and they ultimately all move back again to supreme consciousness. And in the course of that grand cycle of creation, humans arrive. And on this diagram, humans are actually at a very advanced stage in this amazing cycle of creation. So from this viewpoint, there is a goal, there is a destination, and that is ultimately the development of human beings physically, emotionally, mentally, and at the level of consciousness, or what we may call spiritually, whereby they become highly developed beings. And that, so when P.R. Sarkar looked at what is the purpose of economy, what is the purpose of human society, it was to facilitate that higher level development of human beings. That physical, emotional, mental, spiritual development. So when he uses the word spiritual, he's really talking about this pure consciousness part. And that consciousness is really the whole story in this perspective. Everything comes out of this pure consciousness, takes form in the creation, and ultimately resolves back into that pure consciousness again. So what is the role of human society? It is to help humans develop themselves to that highest level, that highest, most beautiful level that we are capable of. So he answered the question that philosophers for centuries were asking themselves, what's actually the purpose of human society? So starting with this big picture view, sort of at least gave to him what the answer is. We need a very benevolent society that's helping everyone self-develop in the best possible way. Okay, let's miss that one out.
This looks interesting. Oh, yeah.
Good on you. That's,
Do you want me to go back?
okay, economic democracy is a key feature of his alternative version of society and economy, economic democracy. Many of you will know the name of Noam Chomsky. He's actually the most quoted, most cited author living in the world. And he's in the top 10 most quoted thinkers, apparently, at least from the Western perspective. He's behind the Bible and behind another of other great thinkers. He says you can't have meaningful political democracy without functioning economic democracy. So we've all grown up in New Zealand, you know, sort of revering democracy and you know, this very liberated political system we call democracy. Now, this great thinker is saying actually political democracy without economic democracy is deeply hindered. It's limited. So he's a person who's also aware of the importance of economic democracy. Carrying on, we'll talk about that more in a moment. He made a comment on Prout. He said, alternative visions are crucial at this moment in history. Prout's cooperative model of economic democracy deserves our serious consideration. Okay, so you have to wait 2 years to get an interview with Noam Chomsky. He's still alive, he's in his 90s, and he won't unfortunately be with us probably too much longer, but he did find the time to look at this Prout alternative theory of economy. Thank you. This is a comment by Johan Galton, who's the founder of the UN Institute of Peace Studies. If anyone's familiar with peace studies, he's one of the sort of godfathers of that. Sarkar, meaning P.R. Sarkar's theory of Prout was far superior to Adam Smith or that of Marx. Why I'm putting these quotes there for you is just to give you an idea that even though most of you will not ever have heard of this word Prout before, some people have, and you know, some pretty deep thinking people, and they have generally talked very, very favorably about it. Okay, let's move on. We talk about economic democracy. In a sense, it's really about returning economic decision-making back to the people who are affected by economic decisions. Let them be part of the process of deciding on those economic and social decisions that are going to impact their lives. In a nutshell, that's what economic democracy is about. Now, we heard a word earlier about cooperatives. The vehicle in industry and business most conducive to economic democracy will be the cooperative. Now, a cooperative is, in a simple sense, is where the people working in the cooperative own it or have partial ownership of it, but are always involved in the decision-making part of that enterprise. So that you can see where the democracy part comes into a cooperative. Okay. Jump back one before that. So Prout's theory of the social cycle. I found this when I first got introduced to it many years ago. I found it to be very liberating personally to me, because it gave an angle on how societies flow, how they move through different phases. And when you're sort of living in a particular society, you know, you get on with your life and we don't often think about, well, where did this system come from and what was before it? And that's especially the case in Aotearoa, New Zealand's case, because in the colonized history of New Zealand, capitalism is the only system that we've known here. So you can be forgiven for thinking that it's sort of the only thing that there is, because in a way, you know, that's how we grew up thinking that. So the social cycle presents a very different viewpoint, and that's really what I want to focus on now. So in this Prout idea, there are considered to be 4 social psychologies. That means every human being is going to come within one of 4 mentalities. And you could look at ourselves as individuals and say, well, does that apply to me? And you may find that it may well do. So these 4 are the labourer psychology, the warrior psychology, the intellectual, and the merchant or the acquisitor. And when Prout looks or engages in social analysis or historical analysis, it's asking the question, which one of these 4 psychologies expressed in the society and dominated it? Yeah. So there's times in history where the warriors were dominating society. And that's often the time when kings were ruling with their armies, where the king was himself a warrior. There's times when intellectuals were ruling the society. What comes to your mind as a society where intellectuals would be ruling? Anyone got an idea on that?
Religious, like a religious era, like
Yeah.
realizes in Europe or the Buddhist kingdoms that actually the other.
Thank you. Yeah, that would generally how the intellectuals express their predominance in the society was usually through religions. So they were the ones who were somehow at the top of the religions, and the religions, you know, guided or dominated the society. The merchant or acquisitor era, I think probably that's an easier one to think about. Where merchants with their particular capacities rise in prominence and dominate the society. And then the other one with the labourers. So the early history of the human species would have been dominated by the labourer psychology in that early development phase of humanity. Next. So according to, has that got any text on it if you just, no?
Oh, it does actually.
All right.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, we
Let's
want to
have a
see
look at
those
those.
words. So the idea here is any of those societies will rise, they will reach a point of pause, and then they'll go into a period of degeneration. So this is considered to be the basic dynamic of any society anywhere on Earth. They somehow, sadly, all seem to go in exactly the same way. They rise in a more or less positive or beneficial manner. They reach a point of pause, and it seems they all go into degeneration. This phase, degeneration here is really talking about exploitation of a few of the many. Yeah. That's how Trout would look at the idea of degeneration of the system. Okay, carrying on. That's the one. Okay, now this character here, you might wonder why one of the world's wealthiest billionaires, one of the founders of the Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest hedge fund, he actually discovered this theory of the social cycle. It appears he discovered it independently of P.R. Sarkis' teaching. And he's given, in fact, the same curve model, and he's even accepted that it currently has moved into the phase of degeneration. And that's coming from a multi-billion year hedge fund manager. So this is the times we live in. It's quite remarkable. Okay, so in terms of how you change a system, P.R. Sarkis says it may change naturally itself, where it will transition, let's say, from rule by warriors to rule by intellectuals. It may be natural. Next. It may change through the application of force, and he used the word evolution for that. So there's natural change, and then there's evolution, where there have been the application of force. Is that idea clear? So one just sort of happened itself naturally. The other happens through some application of some force. And then the third scenario is the application of tremendous force. And that is his definition of what revolution is. So there's an application of tremendous force, and that social cycle shifted, let's say, from the warrior-controlled or dominated society to the next one. Okay? Is that idea clear? Carrying on. Quiz time. Okay, let's go for it. Next. Okay, what social psychology ruled in Aotearoa prior to colonization? Now, this is where I see if you are all paying attention. Anyone got a response to this question? In pre-colonial Aotearoa, the Māori world, which psychology dominated? Tefano?
Warrior.
Kia ora? Huh?
Warrior.
Yeah, I think the Katoa. In fact, the name of one of our mana whenua here is Ngāti Toa, which means warrior, rangatira, the noble warrior.
It was warrior, but they were peaceful. The Waitaha and the Moriori
Kia ora.
were peaceful people, and they didn't do things by fighting and taking over and in aggression.
Thank you.
And it's very important to acknowledge them.
Kia ora. By the way, let me qualify this. There's nothing at all wrong with any one of those four psychologies. It's not saying some are good, some are bad, and we should go to the good ones and leave the bad. It's not. It doesn't work like that in this idea. It's saying that all have a positive side, but unfortunately they all go into this negative side in the course of their life cycle. Okay, is that idea clear?
I
All
feel
right.
like saying that we should all just, with a very rudimentary understanding of those four psychologies, to decide what ruled in Aotearoa prior to colonization. I feel like the room leaned towards a social stereotype around the view of Māori society that's been put forward in the mainstream culture, and I feel quite uncomfortable about the direction that just went.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Yeah, similarly, I know we're in very early days of your session, and I am fairly familiar with that. I mean, everyone that's been in your, not getting it personally, but they've all been men. So what we end up in a situation is when we've been given a framework, which is using terminology and language that's already defining the box for us. So I would say rule, I would say dominate. You know, I'm not hearing women's voices here at all in this particular theoretical framework. Women's experience, I'm a carer, I'm a full-time single parent. I'm just going to share my example. I've been married twice, 3 times. the New Zealand Labour, what is it called, Household Labour Survey or something, has rung me and asked me how much labour I did how much work I did the week before. And those times I was doing more than 100 hours of care work, and I had to say 4 because they had 4 hours of paid work. All the other times I had to say none. There's a feminist economics, which was led in New Zealand.
Can I just jump in here?
Marilyn Deering. I'm just going to say this.
Yeah, let's keep it short.
I am, but also I'm kind of not, because it is always missed out. This came around 1992.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in at this point. And I just want to say this is a really beautiful and important discussion and corridor. I've got about 2 minutes left, and I'm going to reserve that.
But we just spent an hour and a half of my life listening to an American guy. When I came to see something about post-capitalist Aotearoa conference, I can't even speak now because I'm so annoyed. Not with you, but really, at this point in our species evolution, we shouldn't be looking at old white guys all the time, because frankly, they've done a really bad job so far.
And I agree with that completely. Saying that, can we jump on? Okay, the USA Today.
Sorry, but
Let's pick that up in the break, which is coming next, and I encourage the discussion. And yeah, in terms, let's get back to the social cycle idea. The USA Today, which of those 4 psychologies would you say are prevailing or ruling there? Huh? Merchant. Yeah, okay, next. The EU, European Union. Same. Merchant rule. Okay, next. The Islamic Republic in Iran. I think also it's the intellectual, again, in the form of religion.
But finance plays a part there too. Male finance plays a part there too.
It's not, yeah, it's not saying that the other psychologies don't play a part, but it's looking at who's actually ruling that society. So it's not saying the others disappear, but it's saying one of these 4 will rise in domination and ultimately go into degeneration. So look, this is the essence of what the social cycle theory is really talking about. And if we can just jump through, and then we're going to wrap it up. Carry on. Let's miss funds. Okay, today I think we'd all agree it's the same. It's the merchant era that we call capitalism in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Okay, next and next. Let's miss that one. Miss that one. Okay, so what happens in the advanced stage of the merchant era is you get the formation of a merchant elite, which is what Richard Wolff was talking about, and everyone else is being reduced to a labourer level. So today you're going to get intellectuals that are really functioning like intellectual labourers. They're just selling their, minds to a type of merchant employer. You'll see warriors reduced to the same role. They're selling their labour. Labour gets commodified and it's sold to the people controlling capital and resources. Even the small merchants, the small business people, they also end up being reduced. So this diagram gives some way of understanding sort of where we've ended up in this advanced stage of capitalism. Let's jump. And next. Okay, so according to Proud, let's jump on one. Okay, he talks, the Pirasaka talks about we need a 5th social psychology, not just 4. He's saying let there be a new social psychology, and let's take a look at what that is. Again, in fact, I'm going to tell you it. He's saying there needs to emerge a group of people guided by a deep morality who possess the qualities of all 4 of those groups, the labourer, the warrior, the intellectual, and the merchant, who develops within themselves all of those qualities and take the role to serve society in a benevolent way. So that's how he believes we break the cycle of having one group rise, pause, and then go into this degeneration. So he's saying the way we can stop that is developing a new social psychology of people that are actually about creating a real benevolent human society.
Not new.
It's not.
Of course not. That's not new, but it hasn't really
Well, that's kind of what.
dominated.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take over, I'll just say there's a whole debate discussion out there about what the world could look like if more of those women leadership, feminine aspects, etc., were mainstream, and if they're not incorporated into models and named for what they are, nothing changes.
That's right.
Yeah, and let's pick up that discussion in our break, which we go to next. I just want to conclude on this idea. He gave a word for that, that in English it comes out as something like benevolent revolutionaries. So he's saying we need to create these benevolent revolutionary people who enter, and they don't leave the society, they actually enter into this social cycle. And when any system starts to go into exploitation of people, then shift the society, shift it to the next phase of the social cycle. And on that point, our time's up and I'm going to have to leave it. So I thank you for your attention and participation also. So some beautiful points have been raised. Let's pick them up in our break, which we go to right now. We have a cup of tea. It's over on this side. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
and vulture capitalism. A former economics commentator for the New Statesman and research fellow at the Institute of Public Policy Research, regularly appears in UK and international media on platforms like BBC Question Time, Good Morning Britain, and Piers Morgan Uncensored. So Grace is coming to us via Zoom. Okay. So Grace, it's our honour to have you with us. Thank you very much indeed. Go ahead, Grace.
Hi, can you all see and hear me? Yeah, I'm gonna take that. Yeah, I got a thumbs up. Good. Okay, great. Just checking. So it's great to be with you tonight. Well, this morning for you guys, although it is quite late here, so forgive me if I make any mistakes. I'm going to be talking to you today about my latest book, Vulture Capitalism, and why I think the topics that I explored in the book, which I started writing what seems like quite a long time ago now, what seems like kind of a different world actually, why those topics are still relevant and actually why they're more relevant than ever. So the central theory of vulture capitalism is that capitalism is not really a free market system. It certainly isn't a free market democratic system, as we're used to hearing. And on the other side of that, I also argue that socialism is not, as people often claim, defined by state centralized planning. This is the kind of division that's held up in our politics and has been kind of held up throughout history. It's this idea that politics and economics can be divided between two very clearly defined systems. One of capitalism as a kind of free market democratic system, often with overtones of liberalism and the end of history and the people who are on the right side of that divide. And then socialism is seen as this kind of dead, rigid, archaic ideology defined by centralized planning that isn't fit for the kind of dynamism of modern societies. And you see this today, you see echoes of this within our own politics. That divide between left and right is constantly seen as this battle between people who want a small state and lots of space for the free market, and people who want a big state and to contain the dynamics of the free market. And that divide is just completely wrong, basically. That's not what capitalism is about. Capitalism is not a free market system that requires a small state. It's a system that is defined by massive monopolistic corporations that dominate the world economy and that have nothing to do with free markets, and which are actually able to undertake a significant amount of centralized planning, that thing that we're told defines socialist societies. So capitalism is not defined by, at any point in our recent history, this free market, small state idea. And a recurring theme of the book is big states stepping up and intervening to support the interests of those big, powerful corporations. And today we see this very clearly. We are living in an era of Elon Musk working with and through the American state, two very close allies, working together to pursue a particular idea of what constitutes the interests of America. And that kind of seems like a novelty, but actually in vulture capitalism, I show that that's a defining feature of the way the modern economy works. It's not an aberration. If you look all the way back to the origins of capitalism, to the East India Company, which was this joint venture between the British state and British merchants, that link between these huge monopolistic corporations and their guardians within powerful capitalist states is a defining feature of this system. So if capitalism isn't defined by free markets and democracy, and socialism isn't defined by centralized state planning, then what does define these two systems? I'm going to tell you two stories, which I think, as I discovered over the course of my research, are actually interlinked, to try to illustrate what I think the divide between these two systems actually looks like. So the first is a story about a company that you may be familiar with. The company is called Boeing. It's a big aerospace company. It produces planes, weapons, lots of other things. Many of you will have flown in a Boeing plane at some point in your life. You may also have seen that Boeing has been in the news recently. Over the course of the last few years, there have been strikes amongst its workforce. Whistleblowers have come forward to attest to a toxic corporate culture. Some of those whistleblowers have actually died. The door blew out of a Boeing plane mid-flight recently. And all of this comes on the back of two big disasters that many of you may remember in 2018 and 2019, the Boeing 737 MAX disasters. Now, these took place when 2 Boeing planes nosedived out of the sky, seemingly inexplicably, killing nearly 350 people in 2 separate plane crashes. When those crashes occurred, there was lots of speculation as to what happened. Boeing initially tried to blame the pilots, but it was later revealed that there had been a mechanical failing in the plane, specifically a failing of a piece of software called the MCAS system that caused, in both incidents, the nose of the plane to dive down into the air with the engines still on, so plummeting into the ground at a really astonishing speed. Now, this MCAS system had been brought into the plane at a relatively late stage of its development. The plane was being developed by Boeing in a bid to kind of dominate the global aerospace market, and particularly to maximize value for shareholders. The development of the 737 MAX came in the midst of the shareholder value revolution of the 1980s, where CEOs and senior management were inveigled to maximize value for shareholders. That was their one singular responsibility. And so in Boeing, this looked like a big transformation of the corporate culture within the company. First, of course, as they always do when they're told they need to maximize value for shareholders, the company went after the unions within Boeing. And what was once a company that kind of lionized engineering expertise and had a good relationship between management and labor, inserted layers and layers of middle management whose role it was to undermine the unions and to enforce cost-cutting measures throughout the organization. And this is when whistleblowers started to come forward saying, and there have actually been several books written about this, saying that whistleblowers came forward before the disasters, saying that if this corporate culture is not changed, people will die. And ultimately that turned out to be true because costs were cut, corners were cut, and ultimately that resulted in the development of an unsafe plane. In a bid to create a plane that was cheap to manufacture, which didn't have to have any like big significant changes to the training of the pilots who were going to be flying this plane, Boeing's idea was to create a new plane, but insert lots of different forms of new software in it, whilst telling the pilots that this was the same old plane that had been flying up to that point. So the 737 MAX emerged out of this process as this kind of monster that had been developed with the desire to cut costs, cut corners, push back against the workforce, all really in line with this kind of managerial philosophy of maximizing value for shareholders. Now, there were lots of people who came forward saying, you know, this plane isn't going to be safe. And there were lots of problems with the plane over the course of its development. So, you know, you could really easily see this as a kind of classic case of just corporate greed, right? And maybe that isn't that astonishing in a capitalist system. This is the kind of classic, you know, shareholder value philosophy. Surely what we should be thinking about is how the government could step in and regulate this company, as it's supposed to do in a kind of regulated market society. If the government had been there to make sure this corporation was properly regulated and it wasn't doing anything too irresponsible, then, you know, maybe all this wouldn't have happened. At the time, the Federal Aviation Authority, the FAA, which was pushing this idea of self-regulation, which was the same philosophy that underpinned how the banks were regulated before the financial crisis. So Boeing at the time was being regulated by a unit of the FAA that sat inside Boeing and whose workers were being paid by Boeing. Naturally, there was a significant conflict of interest here. No one at the FAA wanted to assess this particular plane because they all knew that there were so many problems with how it had been manufactured. In the end, it was cleared as safe, despite the fact that many engineers had said there are all these different problems with the plane. It actually just so happens that before the 737 MAX disasters, a new round of deregulation for the aviation industry had been passed through Congress amidst intense lobbying by the aerospace sector. And the argument that was made in this round of debates within Congress was that no airline manufacturer would create an unsafe plane because they would be punished by the market. Their competitors would come in and start to erode the market share. It wouldn't make any sense for these companies to manufacture an unsafe plane. And yet, as we know, capitalism isn't a free market system. So what happened when Boeing did manufacture this unsafe plane? Well, after the 737 MAX disasters, over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, when Boeing was on the verge of going under, it received a huge bailout from the US government. This was just after the US government had been investigating senior executives at Boeing for the manufacture of this unsafe plane. As it turned out, senior executives in the company had known about the problems with this plane before it had gone to market, and yet nothing had happened to them. They got a small fine, and the company then got a huge bailout during the pandemic. In fact, all through the development of this plane, Boeing had been the biggest recipient of corporate welfare in the US. It had been getting subsidies and tax breaks from states all across the US. And in fact, if you look even deeper into the story of Boeing's transformation, you see the hands of the American government all over that story as well. Because everything started to change at Boeing in the 1980s when it merged with this failing aerospace company called McDonnell Douglas. Why did it merge with McDonnell Douglas? Because that firm provided inputs that were used by the Pentagon and the American Department of Defense. So the US government said, Boeing, you're going to take over this company, much as it did to the banks in the wake of the financial crisis. And the toxic culture that was embedded in McDonnell Douglas ultimately ended up being transplanted into Boeing. So throughout the whole of this story, right from the very beginning of the shareholder value revolution, through to the manufacture of this plane, through to the FAA's regulation, through to the disaster itself, and then the aftermath, you see this fusion between this big, powerful corporation and the American state. You don't see a free market with lots of little aerospace firms all manufacturing different planes. And if one goes down, then the others take up the market share. You see one big, powerful American company with a competitor that is one big, powerful European company. That's Airbus, which has also been embroiled in all sorts of corruption scandals throughout its history. So you have one big company, and it doesn't exist in a market. It's a monopoly. And when it does something wrong, the government doesn't punish it. It doesn't properly regulate it. Instead, it rides to the rescue. It provides it with tax breaks, with subsidies, with a bailout when things threaten to go wrong. And in fact, as you look into the relationships between these two institutions, between firms and states, you see how deeply imbricated they are as part of this American military industrial complex. There are loads and loads of firms like Boeing that are kept within a very close orbit of the US state. And the relationships between the people who run these companies and the people within the government are very close and often very corrupt. Another example of this is the fossil fuel companies. So I often use the example of ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil's CEO knew about the greenhouse effect as far back as the 1970s. The company had their climate scientists research what would happen when they started burning fossil fuels, and then they realized that doing so would lead to climate breakdown. So the company cut funding for its climate research team, took that funding and directed it into climate breakdown denying groups that would cast doubt on the science. And then they spent vast sums of money lobbying Congress, lobbying groups all over the world to not implement any legislation that would harm the interests of the fossil fuel industry. All the way up to very recently, when the former CEO of ExxonMobil was made Secretary of State in the US government. This was in Trump's first administration. So this relationship between Musk and Trump is not the first time that these representatives of the private sector have been brought in. These close links, this kind of fusion basically between public and private power, it lies at the very core of capitalism, and particularly of the hegemonic power that rules over the global economy today of American capitalism. This is a nation that talks about free markets and democracy, but is an economy that is not dominated by free markets, but by monopolies. And it's a democracy that has been very powerfully eroded by vested interests to the extent that it's really questionable whether it can be called a true democracy anymore. And we see that today with, the extraordinary private power wielded by one or two men, powerful men, people like Elon Musk. So capitalism isn't a free market system, and nor is it really aligned with the values of democracy. So what about the alternative? What about socialism? Historically, the idea has been that the issue with free markets is that they're chaotic. You get periodic financial crises, you get economic crises, but if you could have a powerful centralized state, then it could plan economic activity so that it wasn't so irrational and everyone could have a job, things would basically run a little bit smoother. That's the kind of system that we had in many advanced economies in the wake of the Second World War. And that's really kind of overtaken our idea of what socialism is today, at least in part because of the example that we had during the Cold War with the Soviet Union and the US. But if you look back to the earliest understandings of socialism, whether that's, Karl Marx or the people who came before him, that's not what socialism was seen as. Marx was not a statist. He famously wrote that the capitalist state was nothing but a committee for managing the affairs of the bourgeoisie. He didn't really have any faith in the ability of the capitalist state to tame the market system. And that has been the position that has been held by socialists really ever since. Instead, the idea was always that ordinary people should be able to run at the enterprises in which they worked. that people would be able to come together and run this system, the economy, society, democratically, socially, collectively, much better than any one or two individuals at the top of any big institution, whether that's a big multinational corporation or a government. And there's a story which, as I said, turns out to be linked to the case of Boeing that I think illustrates this point very clearly. And it's the story of the Lucas Plan. So back in the 1970s, there was another aerospace company in the UK called Lucas Aerospace, and it was going under. It was facing rising competition from abroad. Workers were concerned about losing their jobs. So they went to a minister in the then Labour government, one of my personal heroes, Tony Benn, and they said, we need you to nationalise us because we're going to lose our jobs. And Ben came back and said, look, we can't do that. There's lots of economic problems, and that's not necessarily going to be the best way for you to escape these problems. He was at the time thinking about all the issues that had existed with the kind of top-down Morrisonian model of nationalisation that was a hallmark of the kind of social democratic period. So instead, Ben said, why don't you go away and come up with a plan as to how you could transform this company, how you could make it viable again? And so the unionists went away, and initially they were a bit stumped. So they wrote to experts and local government and people, within the sector, and they said, what do you think we should do? And they didn't get very many replies. So then they went to the workers within Lucas Aerospace, thousands of them, and they said, what do you think we should do with this company if we had the capacity to kind of take over it and change it? And the response they got was extraordinary. This was ordinary workers, engineers, managers from across the economy. They replied basically all saying the same thing, which is that we don't want to produce weapons anymore, which is a big part of what Lucas Aerospace was doing at the time. We have skills and expertise that we believe could be used for the betterment of our society. We want to produce socially useful technologies, and we want to do it democratically, fairly, where we're all in charge of the decision-making processes. We all get to have a say in what's going on. And all of these ideas came together in the form of the Lucas Plan. So there were these ideas as to how they could use their resources, how the firm could use its resources to produce wind turbines and kidney dialysis machines and all sorts of progressive technologies. And this plan, the Lucas Plan, was a kind of lightning rod in British society at the time. This was the 1970s, when a time which was characterized by kind of profound conflict between workers in the form of very institutionalized unions and a state that was trying to manage the relationship between bosses and workers. And then suddenly there's this document that comes in saying, well, actually, there's something beyond this battle between the market and the state. And that's actually the interests and the views and the capabilities and talents of ordinary people who are saying, if you give us power, we could run this economy, this society, far better than any of you could. So the Lucas Plan was discussed in Parliament, and one MP stood up and said, this document is a threat to the very ideology that underpins capitalism, which is that the bosses will order the workers around and the workers will do as they're told. So various different parts of the left then took this up as a kind of hallmark of what could be achieved when organized labor worked alongside other areas of the left and the wider social movement. So the peace movement held up the Lucas Plan as an example of how to move away from militaristic technologies. The environmental movement held it up as a way to transition to a better and more sustainable economy. The labor movement said this is a great, interesting new way of empowering workers. And even the Financial Times, which is obviously a very kind of right-wing liberal newspaper, wrote that the workers at Lucas had achieved something really remarkable. And the guy who was actually responsible for all this, by the way, was someone who's called Mike Cooley, and he became a pioneer of what was known as the socially useful technology movement. He was fired by Lucas Aerospace for spending too much time on union business. But for a while, even though, Cooley had been fired, it looked like the Lucas Plan might have some legs. The workers were fighting for it. People were fighting for it. MPs were standing up for it in Parliament. Then came 1979, and Margaret Thatcher came to power. Now, I think this is very interesting because Thatcher's whole ideology was that people want a small state, that we need to return to the roots of free market capitalism, which requires a focus on individual freedom, a reduction in the size of the state, greater levels of competition. But what Thatcher actually did had nothing to do with any of those things. It wasn't about restoring free markets. It wasn't about restoring personal freedom. Instead, she did, as most ardent free market capitalists do, she used the power of the state to boost her allies and crush her enemies. We saw this very clearly with the labour movement during the miners' strikes, but it also applies to the Lucas Plan. After Thatcher gets into power, the Lucas Plan was shredded. Many of the people who were involved in it go and work for the GLC, the Greater London Council, which was ultimately disbanded by Thatcher just a few years later because it became such a hub of resistance to her model. This is where Mike Cooley went to work as well. There was even a democratic plan for how ordinary people, ordinary Londoners, could take over the area of the London Docklands, which today is this, centre of international finance and a kind of privatised hub in the centre of London. But initially there was this people's plan for the London Docklands developed by Mike Cooley, who had been at Lucas Aerospace, and a bunch of other kind of, socialist politicians who were involved in this at the time. And the people in that area submitted this plan to the Greater London Council. And in it, there was a quote, which was to say that we want more for our children than to be lavatory attendants from passing businessmen. They basically said, we want to take over this area, inspired in part by what happened at Lucas Aerospace, because we believe that we deserve better, that our society can be better, that this place can be better. And this plan was, of course, crushed as well. So this is what happens with the reemergence of this kind of free market movement, this movement that was spearheaded based on the idea that human freedom is all important. And yet all of these people who had been putting together all these amazing plans as to how they could reclaim their freedom from the exploitation and the oppression they were experiencing at the hands of the state and of big business, those people were crushed. Lucas Aerospace was ultimately sold off. And this was where the link with Boeing comes through. And it was something that I was very surprised to learn. Lucas Aerospace was sold off, chopped up into little pieces during the shareholder value revolution of the 1980s. Parts of it was sold off to different companies. And part of what was once Lucas Aerospace ended up being bought by the company that produced the faulty sensors that went into the Boeing 737 MAX, the plane that crashed all those decades later. So I think those two stories really illustrate what capitalism and socialism are actually about. They kind of create this fork in the road that we've faced at various points in our history, when in some ways, during, let's say, the crisis of the 1970s, you had the power of the labor movement at its height, Thatcher coming into power, saying she was all about free markets, and actually then using her power to kind of crush workers' exercise of their collective power. It shows that this divide between capitalism and socialism, it's not a divide between markets and states. It's a divide between centralized oligarchic authority that is exerted over society by a small class of people within both the public and private sectors, and democratic collective power of the kind that brings us things like the Lucas Plan, the People's Plan for the London Docklands, like the participatory budgeting movement, like all the many, many other examples of democratic planning that I list over the course of the book. And I think this is something that's really important to remember as we go into what I think will be many, many years of much greater levels of fusion between public and private power. Because if progressives, if the left continues to couch our arguments in terms of wanting a big state to protect people from the ups and downs of the market, people are going to say, well, the government has only ever screwed us over. The government is in bed with the big businesses. And it's very easy to prove that. So for me, I think we need to go back to the roots of socialism, and socialism, progressive politics, whatever you want to call it. This isn't something that was delivered to people from on high. Socialism as an ideology emerged out of people's struggles for a better life. It emerged in that spirit of resistance, in that spirit of freedom. And I think the real promise of socialism, it has to be couched in those terms, in terms of the promise that was made by neoliberal politicians like Thatcher and ultimately completely broken. Socialism has to be understood as real democracy, as giving people power back over their lives. Thanks very much. And I think we're now going to open up to some questions. I've got about 10, 15 minutes if anyone wants to ask me anything. And just FYI, I can't hear you right now, so you might have to put them in the chat.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Can you come and take them? Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
I can't hear you, but that's okay. Thank you so much for your talk. You were one of the people who helped get me into economics back in the day, and there's not many young people who do that and who talk about it in the way that you do, despite us being the most impacted by it. How do you think we can get more young people involved, either here, where there are some, and or out in the world? Because I think a lot of young people I talk to are defeated by the system and have only grown up knowing it to be terrible. So any thoughts from you about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, cool. So a really great question. And thank you for saying that I helped you to get interested in these sorts of things. You know, when I speak to young people, which I do quite a lot because I do quite a few of these talks and, you know, I engage with people online, there seems to be this really profound sense of disenchantment with the system, disillusionment with what was promised and what is not being delivered. And even more than that, a sense of kind of loneliness and disconnection. And you can look at that as something that's emerged just from the rise of social media, which I think a lot of people do. But I think it's much more than that. It is about this kind of individualistic culture that politicians like Margaret Thatcher really pushed, with this idea that there's no such thing as society. And it was the same with neoliberal politicians and movements all over the world, including in New Zealand, including in the US, including across much of Europe. A kind of coherent strategy to marketize all areas of human interaction, which is the real irony of neoliberalism, which was that, you know, the narrative was about the free market. As I've just said, in reality, there was no free market. Instead, you got monopolies and collusion between the public and private sector. But we all absorbed the idea that our lives should function like a market, our relationships should be like markets, our value as human beings is determined by the market. And that leaves us all kind of competing with each other constantly, trying to feel like we have a sense of self-worth and a sense of kind of power and autonomy. And I think that's really what young people are struggling with today. It's what is, I think, creating a crisis of loneliness, of mental ill health. I think that kind of competitive individualism is responsible for a lot of the issues that people are facing today. And any way of getting people engaged in politics, I think, has to speak to that loneliness and isolation and alienation. So this is why I actually write a column on my Substack every week called What Can We Do? And in it, I interview a different person from all around the world who is participating in a progressive social movement of some kind. That's young people, it's older people, it's politicians, it's unionists, it's people involved in social movements. Last week, I spoke to federal workers who are organizing against Trump and Musk to form a union. Before that, I spoke to students in Serbia who are organizing against their kind of corrupt regime. I've spoken to protesters who have like stopped traffic in the streets to highlight the issue of climate breakdown. I've spoken to trade unionists. So many different people of all ages, all types, getting involved in these forms of organizing as a way both to kind of resist what's going on, to feel like a sense of power and agency, but also to feel a sense of connection and belonging. And that is what really comes out of all these interviews I do with people, is this profound sense of collective joy they get from these forms of participation, which is to say, I think that's what we really need to be highlighting. If we want this movement to grow and expand and deepen, we need to be offering people a real sense of, you know, what life could be like beyond this horrible competitive individualistic capitalist system, one in which you can form genuine connections based on solidarity, community, and collective power rather than just competition.
Thanks. Hi, Grace. This morning earlier on, we had a talk from Professor Richard Book, and like you, he also wanted this talk around to North University.
Could you speak up a bit? Sorry.
Can you speak up? Speak up. It's the cooperative. So I'm just wondering, if you look at the economy at the moment, any economy, the cooperatives account for such a minuscule percentage of economic activity. And yet, when you look at how we view an economy, cooperatives would probably account for most of the activity in the economy. So how do you see getting from where we are now to having much more understanding and much more of our economic activity taking place into the economic activity?
Yeah, so I am not a kind of, voluntarist type person where I think that we could just do loads of co-ops and then we'd completely transform capitalism. I very much do believe that we need to organize to take on the power of those who own and control most of society's resources within the private sector, and also our political class that kind of creates the conditions for profit making, for capital accumulation, basically. Now, the reason that I talk so much about the cooperative movement, about kind of democratic planning, community wealth building, all of these things that seem slightly divorced from, the kind of revolutionary change that people often associate with socialism, very much goes back to my answer to the last question, which is, okay, how do we get people engaged? The issue that we have today is not that most people think that the system is working and they need to be convinced that, things are bad. Everyone knows that the system is broken. Whether you are, someone living in poverty in the global south, or a working class person living in the global north, or even a kind of middle class person or an older person or a student living in the rich world, it's become very, very clear that your living standards are stagnating, that there are multiple overlapping crises that are threatening to affect you and the people you know all the time, and that the world is kind of dissolving into what seems like conflict and chaos and rising inequality and threats to democracy. Everyone can see very clearly that these crises are taking place on the personal level and the kind of macro level. And the issue is that they feel disempowered. So the first challenge we face when trying to get people engaged in a movement to transform the status quo, to resist, to build a political party, to, get involved in the labor movement, to join a protest, the first thing is that people know that the system is broken, but they think that it cannot change. They are basically feel so disempowered. They're so aware of the inequalities that exist within this system. They're almost too aware. They're like, well, Elon Musk is working with Donald Trump and, they've got the whole military industrial complex behind them and the whole architecture of American imperialism. How can I, just me, this one person, fight that? And that way of thinking is, of course, the legacy of individualism. It's, the fact that we have been broken up into these tiny little isolated units and encouraged to compete with each other. We're not workers anymore. We're entrepreneurs. We're not citizens. We're kind of consumers of public services. We're not communities. We're households. All of these ways of thinking, which have been given to us by competitive individualism and neoliberalism, they make us feel powerless in the face of the kind of concentrated power that makes capitalism work. And what participation in something like a cooperative or in community wealth building or in a union or in any political movement, those forms of participation give people back a sense of power and agency. And that, I think, is the biggest challenge that we face today. So, it's not that like we get everyone to join a co-op and then suddenly we don't have capitalism anymore. It's more that we get people to join co-ops, get people to participate in all different forms of building collective power. And then they experience what it's like to actually have a sense of agency again, to feel strong enough to take on the system and fight back. And that then is the foundation for a really powerful movement that can go into the state, that can go into corporations, and that can change things from the top down as well as the bottom up. Any more questions? I think we probably got time for one or two more.
And one more question, anyone? Please, one more question.
This is a very quick question. Thank you so much, Grace. I'm just wondering whether you've come across Audrey Tang and their work in Taiwan with open source software to make the voice of people in Taiwan heard in such a way that the government had to listen to their ideas, had to enact their ideas. Are you aware of the G0V software and Audrey Tang?
Yes, yeah. I didn't actually include that particular case study in my book, but I did include a number of different examples of the use of digital technologies to facilitate more direct forms of democratic engagement. So Taiwan is one good example. There's the Decidim system that they have in Barcelona, which allows citizens to basically take part in policy formation. One of the most interesting examples I came across was actually in Iceland, in Reykjavik, where they really kind of took this idea of participatory budgeting forward using these new kind of digital technologies, and basically gave citizens in the local area the ability to feed into how the budget was being spent at the local level. So this was really a powerful way of decentralizing power and kind of putting power in the hands of ordinary people. And, you know, one of the first things that people voted for was, we want to get rid of homelessness, because, you know, they were part of that community and they wanted to support people and also solve this problem that was afflicting all of them. So yeah, like Taiwan, there's I've already mentioned Barcelona and Iceland. Estonia has an interesting example of e-democracy. Brazil obviously pioneered the participatory budgeting movement, and they have been trying to kind of introduce new digital technologies. New York has been doing a similar sort of experiment with participatory budgeting using digital tools. So yeah, there's a lot of really exciting stuff going on right now in this space. And it's just a question of how we scale it up. I guess we've got time for one more question.
Great. Where's that available?
Back up, back up.
Unity books. Everywhere, Unity books.
Okay. Look, we are out of time. We've got our next speaker ready now for 12:15. So thank you very much, Grace.
Thanks so much, everyone. It was great to be with you, and I'm going to go to bed now. Bye. Have a great rest of your day.
I think we've gone on.
No,
you want to?
okay, I'll just make a comment.
Okay.
I just want.
No, it's not. You have to come up here. Come, we've got 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We're going to take one comment from Joanna. Please, thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, it just hit me so much with what Grace was saying. It's the absolute lack of safety data, any sort of safety for us. What happened with buying? What happened with the COVID vaccine, which has been completely ignored and all of ours, medical reporting, you know, it's stopped. What's happening with fluoride, because that finally changed it in the US last year with the lawyer, was the lack of safety data here with the fight against the EPA and the CDC since 2016. Continual lack of safety data for all of us. It's our future, it's our lives at stake.
Okay, so our next speaker is Nicola Tareha, and she is from Ngāti Kahumunu and Pākehā descent. Her parents migrated to Australia in 1969 in search of work. He grew up in Mackay, Queensland, and graduated as a teacher in 1986. Went on to do extensive volunteer work in an NGO in Italy, the Netherlands, and Iceland. Worked in Haiti, Jamaica, and is now based in Australia, and a frequent visitor to New Zealand. Her exposure to flood zones, countries with low socioeconomic status, and the hardships of low-income households prompted her to take more interest in promoting principles that generate greater wealth equality in the economy. She launched the Wealth Cap website in 2023 to provide an education resource platform to highlight the work that people are doing to promote the idea of a wealth cap, and her website is wealthcap.org. Thank you, Nicola.
As it's described,
The microphone.
Please speak closer to the mic.
As described, I'm a volunteer doing social service projects, coordinator manager, over many years. And a lot of these projects are run by women because a lot of the projects involve looking after children and education. And the particular interest I have is the idea of developing the projects into multi-purpose development units, which are meant to strive to be sustainable, because a lot of charities nowadays their funding gets stopped, and then we have problems like disasters or even civil wars happening in different countries. So these projects try to design it in the shape of having the service there, children's home, school or whatever, and then incorporating agriculture so that they can be fed, incorporating a little bit of industrial product. So a lot of the women do clothing, they might make products out of conserves, out of the food that they're growing. There'll be a community hall, and there's also the idea of creating water storage units on the projects, and using systems like solar energy to sustain itself. So this is sort of a microeconomics and a way of building up the economy from the base. So a lot of social services being shaped in this way. And what brought me to developing the WealthCap website was that I had initiated a project in remote regional Australia where there are numerous Aboriginal communities, and in those areas they're often on very low income or welfare payment. And I spent a few years working very hard to save the deposit, and I got a significant donation, bought the land, and then because the interest was basically a full income, and I was having to work overtime to pay the rest of the costs, I ended up getting
so tired after a few years, 3 or 4 years. And then the town went into a boom and bust. The market price of the house dropped. And the agency I was working for left town. And so I was left unemployed and unable to pay back the mortgage. So as a result, the project went bankrupt. And, you know, for me, it was $200,000-300,000 that I struggled to put in and I lost. So this, but I came out of that project feeling that I had failed the community that I was meant to be helping. And it took a while to, usually I'd always been quite successful, so this was quite a jolt for me. And it took me a while to get out of that mindset that I've been through. And I came to a point where I thought, I was very attached to the people there, but I came to a point where I thought, well, this is happening all over the world. People are struggling to have houses to pay for mortgages. And there are so many people below the poverty line. And I just thought, enough is enough. There should be some sort of wealth limit. There should be something to stop that sort of predatory nature of the banking system that's there. So that's how I ended up creating .org. Yes. My heritage here from New Zealand, it has two stories really. On my mother's side, they were settlers fleeing from UK and really fleeing away from the wage slavery that was so typical of the Victorian times. And they came out here with a real hope to establish something new and something fresh for people. And then on my father's side, my great-great-grandfather, he served as the first member of parliament during the Maori in 1868. But in his own lifetime, he battled against the privatisation and confiscation of the lands that belonged to his tribe. So there's these two threads stitched into my bones that the battle is not over yet, is the thing I feel, that this battle to create an economy that is prosperous and is shared by all, and that it's so important to move as a collective to create a new economy. And so what I want to do, what I want to say to all New Zealanders is that just remember the aspirations of our ancestors, and that is why I sort of stand on their past experience for a simple idea that we need a legal ceiling on excess personal wealth. This is a tool at the top that can create or start a change. Of course, we can do lots of other things to build up the base of our economy, but we also need a law that puts a limit. So my talk, I am a fan of P.R. Sarkar, the founder of progressive utilization theory, and my talk is actually to help the debate about introducing wealth ceilings, because there are like scattered movements around the world and a few academics, few advocates who are trying really hard, but really these movements have got to gain momentum. They've got to create arguments against the dominant values and theory of the capitalist ideas, capitalist way of thinking. So this is actually not a personal attack on people with wealth, on billionaires, because yes, they earn their money legitimately, and many inherited their money. But what our task is that we should be changing the rules so that no one can hoard wealth, that an individual can't accumulate so much wealth that gets hoarded, it's not flowing in a productive way in society. And that's the focus. And it's also important to recognise that wealth gaps will always exist in society, but it shouldn't exist to the extreme it is today. I suppose this, what about? Yeah, I'll tell you when to move on, but you have to go back. Yeah, these gaps will always exist, but those gaps should be due to what society approves and appreciates or gives merit to in how people have contributed to society. So I just would you like to go back to where those figures were slightly under screen. Yeah, this is just a quick snapshot of what's happening around the globe. And Aotearoa we're generally a fair and well-regulated economy, but we still have a lot of challenges in terms of income inequality and social mobility. The cost of living is quite high here, and the purchasing capacity of a significant percentage of the population is quite scarce. So it's like this. The median income of New Zealand is, you can say, about $33, something like that. But the minimum wage is 22. The living wage is considered to be what is, it's by an independent organisation, living wage Aotearoa. They say that a decent standard of living would be $27 an hour. The poverty line economists measure the poverty line as half of the median wage. So half of the median, that would be half of 33, 17, that's 17. Yeah, and the income of a youth or an apprentice is $18 on the minimum wage. So they're basically just slightly above the poverty line. And the income of a welfare recipient, a job seeker, is $9. So I don't know. I did see a statistic that 15% of people in New Zealand are living below the poverty line. And but it seems to me that those who are living on the minimum wage, if the living wage is 27, even those living on the minimum wage have a lot of struggle. And often those on minimum wages, they live on seasonal work or they have contract work. And it's also not very stable for them. So in these statistics, there's 17.7% of children in New Zealand are in poverty. And that's a significant number. And a lot of the Maori and Pacific Islander communities also have high unemployment. They also have very large families. So this is the situation. People who are on the median income or higher, they sort of assume that they think that, oh, we've got a social security system, you know, it's okay, but they don't realise the reality of what people are facing. They're facing, well, I'll have to buy my medicine in a few days because I need to feed my kids. So they're putting off, they're just making very strong choices like that. New Zealand also has a great index called DEP 17, the deprivation index. I read through it and it has some, it's a really valuable tool for teaching you how, what situation people find themselves in poverty. Yeah, so basically in the world on a global situation, 10% of the population own 50% of the world's wealth. And of that, about 50% or the lowest half own only 8%. And this is real. It's just so incredible to think. Yeah. So So we don't fall into a category of a country with low inequality. Countries that have low inequality are Slovakia, Slovenia, Belarus, the Netherlands, Iceland, and the Czech Republic. And it's measured by what's called the Gini coefficient. 0 equals perfect equality, and 1 equals perfect inequality, where one person owns all the wealth. So New Zealand's Gini coefficient is 0.35, and most countries operate between 0.3 and 0.5. The highest inequality is in countries like South Africa. It has 0.63, that's the highest. And that's followed by Colombia, Brazil, and a lot of other African countries. So New Zealand has a few billionaires and a lot of multi-millionaires. They primarily generate their income from capital gains finance, in finance, insurance, and real estate market. We know that the more you have, the more you can invest and the more you can get back. So they keep selling these assets. And the capital gains tax in New Zealand is lower than the income tax. So they also benefit that way. And others are earning their wealth mostly from farming, engineering, manufacturing, and technology. But what I want to say is my concern for the country is that we may view ourselves too lightly as a country with low levels of inequality compared to others. But the fact is that there is high levels of inequality in all countries of the world. Poverty isn't natural, it's an outcome of mismanagement and a lack of sharing. And every person counts in the dignity of their life. Every person counts. Every person should have the basic requirements of life. And as long as we don't act, the gap in New Zealand between the rich and the poor will continue to get wider every year. And the wider the gap, the harder it is to address the problem. So even 0.35 is a lot. So we'll go back to slide number 5. Here I wanted to bring up the Universal Declaration of Human Rights because there's 2 articles there which SARCA views as the primary role and key responsibilities of any government. So Article 25 states that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate to meet their basic requirements, and also including public services and social security. And it states that those basic requirements as being food, clothing, housing, and medical care. So the progressive utilisation, it would also add in education. And Article 23 says that everyone has the right to an income worthy of human dignity. And this is what SARCA would term as having the purchasing capacity to acquire those needs. So he would see that the government has to create the opportunities for people to be able to get the income, to be able to purchase their needs. And so we can ask ourselves, does our economic structure today support human rights?
No.
And no, there are actually 3.6 billion people living in poverty on the planet. And there's 1 in 100 people said to be starving. And so it's not acceptable. So the SARCA, the secret to creating collective harmony and avoiding social unrest and war is to give everyone the minimum requirements of life. When everyone has minimum requirements of life, then it'll just lift the whole society into another gear. We'll also be able to treat a lot of the mental problems that we have. So Richard Wolff was asking he was discussing what are the root causes of inequality, and he pointed out the one of profit. This is one that SAPA also supports, that it's the concept of profit that is causing the problem. Because it's based on a tenet in capitalism that an individual has a right to make as much profit as they want. They have freedom, so we shouldn't take away their freedom. And but as a result, people are making profit, even knowingly they're depriving others or they're exploiting others, but they're justifying it as I'm just following the right. So he sees that as a big problem and the result of people, individuals hoarding, ending up getting a lot of profit, hoarding it, and they're not using it in a wise way in the economy. They'll just use it for speculation or financial gambling. Then the second root cause, he says, is the concept of privatisation. So he says that privatisation has a role or has a place in society, but it shouldn't be the central foundation of an ideal society. Privatisation, in one way, if we can use the cake analogy, a family with 6 kids and one kid eats half, and then the other 5 have to divide the rest of the cake between themselves. But we can extend that to our global human family. It's a similar situation today, but you can't, because it's lost in the billions of people we have, we can't trace the source of the problem. So privatisation, he preferred the concept of socialisation, but socialisation to him meant that people owning their resources, their local resources, and socialising industry, trade, commerce, almost everything, so that there's ownership of the resources. And another problem he, another root problem he said was that there's a lack of collective outlook in society. There's this sense of individualism, which Grace pointed out just before, and a lack of thinking ourselves, developing that family feeling, that sense of community, which is happening, but it needs to grow more in society. And that should also extend also to plants, animals, and the whole ecosystem, this sense of caring. So we need to develop that. And another point, an interesting point, was he said that the ambition to become rich is a mental disease. He called it a psychic disease, which results in antisocial behaviour and an inability to empathise with the suffering of others. So people are encouraged to get rich. It becomes a frenzy in the mind, like an addiction, and it becomes like something similar to gambling. So he saw this as more of a problem than people who run out and commit crimes because they have economic problems. He said the main problem is this frenzy, this mental frenzy that is going on in the minds of the people. And our business schools, our faculty, they permeate these values into their students. And it results in this problem we have today. So what I see is the idea of the wealth cap is that we have our median income as a measure. We work out, we live at we have our median income. We lift everyone's social security and minimum wage up to the living wage. We create a cap that will automatically lift up the median income. We create a cap. At the moment in the world, it's a difference of 1 to 30 in the income level of people. So we need to keep that cap there and bring it down to a level of 1:5, 1:10. So, and gradually, you're also lifting the living standards, keeping that cap there and saying we won't measure it until we reach a standard that's 1:10 or 1:5 in the difference of income between people.
You're enough.
So, I'll just finish now then. So I wanted to say that I believe Aotearoa has a peculiar blending of people that makes us quite courageous, and also with the willingness to strike out on our own. And then we also have that strong model of collective strength from the Maori people who tend to move less on as individuals and more as a collective. So this is a blending of potential. And in 1894, we pioneered the world's first minimum wage in the world, and it's now followed by 90% of countries. So we can also pioneer world caps and world limits. We can do it through taxation, or we can set a hard cap. But when you do a hard cap, you need a constitutional change. So that we could set the progressive taxation as 99.99%. Okay, so today here we're a small group of people, but it's really equality that counts. I'd like to finish with an encouragement and message from two leaders who have significantly influenced my life and speak to you through their words. First, my great-great-grandfather, Larry Aotearoa, from his maiden speech in Parliament in 1868. You, whose thoughts are full of wisdom, work hard, do that which is good for people, and lay down wise thoughts. And today, wise law means setting an upper limit so that every farmer can get their basic necessities met. And from our great leader, Saka, for contributing the progressive utilisation theory to society, he said, for the economic emancipation of humanity, you have my full support. So let Aotearoa be a country that has the bravery and the collective strength, the willpower to enact world cap rules. Kia kaha, kia maia, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Big thanks to Nicola, and I think it's a beautiful sort of coincidence that her tupuna in 1868 gave that maiden speech. I guess it was here, just not far from here in the old Parliament building, yeah? And that his mokapuna all these years later came and gave that talk to us here now. So thank you so much. And what a vibe. Do you agree? I found it like so soothing to hear that. So thank you very, very much. So our next part of our program is called Lunchtime. And I believe it's upstairs. Can someone confirm that? Correct. It's upstairs. And the stairs are this side. First door, go to the left. Conference rooms 1 and 2, through the stairs on that side. It's a bit of a it's been located, but on the next floor. Okay, so everyone enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, sorry.
Please, can you open the microphone? It's not, it's off. We cannot hear you.
Oh, wow. Yes, John, please. Okay, so the round of applause for John Black talking about.
Okay, that's a joke. Sorry, bad joke. My specialty, bad jokes. Hi, I'm John from Tui Bombs. I live in Golden Bay. Yeah, does everybody here know Tui Bombs? Yes. Woo! That's pretty good. Yeah, so Bruce asked me to speak today about the Tui Bombs business model. And in 2017, Bruce asked me to speak at a conference in Melson about the Tui Bombs business model. And it was really great. I enjoyed it so much. So I was really happy to do it again. And I have so I came up last night from Golden Bay and I stayed in Cocktail last night. And I realized all the notes that I carefully prepared and jotted down and wrote and everything are back in Golden Bay. So I'm gonna be referring to this because I've got some notes on here, so I apologize. Yeah, yeah. So the Tui Bombs company began in 1984 when the Tui community started in 1984 in Wainui Bay in Golden Bay. And there was a beekeeper there named Colin Isles, and he did this organic beekeeping and he had tons of beeswax. And he started making this thing called Tui Bee Balm, which is basically olive oil, beeswax, vitamin E, and propolis. Propolis is a bee byproduct. But yeah, and Colin got this thing up and off the ground, and then other people in the community started making different bombs, and people were making massage bombs, people were making throat and chest bombs, people were making lip bombs. At some point, they kind of pooled all their resources. They realized they were living in community anyway, and they were all kind of doing the same thing. And they thought, well, yeah. So that's how it all began back then. Back in those, well, it was called the Tui. The actual legal name is the Tui Bee Balm Cooperative Society Limited. Yeah, we just call it Tui Bombs. We save a lot of time like that. And I've been working there since 2000, well, actually 2009. And when I first was working there, we had a very different wage structure. I mean, it was not like the corporate model at all, but every position, like if you were doing packing, if you were doing labeling, if you were producing product, if you were going on sales trips or doing accounting, everything had these slight variations in rates. And so we had conversations, and in some of our co-op meetings, we decided we wanted to be more egalitarian with the wage rates. So we basically have a two-tier wage system. There's like the regular wage system, which is based on the living wage that you saw up here earlier. That's our base rate. And then there's a management rate, and that's, I don't know, maybe 20% higher. It's not really significant. And pretty much everybody that works at Tui Bombs, we have these, what do we call it? Categories of responsibility. And what that means is like, yeah, I might have contract for 25 hours. In fact, I do. And 4 of those hours are at the management rate, 21 hours are at the regular tier, whatever rate. And it's the hybrid rate, and everything is kind of done like that. It's a much more flat wage structure now for the last like 10, 12 years. And it feels really good because it does feel very much like a co-op. One of the earlier speakers mentioned something about community and ideas forming and building out of community. And that's how it happens at Tui Bombs. I'm just going to show you some of the things that we've done recently. Because first of all, Tui Bee Balm is the original bomb And everything else kind of evolved from that formula, including a range of massage bombs that's almond oil, olive oil, and then different essential oils. So over the last few years, we used to have lip balms in pots, and we got a lot of flack for that, 'cause apparently it's unsanitary to put it, your finger in and put it in here and then put it in your pocket and then do the same thing later. So we got them into sticks a couple of years ago, which was quite an achievement for us. Hey, there's a top, yeah.
Been using it for 50 years.
It's always good to have an audience plan. I highly recommend. Thanks, Mom. It's great, isn't that great stuff? It really is. So, and what you just saw there was cardboard bottles. For many years, Suey Bomb was in plastic bottles, and we always wanted to get out of them, and we could never find a suitable alternative. We looked at bamboo pots, we were looking at other of these wood resin pots, but they were basically plastic, they were wood resin. Anyway, a couple of years ago, we came out with a cardboard pot, and it was a patented design that we worked on with this guy. Actually, I have to say in China, because we couldn't find anybody in New Zealand that was willing to go on this journey, or in Australia. But we ended up getting the bee bomb and the baby bomb in cardboard pots, and they were really cool. They had like a double wall, almost like a thermos thing. So the inner cup had the bomb in it, and then there was an air space, and then there was an outer cup around that. And that worked really well. It was a little weird because the pots were much bigger than they needed to be. And then a couple of years ago, we started using these other cardboard pots that were actually the brainchild of Andy Harrod, who runs Songbird Naturals, which is a licensed manufacturer and distributor in the UK. And anyway, he perfected these pots. They're single wall. They're really cool. Inside, it's like a layer of baking paper, which is like super keen, super compressed onto the cardboard. And yeah, the oil and wax does not bleed through. So yeah, we released our whole line in these 100-gram pots within the last year. And also we have 400-gram bigger pots with the bee bomb and baby bomb. The massage bombs we have bigger, again, 600-gram pots, which is really cool. The small plastic pots that have been replaced with tins. Yeah, we came out with 40-gram tins, which was also very exciting. You can see how excited I get. One of the things I do, so I've done a lot of things at Chewy Bombs over the last 15 or whatever years it's been. And one thing I do is I go visit shops once a year. And last year when I went visiting shops, I was just so amazed at how much better everything looks in cardboard and tins. It was, yeah, remarkable. What else can I tell you about Chewy Bombs? Chewy Bombs is a charitable organization. We're registered with the New Zealand Charities Commission. And our constitution says, yeah, our purpose for existing, well, okay, there's a couple of reasons. One is to provide income for some of us that live at the end of the road. But our primary directive is to donate the profits to New Zealand registered charities.
And how much have you donated?
Last year we donated, I think about $74,000. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, so every early April, we have these amazing morning tea. And we have a list of charitable organizations from the, you know, and there's some that we give to regularly, and there are some that apply when they ask, and you know, pretty much anybody that asks gets something. We all get to tick. We all get to designate a portion of that to charities of our choice, which is super fun. And if anybody here is part of it, I was wondering, Bruce, is your thing a charitable organization?
No, it's an enterprise loan trust. It was.
Was that?
It was.
Oh, okay.
We got money from Chewy Bomb.
All right. Yay.
I'm not at last.
No, he's not a plant. He actually invited me here. Yes. Right. So. Yeah. So we don't pay tax.
We're tax exempt.
We're tax exempt. Yeah.
And what happens to the wages that you are all receiving?
We all pay the IRD taxes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and we collect GST on our sales, like, so, we have now about 24 products, and including, I don't know if you know, Tui Extreme Bug Spray. This stuff is amazing. I took the Milford Sound on a dare from a dock officer, and now it's the only natural one they carry there. Available at over 400 retailers around. It's true. So over the years, like people used to take it around to festivals and stuff back in like the 80s and the 90s. And it started catching on, and more shops were starting to carry it. And now we are in something like 400 or 500 retail shops all around New Zealand. There was a guy, Andy, who used to live here, and he used to work there. And then he and his partner moved to the UK, and he started importing it and reselling it there. And after a couple of years, he was importing like pallets and pallets and pallets. And then finally they went over and set up his own factory. And his thing is called Songbird Naturals. He couldn't call it TUI because of a German travel company were going to sue him. But he's got the same TUI bird, and it's called Songbird Naturals. And he's actually bigger than us. He's like 2 or 3 times bigger than us now in terms of like his sales. But he's got the UK. We gave him the whole EU territory. He's not a cooperative. And he's not a cooperative. That's right. He'll get that special morning tea.
You retail free health post to say a secret.
Yeah, Health Post, they're one of our accounts. I mean, they buy from us, we supply them, and then they sell it online. There are a couple of online retailers.
So you don't retail it secretly by yourself?
No, a long time ago, they used to have a website for retail, but that got stopped quite a long time ago. We are in Wainui Bay, and we love it if people come and visit us Monday through Friday. You know, usually you'll catch somebody in the office. It's a pretty relaxed environment, I've got to say, and it's really great. We operate with what we call a relaxed efficiency. Nobody works more than 30 hours a week. I mean, it is funny, that phrase, but it's actually really true. And that's where we get great ideas like the snuffler. This is, I'm not going to open it all up. Basically, it's a nasal inhaler stick, you know, like the vapor stick things. But this is made of metal. It comes with a couple of cotton inserts and a 10 ml bottle of essential oil, which is based on our throat and chest bomb blend. And it's really amazing just for when you have a cold, it's just like fantastic. And one of these, because it's got a 10 ml bottle, is equivalent to 20 of the plastic sticks. They have half a mil. So, oh God. I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna go like maybe $30. I don't know. I'm gonna leave all this stuff here, so if you're quick, you can get this one. Although Bruce has first dibs.
John, do you have minimum hours?
Excuse me?
You have maximum hours, do you have minimum hours?
No, we actually don't. No.
You have, like, so someone has a child.
Yeah.
How do you accommodate family life? Because you also live there, don't you?
Yeah, I do. So I live there. I've been living there since 2007. And yeah, basically, like if it's a new mom or dad and they need time off, well, they just take leave. And then say after a year, whenever, when they want to come back, then there's work for them generally. Yeah. And
do you have to follow maternity leave provisions, things like that?
I'm sure whatever the labor laws are around that, we would adhere to because we're all legit with all that sort of stuff. Everything's above board because it's just easier that way. Yeah.
And with your, I'm very interested in your hybrid. You're talking about hybrid
Wage structure.
I've not heard of that before, that you take your management wage and your
Yeah.
wage and one person could get a little bit of each.
Yeah.
Is there ever a hustling going on? Someone wanting a few more management hours or a bit like overtime, you know?
I wouldn't really say hustling, like, so I'll talk
I'm
about,
just being cheeky.
no, I'll talk about me personally. So I've done a lot of things at Chili Bomb over the years. I started in Pack Out. I did, I did the accounts for a long time. I general managed for years. The last 3 years, I was doing stock overview and management and labeling coordination and management. So I had four of my hours at the management, and I had like 22 or something at the regular rate. And yeah, and I just, after like so many years of doing so much there, I just thought, actually, I want to pursue pottery. I love making pottery, and I built a wood-fired kiln. And I'm not really putting any time. I just thought, I don't really need to work here so much. I don't really want to have the headspace up. So I basically, when the contracts were getting renewed in April, a couple of months earlier, I talked with the overall manager. We do have a general manager, and that's just because the buck has to stop somewhere. So we basically have a general manager, 3 other sort of managers, and then we have departmental managers, and we have team leaders within each department. It's all really, I would say, I'm doing this, but it's not really like that. It's more like this with a little bump in it. And that way I think everybody feels engaged and so, yeah, so I just said to Richard, I said, you know what, I don't really want to do the management of the stock and leaving review anymore. And yeah, I'm happy to just do leaving. I do 1 day of production. I make bombs 1 day a week. And yeah, and so I basically gave up some hours and I was feeling a bit insecure about that. But then I just thought, well, fine. But then I said, well, I wanted to give up the management hours. I didn't want to really give up the other couple of hours. And it was just like, well, that was part of the role. I said, yeah, you're right. Okay, fine. Yeah, there's not like a big competition among us there. It's a really amazing place to work.
Because over time too, and a lot of other professions and careers, is the idea that you're not doing well as you are progressing up, earning more, and it stays at that level. But what you're talking about is a lot more flexibility. Over time, your income can go up and down depending on which hours, how many hours, and also which hours.
Which category?
Yes.
And we have another thing to complicate the whole picture. Not complicated, it's just another, so our base rate is the living wage. And then we have a length of service. Every year that you're there for up to 10 years, you get an additional 2% on top. And that's capped at 10 years. So I've been there 16, 17 years, but it's capped at 10 years. And that's good. But yeah. What was I gonna say? We have a wages policy, and part of that policy says that our wages should never exceed, I think it's 38 or 40% of our turnover. Yeah, should never, sorry. I wish I had my notes, damn it. Yeah, our wages will never exceed 40% of our turnover. And it generally is around 34, 33%. And you know, and yeah, I guess we could go like, oh, let's give ourselves another 5%, but we don't, because we don't really need it. And yeah, it's a fantastic place to work. I could show you a little video on there possibly, but we probably don't have time. It's a 4-minute video. I've got 2 minutes left. I can show you half the video. No. Are there any other questions then?
Do you profit share at the end of the year?
We don't profit share. All the extra money gets donated to charities. The only exception is we keep some to reinvest in the business because we've grown quite a bit, let's say in the last 10 years. And we've had to put on, we put, I think 3 extensions on the building in the last couple of years, including a big one about 6 years ago. We thought, oh, we're never gonna have to do another one. And what happened was we started buying oil directly from Spain. Our olive oil is refined olive oil from Spain. It goes through a clay process to refine it. There's nobody in New Zealand that does refined olive oil, so we have to get it from overseas. We get almond oil from overseas, and we just introduced avocado oil as well. How do I get on that train of thought?
So you upgrading your buildings, you know.
Oh, right. Yeah. So we had to put another big sort of warehouse on the back of the existing building. But it's great. We get these 1,000-liter totes of oil and we get a whole container at once. So that it's sort of, I don't know, it just feels easier on the whole system that way.
You don't know what house or you're paying, are you paying rent for a house or?
No, so Tui Bombs is kind of de facto owned by the Tui Trust, which administers the land where, so Tui community is on this land. And this business kind of grew up out of that community. And so it's 50 hectares, which is 125 acres. And so there was, in one of the paddocks, like, yeah, there's Tui Bombs built their own building there. We built well, it was before I was there, but in 2000, a purpose-built building was built. And I think we pay some nominal annual rent to them, to the trust, which is basically us anyway. It's all a bit weird, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because, yeah, the money just goes out to other charities, and PSET doesn't really need rent from us for that little bit of land they're on. Yeah.
How many people work at Tui?
About 15, I would say. And it used to be everybody that worked there lived at the community. But over the last 5 or 10 years, like some people have moved into town or other parts of Golden Bay and they want to keep their jobs, so they have. Yeah, and yeah, that's another thing that's really cool, like the vast majority of people working there have been working there for a really long time, including like 3 people who've been there since 1984. So that's like longevity and just consistency within the workplace is really fantastic. Okay, I got you and then you, yeah.
So, do you have any issues with Chapman District Council with buildings on the site?
I don't know, we did it all with.
Go through a permit process.
Yeah, we go through resource consent and building consent, it's all legit.
They're quite comfortable with, multiple dwellings on your land and no.
Well, yeah, that was another thing, so that was through the old Golden Bay Council back in the 80s.
Okay.
And now that's gone, it's all TDC, it's like, you know, and yeah, there are something like 20 households on the land, but it was formed as a community and it got consent, and I think there was even consent for more houses at one point, but some of them expired. But no, the council is quite happy with what we do there. We have our own sewage pond, our own sewage system, we have our own water system coming from the creeks, and we're pretty self-sufficient in a lot of ways. Yeah.
You compost your too?
Wait 1 second, I've got.
So my question, John, was around, you talked about imported olive oil, imported almond oil, and because nobody's doing the refining. Have you all thought about doing that refining? Have you done a carbon kind of a climate impact from that importation? Have you guys done your kind of carbon footprinting stuff? Because it seems like that's, like not a particularly sustainable model of importing the oil itself.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, well, I would say on some level it is sustainable because it's been going for 40 years. I would say it's not ideal. There was a time, maybe 15 years ago, when we were talking about planting an olive grove. It never really got off the ground, and we go through, I mean, it would need to be a lot of olives to meet our needs.
Has there been any big discussion with the wider?
We
Obviously,
have-
there's a lot of olives being produced in these.
We have talked with different producers, and apparently, like, there's just not refined olive oil in New Zealand. So the refining process is quite involved. It includes these big presses and these big clay filters and all kinds of stuff. And nobody in New Zealand will do that. In New Zealand, if you want olive oil, it's a really cheap, beautiful, local, special olive oil.
But not good for your purposes.
For us, it wouldn't work because we want refined, because it just takes away some of the smell of the olive oil. It makes it a much more neutral base. Yeah, I know we would love to not do that, but yeah, and that is sort of one thing that's not ideal.
So maybe an opportunity though for somebody else to be doing some of that kind of stuff.
If somebody ever approached us and they said, we've got an olive grove and we've got a refining thing and we'd like to work with you, we go, great, fantastic. We do get all our beeswax sourced from New Zealand, certified organic. Yeah, with the almond oil comes from overseas, and the olive oil shortage and all that stuff that just happened like a year or two ago, a couple years ago. So since then, we've now introduced avocado oil into almost all of the bombs as well, replacing a big part of the olive oil.
John, if I could ask one final closing statement.
Yeah.
On why cooperatives can be the future of economy.
Okay. Actually gave me a nice think about that. No, I would say because, well, for me personally, I find the Tui Bombs business model really empowering. And I feel like I'm actually really part of a team. I feel like I have influence and I have input on big decisions, on little decisions. I feel like the team is really cohesive and really close and tight. And yeah, it's like nowhere I've ever worked before. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah.
He looks very happy.
One little thing I do want to say is Tui Baby Bomb, okay? 40 years, we've got 3rd generation babies on this stuff now. And we have a program where we give these 20-gram tins to midwives in New Zealand. And when they give it to the new mums, and any midwife in New Zealand can call us up and get on the program. It's super easy. And they just call us when they need them. We send 20 at a time to them, and they work with the new moms. And then when they need more, they collect them. And we've got like 700 or 800 midwives on file.
Oh, good.
The mums passing on to each other is what I'm saying. The mums is the sort of thing like being 73 days of they pass on to each other. So between mums, because it's very valuable. It's like you get my arm finished.
Yeah. It's my great pleasure now to introduce Sue Coots, and she's with the Zero Waste Advocacy. And Sue has a long-term interest in community enterprise and zero waste. She was the general manager of Waste Busters in Wanaka, 2003 to 2020, yes, and supported the development of the Zero Waste Network Aotearoa, operations network development and influencing policy. So thank you very much, Sue, for being with us.
So this is that.
Yeah. Do my best to stick to 10. Yeah, so it's great to be here today. I'm, you know, just like the speaker before, I'm part of the action arm of this kind of sector. And so I wanted to talk to you a bit about zero waste, what we do and the kinds of things we think about. So waste imposes itself on our lives in 1,000 little ways. You buy something, you end up with a pile of packaging to deal with. Sooner or later, you've got a product that you don't want anymore. It's either because your drink bottle was designed to be single use, your t-shirt wasn't built to last, or your phone has become obsolete. And there's evidence that we have a waste problem. It's all around us. Yeah,
Could you just get a bit closer to the
mic? To the mic. Okay,
With
yeah.
the microphone over your face. You want to do that?
Go ahead, I think it's good.
Is that okay? Okay, yeah, sorry about that. So the evidence is that we have the evidence that we have a waste problem is all around us. But all this rubbish and pollution are just symptoms of problems that are happening upstream. And extracting the resources that we use to make all our stuff changes land use, it damages ecosystems, it reduces biodiversity, results in soil loss, and creates greenhouse gas and pollution. And so the problem that we're really trying to solve with our network is how to radically reduce the amount of material and energy that we're pulling from out of our environment and into our economy. Zero waste strategies are a fundamental challenge to the way that we run our economy, and they're also a really fundamental challenge to ourselves and the way we live our lives. Finding solutions means going upstream into the supply chains, and we heard some great examples of that from Tui Bam. And we've got to design waste and pollution out of business models, out of products, and out of packaging. And we've got to create systems that keep materials and things in use for as long as we possibly can. And it means going deep inside ourselves to find a different way of being in the world. Our version of growth isn't the version that you hear about. You know, it's not bigger, better, faster, more. It's about growing the knowledge and the capability amongst ourselves to live zero waste lifestyles that are simpler and closer, more connected and more satisfying. It's a big ask. When I'm cruising around, people are saying to me, you know, what are you up to? You can't change the world. But I know from my experience that I can change every part of it that I can touch. Yeah, that one, sorry. Yeah, that one, thanks. To make things happen, you've got to reach out and you've got to connect. One of the main stories in capitalism is that we're just a bunch of interchangeable units. You know, we can pack up, we're individuals or nuclear families that can just pack up, we can move anywhere, we can change jobs and do anything. But the reality is that humans like us, we feel better when we belong in a community and when we have a place to call home. That gives us a reason to care, and it gives us the motivation to do something practical for our place and for our people. And the wonderful thing about waste is it's just this amazing breadcrumb trail. You can pick up anything that you've bought or found and you can follow it back. And that's a really great way to find other people like you that care about the same stuff. People that want to spend time poking around, seeing where all this rubbish has come from, and doing some experiments to figure out what kind of solutions there might be for it. Change always happens somewhere. It happens in a real place and real time. And all over Aotearoa, there's groups of people that are getting together and taking action. So Wastebusters is an example of that. Wastebusters got started back at the turn of the century. And in 2000, the council wasn't keen to do recycling or not even heard of reuse. And neither were the waste companies. And so 200 people in our community got together in the weekends and they worked all through the winter to build themselves a reuse and recycling centre. I wanted to make a difference and I saw what they were up to, and so I started to help. At the opening ceremony, our mayor bet $100 would be gone within 12 months. In his speech, opening speech. 25 years later, there's hundreds of people every single day that show up at Wastebusters. They find useful things at an affordable price. They get advice and ideas and advice. They drop off their household goods, their batteries, their empty packaging. It's like a form of magical realism. Places like Wastebusters, they crack open a gap in reality so that people can experience what an alternative world would feel like. They hold a space open for a different way of life. And they hold a space open for a different way of making a living. These communities at place are like the warp thread in our zero waste road. Can go to the next one. So hoping and dreaming and doing a few hours on the weekend are only going to get you so far on the road to zero waste. We needed a powerful machine that we could use to bring zero waste to life in our community, and so we looked to business. Business it's an amazing tool for organising people and resources. We just use it for all the wrong things. At Wastebusters, we asked ourselves, how can we make this into our day job? How can we put business to work for the common good? And so we seized control of the means of production and we flipped it. And instead of using people and the planet to make a pile of money that we could spend on Italian shoes and big clothes, we used the cash flow to make good things happen for our place and for our people. There's not much point telling people they should repair and reuse and recycle and compost if there's no local services for them to tap into. And so Wastebusters provides those services, local households and businesses that have become the customers that want to pay for them. That creates the cash flow that runs our community empires. And so far it's working. Nowadays, Wastebusters employs 50 people. There's quite a few part-time people and quite a few people on flexible work arrangements so that it fits with their life. Turns over about $3 million every year. And so of that, people talking about tax, you end up paying about $700K a year in tax. So we're contributing back to the common good in that way. And that's a huge amount of boots on the ground, helping local businesses and households shift into a zero waste lifestyle. The best place to engage with someone is when they've got a problem. They arrive at the site, they've got a problem, they're the most interested at that point that they're ever going to be, and the most likely to listen to what you've got to say. I've got this thing, what can I do with it? How can I avoid getting one next time? And places like Wastebusters, by engaging with the people that come through the gate, they reshape the identity of their people and they change the culture of their place. People like me care about this sort of stuff. People like me can do something about this kind of thing. People like me repair, we reuse, and we compost. It's tough being a small organisation trying to deliver on a big dream. Luckily, people in organisations tend to gather around big ideas like zero waste. So we got together with a bunch of like-minded organisations to make the Zero Waste Network. And banding together gives us the luxury of being able to specialise a bit. Our community of interest has 3 parts. Zero Waste Aotearoa is a small organisation that does 2 main jobs. Number 1, champions the zero waste cause here in New Zealand. That sometimes looks like pushing for something really specific, like advocating for container deposit return schemes, so we could do a better job of reusing all those empty bottles, cans and cartons. Or it could be fighting to stop rubbish burning incinerators being built in Waimate or Te Aotearoa. And other times it's really conceptual, like it could be showing people the connection between waste reduction and emissions reduction. And number 2, it coordinates the Zero Waste Network. Meaningful work feels like having good company, belonging, and getting the advice and support you need to do a satisfying job. So our membership coordinator gets people together to share knowledge and experience and get to know each other. And our team runs collaborative projects with the members to grow new tools and revenue streams, like Every Bite, which helps New Zealanders make changes at home to reduce their food waste. Localised is our commercial arm. Their job is to grow more community-led resource recovery enterprises and projects around the country. And they use joint ventures and partnerships to do that. They build the capacity and the capability of the local organizations so they get bigger and stronger over time. And they pull together packages of contracts and revenue streams and the relationships that are needed to unlock zero waste solutions for communities. That looks like 2 big zero waste hubs in Auckland that gave 215 community organizations free secondhand goods last year that they could use to deliver their own missions. It looks like the first Māori Pacifica-led resource recovery centre in Onehunga in South Auckland, or the new community-led site just up on the Tapiti coast at Aotearoa, where they focus on construction and demolition materials. And this community of interest, that's the weak thread in our zero waste world. Okay, that's one. And the third part of our collective action is a zero waste network, but which brings this all to life in the communities across Aotearoa. The grandfather of our networks, the Community Business and Environment Centre, which started in 1989, back in the day when we had the big economic changes here in New Zealand that saw a jobs cut and regional economies gutted. And since then, it's grown to this huge number of organisations around the country that you can see here, 72. It looks like 1,100 pairs of boots on the ground, that staff engaging with their communities face to face. More than 10,000 volunteers leaning in to help push. It's 38,000 tonnes of material getting recycled and composted, and $79 million in cash flow that's used to grease the wheels to make that all happen. So community-led enterprises are doing a lot of amazing stuff. They're running libraries of tools and equipment, they're sharing fleets of reusable cups and plates and cutlery at events and festivals around the country, running reuse shops, repairing, recycling, refurbishing. They're collecting, sorting, and processing recycling, compost, scrap metal, building materials, and they're engaging with their communities to change their behaviour over time. So organisations like the Extreme Zero Waste or the Auckland Community Resource Recovery Network show us that a new world's not only possible, she's already here. And on a quiet day, I can hear her breathing.
How inspiring is that? And I love that graphic before where you see, a vision of this new world based around this reuse and zero waste. I'd like now to introduce Jerry Gillespie, and he's with Zero Waste International Alliance. Jerry has had 30 years of experience in organic material recovery and soil reuse, working in government, NGOs, and as a consultant across Australia, New Zealand, and several other countries. He pioneered the city to soil collection program and refined a composting method focused on community engagement. He advocates for treating waste as valuable resources, emphasizing local community benefits. Jerry is a recognized leader in the international zero waste movement.
That, have you got from 10 slides in front of that? What's that? That's the, look, thank you.
Match my fitness.
No, I've got to go and need it. Oh, you need it for the report.
I need this for the report. You can hold it up.
No, I'll be dropping. Thank you. Oh, good. 10 minutes. Oh, good. You only need about 3 of them. It was interesting hearing your mayor this morning talk about a new waste minimisation strategy. I remember I arrived here in 1997 as the founding manager of the Zero Waste New Zealand Trust. A strange question, why would you use an Australian as a fundamental like that? But still, that's what happened. I was talking to the head engineer here in Wellington at the council, and I was questioning the stupidity of having a landfill that's based right down beside Cook Strait on those rocks, just between you and the next bit of land, a bit further across the mainland. And he said, yeah, it struck him the same way as an engineer for many, many years, because 2 fundamentals about that is all landfills leak and water runs downhill. So why are you putting shit in your own water slides. It always struck me as a very, very odd thing. The whole focus of what I've been about for a long time now is the value of returning organics to soil. So as you know from what the Mayor said this morning, you're going to be spending more money looking at the idea of waste minimisation in the future. It's an investment you make in the community. It's probably about as much as a third of your total rates go into that sort of thing. Do you want to make a profit from it, or you just want to piss it up against the wall, for want of a better expression? Next slide, thank you. You can get that book still with Acres Magazine. You can either get the written version or the audio version. The audio version, if you're driving your tractor, is very good to sleep by. Next one, thanks. The whole thing about City to Soil as a program was about the agricultural disconnect, about the idea that we're spending all this time and effort trying to get people to actually compost, and yet the whole issue is much more fundamental than that. It's about what your relationship is with the local farmers. And you can't get change in the farming communities. Farming communities around the world get less and less support from government, despite the fact that they're fundamental in our food supply. Yet at the same time, we've got very little community support. The reason is because you've got this huge discrepancy between the community and what the farming community gets up to in terms of producing their food for you. Next one, thank you. We came up with this thing called City to Soil. It's fundamental that it's really, really easy to come up with the community. Our only message with the idea of City to Soil was saying to people, you need to get really, really clean material into your agricultural purposes. And if you're going to do that, then you need to make sure that it has no contamination. So no glass, no plastic, and no metal in it. People get that. It's a very, very simple idea. We've had numerous sites around the world now where we've had contamination rates of less than 0.5%. So it can be done, and what it's more about than anything else is a good community strategy. Next slide. So what we came up with, we were at one stage given a grant of about $1 million by the New South Wales government, but we very quickly realised, because we were trying to compost in very discrepant areas that were as much as 4 or 5 hours apart, we would have used all of our money trying to run from one spot to another if we did what you traditionally do, sort of turning your compost all the time and running machinery up and down the road. So we had to come up with something very, very simple. What we came up with, next slide, is a combination of a thing called the Maid Bruce system, which was actually designed, it was part of the Dig for Victory program during the Second World War. She was a student of Rudolf Steiner's. Her idea was you could actually make a herbal inoculant to run a composting program where you wouldn't have to turn the material, you just kept it moist and you put a cover on it. In combination with that, we also used some work that was done in India, and it was a lot of Indian programs in terms of composting have been around for a long time. There's about 40 different ones we've discovered in recent sort of work that was done by other people. This is using a combination of that process in Merowini in North Queensland. It uses a liquid inoculant that we've developed from a whole range of different sources. They're basically lactobacillus. Next slide. You need to cover the process. So we found very quickly that if you have a composting process where you've got an upturned V, so you've got plastic over the pile, as soon as you get to respiration, the water hits the plastic and runs off. So you put a little bum in the top, just a little dip, and it means that moisture goes up, hits that dip and drops back into the pile. So it saves water, cannot spontaneously combust because it's too wet to burn, doesn't require any degree of turning, produces a consistently high quality compost with a CEC of up near somewhere around 100. And it's a really, really high grade quality product that sells in some parts of Australia of as much as $150 a tonne. That's a description of how that moisture retention operates. Next slide, thanks. You're almost psychic. This is, people always talk about the idea of whether you can do it at scale. Yes, you can. That's I think probably about 300 tonne in the longer view of the slide. Next one. We used a whole range of different sorts of materials. As you can see in that list, they're the very small, the one right at the very, very bottom, nappies and grass. There's some recent work we've been doing in Samoa. Native women in Samoa have the difficulty in places like Samoa is you have a situation where a lot of the food waste and a whole lot of other material goes directly to feed pigs and chickens. They don't have this sort of concept that we have of stuffing everything in bins. So it means that their waste stream has changed quite dramatically by the content. 27% of the total waste stream is nappies with plastic on them. A great deal of that plastic gets into the sea because they're small islands, not dissimilar to yourselves. And that plastic ends up contaminating the entire food supply. So the idea was to give these young women the ability to actually control what happens with those nappies. So they've got fully compostable nappies. You cannot give women in remote island situations like that washable nappies because they either, one, they won't have electricity, or two, they won't have water. So giving them compostable nappies meant we were able to employ 18 people in this single project in 2 villages. It was the first time many of those women have ever had a job in their lives, and it directly relates to something they do on a daily basis as mothers. That's the neighbour's box. It's a really simple concoction. You basically got 4 pallets standing on their ends. They're joined on the corners with a bit of boot iron, or in this instance, hinges. It was funny actually because we organised this for the Chogham meeting, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, and Prince Charles sent through one of his secretaries a request as to how that composting system worked. And so I sent back got a short text to him, well, it's half a page, saying if he looked back through the family photos, he'd find his grandmother was involved in the program where they were using that system during the Second World War. There's absolutely nothing new in the world, you know, we all stand on each other's shoulders with this sort of stuff. Next one, please. This is a very interesting thing, and if you come to the workshop that David and I are conducting tomorrow at Kai Cycle Urban Farm, I don't know the street address, you'll see the sorts of products that we're making. This is using the compost inoculant as a seed coat. We're finding all sorts of wondrous things about seeds that we didn't understand in the past. That seedling, that radish seedling, is, I think it was only about 2 weeks, and it's about 10 inches long. So we're getting some stunning results. And that's the whole seed microbiome as humanity we're finally getting our heads around. We've got a couple of farmers in Western Australia who are actually growing with nothing other than seed coats. They put a seed coat made of vermicast on their seed, put it into the ground. Tillering, when you get the 4 leaf stage, so you have another spraying, and just before they head up their crop, they do another spray, and they've been growing wheat like that for about 4 or 5 years now, quite successfully next. This is the same sort of thing. This is a horrible product called Canadian flea bone in a place called Tamora. It's just using a standard hay baler, baling up weeds, 100% seed kill. As you see, it has really intense fungal activity in the pile. The wonderful thing for the farmer is you get your paddock back, but you can put this stuff in round bales, put it on the tops of the hills, leave it there until it all rots down, then just split the bales and let nature run it down the hills. We also, tomorrow, we'll probably give you a bit of a demo on things making hydrolysates. Take a protein source, macerate it down, add 100% water to it, add a lactate source, inoculant to it, and carbohydrate as a sugar source, and you can make a foliar fertiliser that you dilute down to about 100 to 1 because it's quite acid. And we've had quite successful crop uses of that product in all different parts of Australia. You can use it in a whole lot of different circumstances. You can use a lot of different circumstances, and of course for protein sources you can even do it in your own kitchen with your own food waste. All the recipes and everything are either on my website, or you can come tomorrow and get the information from the actual course. And also too, if you need to get more information on the composting process or on the inoculant process, the bioferments, if you have a word to David or Sue before you leave, you can put your name down for their compost course. The 2 courses start in June this year. I'm not sure the dates.
So who are David and Sue?
Sorry?
Who are David and Sue?
David, there's David. I don't know where Sue is. She's probably downstairs doing something.
Okay.
There is our marketing.
Yeah, I'm doing the marketing. No. It's a very, very simple process. It means that you as community can take control of that. Your organic products that you throw out, and this includes, for me, this includes paper and cardboard, can constitute about 60 to 70% of everything that goes into your waste bucket. You can turn that into a viable product and work with your local farmers to produce something that your local farmers can produce that can help them produce food for you.
So I might just jump in too. I met Jerry 12 years ago. I'm an agroecologist that I work with farming communities across Australia. Ruby farmers trying to change
ecological farming, and I went to a compost heap at a council where we call them tips in Australia, which is just where people dump crap. And I saw this compost under these tarps, and I went, that's not possible. And then I found out that it was from this project. So I drove about 10 hours to go and meet you and say, what the hell are you doing with this compost? Because I realised it's a really powerful technique for farmers. So we've got farmers that have made compost for nearly 30 years that now save 80% of their water when they make compost and 80% of their labour and machine loss. So it's a really nice technique. So yeah, it's a really powerful technique, but then you can make products from it that you can then sell. So feral fish, fish in the river systems, you can turn them into fish fertilizers and be sold and made locally. So it's been it triggered a lot of change in a lot of rural communities that we were against. That's right.
If I could just mention one other thing apart from what David just said then. One project we were trying to work on, what we've yet to get federal government funding for, but that's not strange in Australia, was the pig problem in the Aotearoa wetlands. There's an estimated 4 million pigs, depends who you talk to. Mainly the process that we were using, along with our CSIRO, is using white honkies in helicopters flying over the wetlands, shooting the pigs and leaving the carcasses in the wetlands. And of course it dawned on somebody after 3 years of doing this bloody stupid thing that all we were doing was feeding the other pigs. And the dogs and the cats and all the other ferals that are in the area. So where our whole proposition is, if you can make a hydrolysate from those pigs, if you can sell it to farmers down at the tableland for as little as $4 a litre, you could actually pay those people who shoot the pigs $1 a kilo. So Indigenous people working on country, getting paid to do a good job, which is really important to protect their own systems. And you could do precisely and exactly the same thing here with that bloody Australian possum.
Wow. Aren't there chemicals in paper and cardboard? Why would we put them in?
There was a 1984 assessment of all the chemicals and things that were then in paper and cardboard, including red ink. I think it was done by Friends of the Earth. There's no there's no contaminant. And you're talking about minimal amounts. In any case, why are we making paper out of trees and make it out of bloody hemp?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that inspired the night. The workshop is tomorrow, what time?
Oh yes, we've got a workshop here tomorrow at the tricycle, and I think it's
2 o'clock.
It's in the afternoon.
Yeah.
How can you get in the address?
Yeah. Hospital, it's hospital run.
Let's go with 2. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There is hope. That's what I get from these speakers. And in a way, they're already doing it, already living this change, this new way. It's fantastic. Moving on with our program, it's my pleasure to introduce Craig Rennie. And Craig is actually replacing Richard Wagstaff, who's the president of the combined trade unions, and we have with us Craig Rennie in his place. He's an economist and director of policy at New Zealand Council of Trade Unions, and he specialises in economics, especially economic evaluation and economic geography, labour market analysis, skills and education, data analysis, local government, especially finance, governance, and central local relations. So let's give a warm welcome. Craig.
Just be a second.
Of course.
There you go. Thank you. And I can see I'm going to have to update my LinkedIn profile because that was my LinkedIn profile, and I think it's been a long time since I've done any actual economic evaluation or central local relations. Just while we're waiting for this to start, I hope this is going to work. I warn you in advance, and you're going to click the button. Yeah. Right, and you might want to put an ACC claim form in for RSI right now, because there's an animation and there's a consequence. You're going to be doing a lot of clicking. Yeah. So thank you all for inviting me here today, and I'm going to send my apologies again from Richard Wagstaff, CTU president. He can't be here, unfortunately, due to a family bereavement. So if you can imagine someone taller than me and with less of an accent actually giving this presentation, that would be fantastic. I'm here to talk about reimagining Aotearoa together. But before we start, I I just want to check one thing with you. Just one question for you. Do you feel back on track yet? We're at the halfway point, roughly, of this term, of this government, right? Child poverty is up. Yeah, and we've just had we had the deepest recession since 1991. Government investment has fallen at its fastest rate since 1991. And we're defunding lots of programs, not the police, but we're defunding lots of other programs like Inter-Ireland Affairs. We're defunding our carbon and climate change programs. We've got the worst results in the Crown accounts since we started doing Crown accounts. Yeah, apparently things are great. So I'll ask you again, do you feel back on track yet?
Oh,
good. That's why we think a better way is possible. And as part of the work we've been doing in the CTU is a program which we call REAT internally, because we don't like the adjective rat, which is reimagining Aotearoa together. And what that is it's a policy program. We've learned from overseas jurisdictions about helping trade unions, other civil society actors to work together on a common policy platform, on a common policy program, so at the next election, we know what we're doing. And if we sort of work out what the purpose of that is, we've learned in particular from our good friends in Australia, the Australian Council of Trade Unions, which did an awful lot of work with the Australian Labor Party before the last election. And it built policies and it built programs to the point where the legislation was good to go, where policy work had been done, the costings had been done. And that was essentially to create that compelling narrative for change and to normalise the idea that other things are possible. We hear all day, every day, that, you know, it has to be like this. There is no alternative, as we're often told. That we can secure public and private party buy-in to key policies if we engage with those political parties long before elections, rather than actually just turning up at the last moment and saying, can we have this, please? Now we can ensure that the next progressive government swiftly delivers those key policies. But importantly, and what's not written in there, is that we do this via a bottom-up approach. We don't sit in an office in Wellington and work out what's going to be done and then cast that across the country. We've worked with thousands of trade union workers across the country. And we've asked them, and we've started our policy process with, what's going to work for you? What's the problems you're facing? And how do we tackle them? And if we do tackle them, what's going to make a difference for you? So we have to do that of course, in a context. And that context, you know, probably doesn't need any explaining to you, but we've got a current climate of public service cuts. We've lost around 8,500 public servants, all told, since this government took office. We've weakened employment protections because we needed to bring back 90-day trials, which didn't work. We've removed freedom for contractors in terms of we've removed the ability to actually join trade unions, even though they won the court case in the Supreme Court. We're getting rid of 30-day rules, which means they allow them to join trade unions. We've got rid of fair pay agreements because all of those things are making people better off, right? There's a feeling that the Sixth Labour government moved too slowly on key initiatives. That's why it's really important to do this before we actually get to the election. We did pass fair pay agreements under the Sixth Labour government. We passed it under urgency right at the very end of that government. There's lots of other things that were passed way too late, but we couldn't see the benefit of those programs actually being delivered. This policy process allows us to get those things off the ground and get them done really quickly. We've also had that longer term backdrop of more market is the solution to all of our problems for essentially 4 decades now. And not only has it not worked, continuing to ask whether it's working or not is a sort of definition of stupidity. 10 years ago in New Zealand, we generated exactly the same amount of electricity as we generate today in gigawatt hours. The amount of electricity that's renewable has risen by 4% ever since we privatized most of the generators. It's that bad. The population has gone up by 1 million during that period. The economy is 30% larger, but the amount of electricity is the same. That's why you're all paying more for your electricity. I'm currently in the Venice of the South Pacific, Wellington. It's not because it's particularly picturesque, it's because the water infrastructure makes very public appearances every so often in the streets. Why is that the case? Because we haven't spent the money. We haven't done the works that we needed to do. So that's the context in which we find ourselves, and that's the context in which we're then setting up that policy program for change. So it's not about just adopting more market. It's not about just accepting that the public service is there just to get out of the way. It's about delivering real change for New Zealanders. And so we've got 4 broad programs of work underlined by vitality, which obviously underpins everything that we do. And those are good work, and I'll come on to that in just a second. Rebuilding Aotearoa, there's a $210 billion infrastructure gap in New Zealand. Those are schools, hospitals, roads, GP practices, fire stations, everything else that should exist and don't. Because we haven't paid for them. Railways. We haven't paid for them. Auckland, over the past 10 years, needs 2 new hospitals just for population change. We have a hospital, it's a new one, the lights are off because we can't afford to turn it on. We haven't rebuilt Aotearoa. In the words of the great economist J.P. Galbraith, we have private affluence and public squalor because we haven't done the work needed. We need to end inequality. Child poverty is rising in New Zealand. There's 159,600 children in New Zealand who live in material poverty. That means they don't have 2 pairs of shoes. That means they don't have a winter coat. They live in cold, damp housing. They regularly don't go to the dentist or the doctors because the family can't afford to take them. In a country as wealthy as New Zealand, that's a sin. But we don't do anything to end inequality, and in fact, all of the indicators are heading in the wrong direction. Since 1991 and the Employment Contracts Act, the amount of the economy that goes to wages and salaries has fallen consistently year after year, whereas the proportion going to surplus profits has risen year after year. We need to secure our future. That means delivering a just transition. That means delivering a transition, not like the 80s and the 90s when we see economic and social and other changes, and we put the costs just on the shoulders of those with the least ability to pay. I'm doing a lot of work at the moment in Aotearoa as a consequence of the closure of the paper mill up there. What's going to happen is you've got 260 workers who are amongst the best paid workers in that region, and they're all going to lose their job, and they haven't got another one to go to. And there's no plan. You've done this before. You can go to the former mill towns, to the paper mills, to the meat works that existed, and we're still paying the costs from those closures in the 80s and 90s. So those are the 4 broad programs of work that we're working on. And just so I can fill you in on this, we did a piece of work under the previous government, under the 8 elements of good work. And the reason I highlight this is because fair wages and economic security, free from worker exploitation, where workers have voice, where we look after the environment, where health and safety and well-being are important. This sounds like a CTU document, yeah? This sounds like the sort of thing I would stand up and talk about. This was signed off by Business New Zealand. Because under the previous government, we had a tripartite body to bring these issues to the table and talk about them, where workers and businesses had a voice at the table. And we've lost that. We no longer have that future of work forum. We no longer have those forums in which to have that conversation, because amongst the first acts of the incoming government was to abolish all of them. I say that because these things we talk about and we say, well, we could never achieve that. We did, and we can do. It's actually really straightforward. We just need to want to do it and to choose to do it again. So we have a range of policy priorities. You can find all of our policies online on reimaginingaotearoa.org.nz. But starting at the top, strengthening workers' rights, as you would expect from the CTU, honouring Te o Waitangi, ending inequality, creating a prosperous economy, guaranteeing worker education and training. Why is that important? New Zealand's labour productivity is really low, but we're actually giantly overskilled. The problem isn't that the level of skills in the economy is too low. It is in some areas, don't get me wrong, you try finding an electrician. But in many areas, we're actually overqualified. The problem is workers are in the wrong place. So they're doing jobs they're not trained for. They're doing jobs they're not qualified for. And that's often because they lost their job somewhere. And because our terrible welfare state pays so little income, they have to take the first job that's available. We call this in the trade in economics wage scarring. And you can see the effects of wage scarring in New Zealand for years on incomes. And we have amongst the worst wage scarring anywhere in the developed world. And it's a direct function of the fact that people lose their jobs, they're desperate for income because the welfare state is so low. And we need to build more infrastructure. As I said, we have a $210 billion infrastructure gap. We need to transition to a new carbon-free energy market and a new carbon-free car fleet. As part of that, we have one of the dirtiest and oldest car fleets anywhere in the developed world. We need to invest in social infrastructure, tackle climate change, and ensure that the wealthy pay their fair share of tax. So David Parker's work in government showed that he measured the 211 wealthiest families in New Zealand. They have an average household wealth of $270 million. You, and I use the word you collectively, right? Roughly, the average household wealth in New Zealand is just about $500,000. That includes your family home, your pension, your everything else. Right? They pay 9% tax. You pay 21%. You pay GST, they don't. So we need to make sure that the wealthy are paying our fair share of tax. And we need to improve public debate. I don't know if you heard Winston Peters on the radio this morning threatening to defund RNZ because it said something he didn't like. Yeah, I don't know if you've been following what's been going on in the US and threatening to defund NPR, Voice of America, right? Anywhere in which there's an impartial news service or an impartial public broadcasting service, it's under threat. And we need to support that here. The key question for us is clearly, how do we get from where we are here to there? And so we've developed a range of policies, which we'll be setting out over the next 12 months as part of building up to the next election. So we've got a new omnibus in industrial relations, that's IRs, not Inland Revenue, industrial relations bill, which will roll back the negative changes that we've seen from Boop van Velden under this government. A revised New Zealand income insurance scheme, which will actually include paid parental leave as an income insurance scheme. So paid parental leave will be paid at 80% of your previous salary, not the maximum that is currently paid right now. And it can be shared between partners in ways that it can't currently be shared. We have a new tripartite industrial relations actor because right now one of the biggest problems we have in New Zealand is actually getting good industrial relations or health and safety or employment law out. And we need to change that. We want a ministry to deliver Crown infrastructure. Now you may have heard talk of a Ministry of Works or Ministry of Green Works. How we get there, there's lots of different ways of doing it. But right now we need someone to actually deliver that Crown infrastructure because we don't, and we're overpaying Fletcher's and other companies to deliver that infrastructure on our behalf. And we don't get the pipeline of skills that we got when we had a Ministry of Works. We didn't have a shortage of tradespeople in New Zealand when we had a Ministry of Works because the Ministry of Works was training all of those tradespeople. And we have somewhere in the order of $60 billion of pipe work to replace in New Zealand, just in water. So why don't we do that ourselves rather than paying someone else to do it? Finally, we need to deliver a just transitions minister because during the last term of office, we had 16 ministers who had responsibility for climate change, which meant nobody had responsibility for climate change. And certainly no one had responsibility for managing the changes caused by climate or caused by economic change or even demographic or other changes. So we need to do that. We're going to deliver these as big, deep policy programs. So you'll be able to see everything in terms of the law in there. Then we're going to deliver a bunch of discussion papers about what we want to see in the first term. And that includes a second industrial relations bill, Maori Employment Action Plan. We used to have a Maori Employment Action Plan. Maori unemployment is 3 times the Paki Hara. Pacific unemployment is 3 times the Paki Hara. It doesn't need to be. The Trade Union Education Authority, a 2-year, which we used to have, and where we deliver a strong care economy. One of the biggest sectors of growth in New Zealand over the next 30 years is going to be the care economy, and it's one of the least well-paid, least regulated, and least well-funded sectors of the economy. It should be delivering good middle-class jobs for the future, but instead, right now, it's delivering poorly regulated, highly exploited workforces. We need industrial development and workforce planning because, as we talked about, okay, we have skills in the wrong place, and importantly, we need to deliver publicly owned energy in New Zealand. When we last talked about publicly, when we last had a publicly owned, we last measured our energy margin in New Zealand, the profit margin for energy was 92%. So 8% of your bill was paying the cost of generating the bill, 92% was margin.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I can't tell you what it is right now, because in December 2024, we stopped collecting the statistics. But we also need an affordable housing package, because despite what we're hearing from trade unions, that rental prices are down, rental pressures are off, there are still thousands of people in New Zealand who don't have a home. And we've got rid of our emergency housing problem by just making people homeless. And we need to tackle that problem. Because right now, if you wander the streets of Wellington, street homelessness has never been worse. So that's the policy arm of what we're doing. And this is the organising that we're doing, which is allowing that here fight back together. We'll be holding protests around the country. This is the next one on May Day, 2026. Strongly encourage you to attend every one of those events. We'll be telling the government that a different future is possible. We've got a budget coming up on May 22nd, where we want to see the kinds of positive change that we all want to see delivered. We have a chance to fight for it on May the 1st and tell the government that actually that is the case. I'm going to stop gassing.
Has CTU got a policy on worker cooperatives?
Yeah, well, we do. We encourage them, in particular, the kinds of models that you see overseas in places like Spain. And we have the Mondragon model, which is an excellent and very large industrial co-op. The John Lewis model in the US and the UK, which was an industrial society co-op. But what we don't want to do is to see more cooperative cooperatives like Fonterra, where they're essentially shareholder co-ops. Yeah, we want to see worker participation in those, worker participation at the boardroom level as part of those conversations, and where the intention of the company is to deliver good well-being and good welfare for their employees, as well as a profit. Not just simply how do we exploit the workers more so that they can receive 2 more cents of their dividend at the end of the year.
So I was going to ask the same question, so I'm just wondering where in your presentation does that fit in?
Sure. So where we talk about delivering good work, that's a key part of that. Where we talk about delivering a just transition, there are many sectors of the economy, and Aotearoa is a great example. The paper mill isn't profitable. It's just not. It costs too much money. Why does it cost too much money? Energy prices are too high, input prices are too high. Yeah, but that site is incredibly heavily contaminated, and there's a lot of work to do to clean that site up and tidy it up, and there's work to do on the site as well in terms of tourism and future types of employment. We can do all of that via a worker co-op on the site, where actually the workers take over that part of work and deliver the cleanup themselves, because they're living in that community and they want the best outcomes for their area. We can do that. We can create the economic development opportunities in that space via worker co-ops, because again, those are the workers themselves who are directly benefiting, and we keep that workforce in that place. Because the biggest risk we have right now in places like Aotearoa or elsewhere is that those families go to the Gold Coast in Australia and we lose them forever. So that's where we see those sorts of changes in the kinds of economic development options that we have in the future, and delivering that just transition, and where we can get win-win outcomes for both workers and for a better economy in the future.
So sorry, because I was just wondering if it was part of your training program, that you actually train workers for co-op management.
We don't currently, because right now we would probably leave that to the, because we're the council of trade unions, the actual trade union itself that was actually looking after that area. So we wouldn't get it in the way of Aotearoa or First or somebody else doing that particular piece of work, but we'd certainly encourage it, and we'd certainly want to work with government about saying, well, hang on a second, how can we work together to create the opportunities? What sort of regulatory roadblocks do we have in that space? One of the biggest areas that are co-ops right now, where we're really struggling, is actually early childhood education. And it's not because these sectors are over-regulated, it's because the capital upfront costs stop people from setting up community-based centres. And as a consequence, we know we want more ECE as a country. We're desperately short of it. We have the second most expensive ECE anywhere in the developed world of the island. Right? We know we want to have them in places that families traditionally can't access, or where they're too expensive to access. Trust me, Thorndon, as in Wellington, has no shortage of ECE centres. Cannons Creek doesn't have any ECE centres, right? Because people who can afford it can buy their way out of that problem. How do we work together to create those co-ops in ECE, so we can create community-owned, community-run ECE centres, rather than just further enriching the right family, right? So they can make more tax-free profits. There are plenty of areas in which we can work, but it's about working together.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry if what I'm about to say isn't entirely coherent, because I don't know what you're going to say. Just the point I was raising earlier, it's essentially about every person who stands up and talks about work, starting to talk about paid work versus unpaid work. Because carers' work is unpaid work, and if it's not recognised as being work, then we don't have the next step of it being valued or remunerated. We have a model of feminist economics, Margaret Mary, who talks about counting
for nothing.
Right. Came out 30 years ago, still not hearing that distinction being made by sort of almost anywhere, honestly. I worked at the Ministry for Women a few years ago. They were doing the household labour force survey. Those were the stats they were using, and it wasn't capturing the work of parents and mothers. So that was one thing I wanted to put forward to you. Also to talk about in your work, housing a very significant barrier to people, but also childcare and anything around family life, really restricting people's access to paid work. Flexible part-time work, good quality part-time work being incredibly important. The government could be wrong with its own jobs. So a lot of carers, a lot of people who are employed in the caring professions are single mums, or have been single mums, and their kids are growing up and they can't get back into well-paid work. That's a really massive issue in this country as well. And I just keep thinking the government's not role modelling good quality, well-paid part-time work, and part-time can mean 10 to 25 hours. It's not 30. Yeah.
Can I just ask, can we get a reply to that, Craig?
Of course. So you're absolutely right. One of the things that the CT is really interested in is working with Stats NZ to bring back the survey of working life and the annual survey of hours standards, because you're right, because we don't measure it, no one knows how much is being offered. Because no one knows how much is being offered, we don't value it. And so unpaid care is completely invalued because we don't know how much exists. We don't know who pays it, we don't know where the incidence falls. And as a consequence, it observes Marshall's law of economics. Anything that is free is overused. And as a consequence, we need to get better understanding of that issue and then have some policies in place to actually deal with that issue. One of the things we talked about in our programme is delivering a care economy for the future. And that would be a big part of that. How do we properly value care? And it's not just care in institutional settings, it's care.
It's recognising also that care that's currently going on is already economic.
And then, but just for, and the other thing I say is that I would want to be really careful because New Zealand has already worked some of the longest hours in the OECD. Right? So this isn't just necessarily about extending people's hours, right? This is actually about extending people's financial capabilities. If someone's already working 50, 60 hours, I don't want them to have to work 70, 80 hours and not able to afford staff. I want them to be able to work 40 and have a decent quality of life, right? In New Zealand, we work 2 weeks at work longer than the average Australian. We work 200 hours at work longer than the average French worker. French worker has one of the best labour productivities anywhere in the world. We have one of the worst, right? So it's about working and actually not just about how do we get people into work, but it's how do we make that work productive and how do we make that work for that worker. We put them at the centre of this equation rather than the other way around. We put them as a kind of flexible input into that equation. So you're absolutely right, and we would entirely agree.
I'm sorry, everyone, we are out of time. Can I just ask you to conclude finally, a final thought?
Well, the final thought is, I work around the corner, so if you want to work, just get in touch. But if you want to chat, we're more than happy to do so. But please engage at reimaginingaotearoa.org.nz or via the May Day rallies that we're holding around the country. We're not going away.
Thank you very much, and we aren't going away either. Okay, moving on, everyone. Our next speaker is Dr. Michael Towsey. He's presenting on cooperative economics. Michael has a Bachelor of Science Honours degree from Oxford University, a PhD from the University of Queensland. Over much of his career, he's used machine learning methods to explore questions in biology. He's a biologist. For several decades, he's been a student of progressive utilization theory, PROUT. And in his talk, Michael will dwell on the impossibility of a mixed welfare capitalist economy improving the well-being of humanity and planet Earth. And are you ready to go? Oh, okay. Okay, so we might have a technical issue. Can I please ask, is Bruce here? Bruce Dyer, our organizer? Can someone please find Bruce? Thank you very much. Okay, so.
Wait, you need to reject that, sorry, no?
We just had a glitch going on with so this might be an opportunity if people want get a glass of water.
No, it's on a map. Can you just show us the file? Show us what's in the
What about
No,
We'll be fine.
Okay, look, we're gonna, while we're waiting for the technical issue to be resolved, can everyone actually resume the seats again, please? So please bring your drinks to your chairs, and we have another very short presentation while we resolve the technical point. So can everyone please return back to their seats?
I don't really know, but I know.
And okay, so we're going straight ahead. Everyone, again, please bring your drinks to your chairs. This is working. I came across a quote earlier that really captured my attention. That you seldom know you're in a revolution. You seldom know you're in a revolution when you're in one. And my sense is that while it's not apparent with the neoliberal government and policies that we're confronted with here and globally, there's a lot of pushback. There's a lot of wonderful things emerging. You know, the existence of co-op like Ivan that we've heard of today. That type of thing is emerging. I mean, what Jerry was referring to and Sue has been referring to. The idea of this wealth cap that we've heard as well. They're all instances that of something emerging that is compelling and has our future in its grasp. So one of the things that I wanted to mention was that for those who are interested in the wealth cap idea and a movement emerging from in this country, this is a board at the back on the table. If you'd like to add your name to that, that'd be fantastic. In addition, another initiative that has that I feel really passionate about is the potential for us, for the emergence of a cooperative supermarket. We've seen a lot of interest in a lot of talk in the government of you know, seeking to confront the duopoly, the oligopoly, the monopolistic situation we've got in this country with foodstuffs on the one hand and the so-called cooperative farmlands on the other. What they're talking about is bringing another player into the market to divide the pie up into three pieces. But the essence of it is no different. The structure of the organizational structure of it is no different. It's still top down. It's still exploitative. The people who are employed are not getting they're not members in any sense. And what I see the scope for and the urgent or the empowering need is something along the lines we've got with farmlands. Farmlands has been there for a long time in this country. It works very well for the farmers. They know what they're doing. We can do the same in farmlands. It's not just the people who are buying goods there. Farmlands also have the employees who are members of that cooperative as well. So it's employees, you've got the whole thing. It's a working cooperative effectively. Yeah, so that's the model that we see the potential for which we see in this country.
And if you, again, there's a board with, for names and addresses. I mean, we've got names and addresses from the conference, but if you want to register specifically your interest in then that would be valuable.
In what?
Because
Interesting.
in interest in seeing in putting energy into creating a cooperative supermarket. Yeah, that's the, and just one other thing in terms of what you can do personally. We all use the banks. We can all put our money into cooperative banks, or community banks, like SBS or Taranaki Savings Bank, or the cooperative bank, and I mean Kiwi Bank is not a cooperative, but it's a New Zealand loan. So rather than having your money in an Australian bank, then I'd really encourage you to recognise that that's something that you can do that has an impact and it's real. Yeah, please don't neglect that. Thank you.
Question.
We have a break coming up after Dr. Towsey's talk. Can we pick that up?
Yeah.
Can you just make this bit?
Have you heard about savings pools? Do you know about savings pools? You could share with, I've forgotten their names of the group. Little groups of people get together, put their money together in an account and lend it to each other, not paying any interest. It's called savings pool. Yeah, the account of it. Yeah, and it started, I think, after most of the
Aotearoa. Pleasure to be here at this conference. Born in New Zealand, educated in over here. Living up in Australia, but coming back here is like coming back home, so it's a great pleasure. I want to start my talk by describing the results of a survey that's conducted every few years by the Harvard University School or Institute of Politics. They asked about 2,000 young US adults their opinions about various contemporary issues at the time. And in 2016, they asked these young adults about their opinions on capitalism and socialism. And I found the results surprising. Perhaps I shouldn't have, but I did. Okay. So in the 2016 survey, 51% of respondents rejected capitalism, and 33% said that they supported socialism. And those results appear to be stable because 4 years later, 2020, 45% supported capitalism and 30%, only 45% supported capitalism, 32% that they supported socialism. Now, you'll remember that 2016 was the year that President Trump was first elected, and in the few months before the November election, Nancy Pelosi visited Harvard University to get the students out and voting. And after her speech, yes, she's there. After her speech, one of the students got up and asked her to comment on the fact that she was presiding over a system which majority of young US adults rejected. You remember at the time she was the third most powerful politician in the US. Apparently, she was somewhat taken aback by the question, but she said, "I thank you for your question, but I'm sorry to say we're capitalists and that's just the way it is." Not a very imaginative answer for a politician. You would have thought she had a better answer to hers. Okay. The message that I take from the Harvard surveys is that support for capitalism is not as strong as it often appears. And indeed, there is a strong groundswell of discontent. Nevertheless, yes, I believe that these words, we've already heard them in somebody's talk this afternoon, Tina, there is no alternative. And I think these words, I look back in the 1980s, did a lot to shut down our collective imagination of what an alternative might be. And they probably explain why most people cannot imagine life without capitalism, which is why I get a chuckle out of the following quip, and I've got a bit of a strange sense of humour. It's from the US philosopher Friedrich Jameson. It's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. I kind of understand why he says that. Okay, what I think of, what most of us think of when we consider how to live with capitalism, it's the mixed economy. Joseph Stiglitz, in his most recent book, The Road to Freedom, that was published last year, he promotes the mixed economy, what he calls progressive capitalism. But he admits the phrase sounds an oxymoron, which it is. So let's stick to the term mixed economy. And what do we mean by a mixed economy? Okay, so the theory is private sector creates wealth and the government sector provides wealth. I think that's a reasonable definition of a mixed economy. The reality is that, and we all know that the band-aids are getting smaller. Now, you're probably going to say, and be sort of yourself at times, that capitalism worked once. This is the time called the golden age of capitalism, 3 decades after World War II. And so the obvious thought is, well, if capitalism worked during the golden age at that time, why can't we make it work again? It's just simply a matter of getting the right kind of government. Well, I think we need another dose of reality.
Woohoo!
Okay, so interventional reality in this case, what we're looking at is a graph of the centuries following 1400. The x-axis is past the centuries. The y-axis is the wealth share of the richest 10% in Western Europe. So this is from an Italian economist who's pulled all this together. I've simplified it because otherwise it take too long to explain. But that's a reasonable representation of what is in this paper. The golden age of capitalism is the gold bit up the end there. Now, during the last 450 years of the capitalist era, you can see that there has been an inexorable rise in inequality. Came to an end in the early 20th century due to World War I, which was followed by the Great Depression, which was followed by World War II. And these traumatic events are marked by the red star that you can see there. So rising inequality kicked in again in the 1980s with the global imposition of neoliberalism, also called economic rationalism. So in all these 500 years, the only peacetime decline in inequality was 3 decades from 1950 to 1980. So I'm going to put it to you that the natural dynamic of capitalism is increasing inequality. That's what capitalism does. And as I've read it put this way, the golden age was an aberration made possible by the half-century of horrors that preceded. So this author, the author of this paper, Italian, he makes a rather dry comment. Next, war produces egalitarian effects. You kind of read that one, what did he say? I'll go back and read it a few times. War produces egalitarian effects. And I would say so does play, because the Black Death, which helped to bring an end to the feudal era, began in 1346, some 50 years just before the beginning of this timeline. And the Black Plague explains why inequality was so low at the beginning of the capitalist period, because half the population had been killed. You kill off half your landowners, and land gets redistributed. This is wealth, not income. So, and wealth is typically measured by landowner. Okay. And in addition, I would suggest that rapid climate change will also produce egalitarian effects, which you don't want to think about too much at this point. What that means For the second part of my talk, I want to put it to you that those economists and politicians and bureaucrats who promote the mixed economy are engaged in a kind of hypocrisy. And a good place to start is with Janet Yellen. So here she is. Janet Yellen was the Treasury Secretary in the Biden administration, but before that, which most people have forgotten, she was the governor of the US Federal Reserve. Now, she's considered by many progressive-minded orthodox economists to represent the kind face of capitalism, and this is a glowing biography of her, published in 2022, which describes her as a lifelong advocate for empathy economics. A very different picture emerges from a leaked confidential memo that she wrote when she was the governor of the Federal Reserve back in 1996. She wrote it to the then federal chair, Alan Greenspan, and although it's a lot of text, one paragraph from her confidential memo is worth quoting in full. Okay, I'll read it because alternatively stated, increased job insecurity makes it possible for firms to lower the wage premium they pay without suffering productivity-reducing worker backlash. With lower wage premium, firms hire more labour and produce more output. Even if management does not actually use these options, their availability lowers workers' bargaining power. An increase in profits at the expense of compensation would be the expected result. Lower unemployment benefits or decreased unionisation could similarly result in a decline in workers' bargaining power. So the hypocrisy there speaks for itself. Okay, next slide. Moving now to the UK and the UK Labour Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves. The defining statement of her tenure in office, I think it's going to be this one: if we cannot afford it, we cannot do it. Well, let's look at what she can afford and what she can't afford. And what she can't afford is winter fuel subsidies for millions of pensioners. And that's despite the fact that the Labor Party's own research indicated what the results would be if they introduced this policy. She's also placed an expenditure caps on care for the elderly and cancelable investments in hospitals and railways. What she can afford, however, is billions of dollars per year in interest payments to the private banks on reserves that they hold. So the only thing I can think of is that at the moment, the UK Labour Party is slashing the country's wrists. It's brutal as that. Okay, next slide. So getting to Australia, I can speak about confidently, having spent the last many decades there. In 2022, Jim Chalmers was interviewed on the radio about increasing interest rates that were occurring at that time. And he admitted that these increases in interest rates would increase the unemployment rate. What he didn't say, but is the actual reality, is that interest rates would increase poverty. Now, in a mixed economy, ensuring economic health requires maintaining a poverty rate of 12.6%. That's an Australia figure. In 2020, it's the OECD figure. And in New Zealand, it's 14.3%. That's the average. I think someone said, I saw a figure up there, 17% for children. I can't remember. Anyway, these are, as I said, OECD figures. Next, we move to the Labor Party again in Australia. This is our Prime Minister, recent standing election. Before the May 2022 elections, their policy stated that Labor acknowledges that access to safe and secure housing is a basic human right. Well, guess what? Months after they get elected, they remove that statement. Now I'm going to throw caution into the wind and step into New Zealand. Politics. I'm just looking at the previous speaker and hope he's not listening. Okay, Jacinda Ardern. Okay, I believe early in her tenure, she spruiked a capital gains tax. And the roar of opposition was so loud that she had to backtrack. So we will not be introducing a capital gains tax. I genuinely believe there are inequities in our tax system, but unless there is a broad consensus, it won't work. And the Green Party, I believe, proposed a wealth tax further in the term. I won't allow it to happen as PM. This is not up for discussion, it's not in play, there's no need for hypothetical, it won't happen. Now, in Ardern's defence, I might say that she was telling the truth because she knew that she could not deliver. But here's the problem. There's always going to be an uproar of opposition if you threaten profits. And a broad consensus is never going to happen. It's naive to expect otherwise. Surely, if you cannot deliver, then don't promise. And I was quite surprised because I don't consider Joseph Stiglitz to be, he's progressive, he's not revolutionary or anything. Anyway, he said in his book, The Road to Freedom, he attributes the rising support for right-wing governments around the world to left-wing politicians who promised much and delivered little.
Yeah.
We ought not to forget, and this has been a bug in my thorn in my side for the last decades, is that it was both the Labour parties in New Zealand and Australia that introduced economic rationalism, and with much fanfare. Okay, back to Mrs. Thatcher again. My key message really in this second part of my talk is that the orthodox schools of economics, which are taught in universities around the world and which dictate the policies of both Conservative and Labour parties around the world, they are morally and intellectually bankrupt. Morally bankrupt because what kind of system insists that 10 to 15% of a population is to be kept in poverty in order that we can have a healthy economy? It's mind-boggling. Intellectually bankrupt because if you think through things carefully, what kind of, intellectually bankrupt because increasing interest rates to suppress demand inflation completely misses the root cause of inflation. So contrary to Thatcher's dictum, there is indeed an alternative. And this book, which came out last year by Nick Romeo, he outlines some of the alternatives. He has chapters on cooperatives, a very interesting chapter on the non-profit cooperatives that someone mentioned it. The job guarantee, economic mastery, maximum incomes, and so on. But I particularly like this comment. He said that the stronger evidence that alternative arrangements are viable is to show that they already exist. Well, of course, they don't exist in the mainstream. There are all the sorts of things we've been hearing about this afternoon, small co-ops and the like, which are succeeding, but they're small. But they're there, and they're proof that there is an alternative that works. Okay. So, some of the alternatives. I want to outline basically, in fairly broad terms, elements of every alternative. We should be aware that there are the alternative encompasses several schools of economics collectively known as the heterodox schools, to distinguish them from the orthodox schools. The heterodox schools include the Marxists, the institutionalists, post-Keynesians. Okay, this slide is not formatted because of Apple. The latest, if you like, the cutting edge of post-Keynesians at the moment is MMT, monetary theory, ecological school, feminist school, humanist school, and the cooperative school schools, which one of which is the progressive utilization theory. I should say that the ecological school has to be distinguished from the environmental economics. There's a difference there. And the other thing is, I want to say about the feminist school. Feminist school is not one single view. It encompasses a spectrum from the kinds of things which we've heard alluded to earlier about the inadequacy of GDP as a measure of welfare, all the way through to a consideration that actually there is a bigger problem here, and that's patriarchy. And that's a word that we haven't closer. Okay, that's a word that we haven't heard mentioned here yet, but I have to say it's the elephant in the room. I also have to say that I have to acknowledge my life. Yeah, I wish it was on my own word, but I can't say.
Good moment, Lisa.
I was going to say something there, but now I forgot. Okay, so let's leave it. I'll come back to it. Okay, so what I want to say here is that of the heterodox schools, some of them explicitly reject capitalism. Marxism obviously rejects capitalism, but Prout definitely does so. Some of the others don't, but what I would say is that those that don't explicitly reject capitalism implicitly reject capitalism because what they propose cannot work in a system driven by profit. I don't need to say profit motive, I don't need to say capitalist profit, I just say profit. We all know now what we mean because we were hearing about it in previous talks. I want to make one thing clear is I'm not going to say that one of these schools is right and that all the others are wrong. Quite the opposite. What I believe is that each of these schools, spectrum, thought, whatever, contributes something important, something useful, something necessary to the alternative. Marxism, for example, gives us an analysis of class, which is required if we're going to understand how power works in a capitalist society. And I think I've made it clear that we need feminist economics because that tells us actually there's a bigger picture here, that capitalism is just one of the mechanisms of patriarchy. We are never going to deal with capitalism without dealing with patriarchy. I think that's clear. I would say that the least known of the heterodox schools are the humanist and the cooperative, yet I believe that they are just as important, if not more so than the others. I'll come back to that a bit later. What I find encouraging is the emergence of a broad synthesis of these heterodox schools, which for lack of a better name is sometimes called the New Economy Movement. And to get a flavour for this movement, I would strongly recommend reading the following books. Yeah, 4 of them here. The first on the left there by Kate Raworth, Donut Economics. I'm not going to actually describe what these are about. Donut Economics has reasonably been described as the most influential economics book written so far this century.
And there's free courses available online from Oxford University, run by her, that anybody from anywhere can tap in.
Yeah, these are easily available. They're not obscure. I've read Donut Economics, read all of these books. I've read Donut Economics, and indeed, it's a very clever book, very well thought out, and I can't recommend it highly enough. Mariana Mazzucato, Mission Economy, she reminds us of what good government can achieve once we abandon neoliberal austerity. It's an inspiring book. Well, they're all inspiring, to be honest. Stephanie Kelton and the Deficit Myth. She introduced modern monetary theory to a broad audience. It takes a little effort to wrap your head around modern monetary theory, but I believe that it's got important things to say and it offers us something for the future. Finally, on the right there, Isabella Weber. She wrote an article in New Yorker magazine which dared to suggest that the recent bout of post-COVID inflation was caused by international conglomerates, especially oil producers, taking advantage of global instability to raise prices. And they did this just because they could. They could because they've got the market power to do so. So she proposed imposing price controls on such companies, and she was held down by a chorus of derision from orthodox economists. The message here is you need courage to oppose orthodoxy.
What's the title like?
The program on her was vicious.
The title?
And you will notice also that the most inspiring opposition to orthodoxy, or let's put it this way, positively, the most inspiring vision of a future world, a future economic system is coming from women. And I've read more than this. The exciting books are coming from women. I don't think that's should be a surprise. When I say they're the most exciting in the sense that they are appealing to an audience. They're not just academic journals. I mean, a lot of the work in all this was done, published initially through academic journals. It's women that are pushing the ideas out there into the general public. Okay. I want to outline 7 policies of a cooperative economy, policies that I believe could be and should be part of post-capitalism. Aotearoa. So 7, and I would remember it's not because it's the number of days in the week, it's because it's all I can fit on the While I was preparing this talk, Bruce died in the back there. He sent me a copy of Aotearoa Reimagined. It's a report of the Journal and TV Speaker, released recently by the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions. And it contains an excellent collection of more detailed policies that are particularly valuable because, and this is a really important point, that they are the result of listening to workers throughout New Zealand, Aotearoa. So, policy 1, a guaranteed minimum income, sufficient for the minimum requirements of life. The stress that results from economic security must be reduced as far as possible. A particular program which I'm interested in is the Job Guarantee Program, which has been trialled successfully in Austria and Argentina, and there's a strong movement to support it in Australia. I believe that there was a Maori economist in New Zealand who also was developing this idea for her community. And of course, in addition, social income in the form of public health care and education are also essential for a post-capitalist Aotearoa. And the Aotearoa Reimagined report promotes a combination of policies that arrive at something similar. Okay, income for merit. There's got to be scope to reward talent and effort in a cooperative economy. But there must also be a limit on the maximum income. The Aotearoa Reimagined report promotes taxation measures that would help to redistribute income. But I would suggest to you that there's a very powerful argument to drastically reduce inequalities of initial income and therefore reduce the need for subsequent redistribution. That's something to think about. Okay, cooperative enterprises should be the dominant business sector, business type. So this includes, and there's many types of cooperatives: agricultural cooperatives, worker, producer, consumer, and housing cooperatives. The importance of cooperatives in post-capitalist Aotearoa is that they promote income equality by sharing profit among worker owners. I believe that you have a problem in New Zealand with a duopoly of supermarkets that control 80–90% of the market. So we have the same problem in Australia, very familiar with it, but our top 2 only control 66% of the market, and guess what that is? It's because they introduced the 3rd supermarket chain. But guess what? They've all figured out how to price gouge. So what I would put to you is that a 3rd player, which I believe is under consideration in New Zealand, so a little bit of reading I did, it's not going to solve the problem. Food distribution must be taken out of the hands of profit-driven corporations and become the responsibility of consumer cooperatives. And that could happen. three. The United Nations General Assembly proclaiming this year, 2025, to be the International Year of Co-op. We'll let you know if that's in know. Okay, not every business can be a cooperative. There's a place for small scale private enterprises with the emphasis on small scale. And also, of course, there's a place of necessity for large scale public utilities. Another advantage of cooperatives is that they promote economic decentralisation, it's often called localisation, which is basically, well, one of the advantages is to return production to a human scale. That's localisation. Markets are incredibly useful, but they must be planned and regulated. Having stressed, okay, so we're talking the blue ones at the moment. Having stressed the necessity for a decentralised economy, we also need to understand that there are many decisions that need to be made centrally, particularly concerning human rights, worker rights, and so on. So we need economic decentralisation, I would argue, within some political system that covers these larger issues. Okay, I was going to say something about tax, but I would have to talk fast and skip it. Yes.
Would you mind just telling me what that green, the light green one is? I can't read it.
Oh, okay. 3 tiers of enterprise. So the idea is that if we talk about a cooperative economy, we're not just talking about everything has to be cooperative. Capitalist system says everything's got to be private enterprise. Communist used to say everything's got to be publicly owned, government owned. We're talking about a system where, basically a sensible system where you have these different types of enterprise according to the kinds of production that are involved. We can talk more about this tomorrow. I'm beginning to get the message. I wanted to say something about tax collecting. So let's go on to slide 16. Human journey. Okay. I do want to say this because it's important.
Oh, sorry. It's all right. I'm see the slide.
When passing around for alternatives to capitalism, humanity has frequently turned to socialism. And in the mid-19th century, there was a big debate between cooperative socialism and Marxist socialism. And the dominant figure in the cooperative movement at that time was Aotearoa. Now, unfortunately, cooperative socialism lost that debate. And ever since, socialism has been mired in the materialism of Marxist materialism. The problem with materialism is that if everything is matter, then every problem has a material solution. And that is an idea which I consider to be naive and dangerous, and yet you still will find it if you go into the socialist literature. There's an underlying assumption there, and it's a flawed idea. Okay, so what I really want to say here is that humans live simultaneously in 3 worlds: the physical, mental, intellectual, and the intuition and spiritual. And likewise, human evolution has a direction. We have evolved from the predominantly physical to become highly mentally and intellectually developed. So our evolutionary journey is over. We know that we have intuitional and spiritual capacities that are yet to blossom fully, and this is the future journey of humanity. In my reading, I found only 3 schools of economics that make explicit statements about this understanding of human beings in their journey, and I would single out 3 authors in particular: Schumacher, who was the author of Small is Beautiful, Times Literary Supplement, ranked to be among the 100 most influential books following the 50 years after World War II. Herman Daly, he founded ecological economics, described as a giant who deserved multiple Nobel Prizes, but was actively and persistently ignored by the orthodox economic view. And of course, Prabhat Ranjan Sakha, who developed the Pratt School of Cooperative Economics, also despite much opposition from in southern country. Okay, and the last, okay, next, let's skip this one. Unfortunately, it's philosophical, it's interesting, but next one. Okay, last one. I am by training a biologist. I draw inspiration from an understanding of how life has evolved on planet Earth. Ever since life first appeared, there's been an ongoing interaction between life and climate. And long periods of slow evolutionary change have been interrupted by brief bursts of rapid evolution driven by climate change. Evolutionists refer to this understanding as fluctuated equilibrium. Rapid climate change has driven human evolution. Let's think of the ice ages and the coming and going of different species such as Neanderthal. Climate change has also catalyzed social evolution. Civilizations have come and gone according to the vagaries of trade. Now, it's easy to get depressed about what's happening in the world today. Of course, I do as well, particularly the rapid swing towards authoritarianism and fascism. But what we learn from evolution is a very important lesson. The present must break if the future is to unfold. So what we're witnessing today is a breaking with the past. There will be eventually a tremendous release of human potential, and what seems impossible today will happen easily tomorrow. It's essential to remember that in human beings collectively, virtue always has the edge over selfishness. Our being gathered here today in this room, I think, is a very nice example, and it's our rational foundation for hope. So to finish, so now is not the time to be depressed, now's the time to be active, actually to be an activist. And as activists, we've got two tasks. Tedious, but it has to be done. First is to open people's eyes to the moral and intellectual bankruptcy of capitalism. And the second is to show people how there are much better ways to look after humanity, after nature, and after our planet. Which is why I'm finishing this talk with this photo of Earth taken from the moon. It expands our minds to a larger and more universal perspective. It's the image is conditional named Earthrise, and it's happening. No questions.
Say about your book.
Questions about
Michael,
that?
say about your book. Just quickly about your book.
I'm currently writing a book. I'd like to have had it done for this conference, but Bruce said, bring a cost of flyer. I've got a sheet down on the back table there with a copy of the cover. It's about the of economics. I'm expanding these ideas through 17 chapters, but basically the message is a little more, and it's a good one.
So everyone, we now have a 10-minute break. It's a very short break, so please let's break right now. Oh, and if you're staying for dinner, and please, hands up, who's staying for dinner? Dinner is part of the conference. Okay, we're on a 10-minute break.
Yeah, we've been gone and I tried to walk. I want you to know.
Thank you, everyone. It's my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Makere Stewart Harawera. And she is a professor in Indigenous Environmental and Global Studies at the University of Alberta, Canada. A PhD, a full professor in Indigenous Environmental and Global Studies. An enrolled member of the Waikaha, Waiponam Iwi, and also of Celtic and English heritage. Makere has been living in Treaty 6 territory in Alberta, Canada since 2004. Her work focuses on Indigenous knowledge systems, ethics, and values in relation to integrative approaches to ecosystem and human more than human well-being, multiple species justice, planetary stewardship, and global governance. A warm welcome to Dr. Martin.
Kia ora ki te mihi, ki te tautoko ngā mihi, ngā karakia e kutu mai kei ronga I te timata o tēnei kui, kei te mihi hoki ki ngā tangata whenua o tēnei rohi, ngā te toa, taranaki whānui, ki te pūpoko o te ika, a Māui, ngā reira, tēnei te mihi, tēnei te mihi. Ko Aoraki, tōku maoka, ko Waitaki, ta au, ko rā kai hautu te tangata, ko kora tuahaki, te wahi tapu, ko te kurio, ko te Waikaha, te marae, ko Waikaha, ki te Waiponamu, te iwi, ngā reira, tēnei te mihi. Whānui ki a koutou, kua taimane nei, ki konga I tēnei kaupapa. Just a little bit that on my maternal side, I'm directly descended from a line of Stuarts, but which one we are no longer certain. On my mother's side, from the free miners on one side, on her mother's side, from the free miners of the Forest of Dean, described by King James as a wild and brutish breed, because they tore up all the peaks with which he tried to impose the forest. And on her father's side, from an iwi that the treaty settlement dispossessed and has been struggling ever since to regain its own mana. So let me begin my hopefully not too disjointed talk by restating the obvious. And that is that the extraordinary, multi-layered and interlocking planetary crisis with which we are all now enmeshed are nothing less than the end result of unlimited individualistic greed, supported by systemic violence and unfairness as mechanisms to effect self-enrichment of the few at the expense of all other humans, living things, and the planet itself. It is no surprise then that Indigenous demands for the recognition of rights, for environmental justice, and for the cessation of forms of destructive development on traditional lands and waters, continue to be, along with others, some of the most powerful voices against the devastating impacts of market capitalism. The outstanding contributions of multitudes of Indigenous activists and scholars are legendary, and as an insignificant Indigenous Māori and non-Māori scholar and one-time Māori activist against the implication of global economic frameworks that essentially privilege foreign investment over the health and well-being of the people, it is very humbling for me to have been invited to speak here, and I was reminded just before hand that last time I spoke with this wonderful organisation, it was in the anti-APEC context. So I'm truly moved to be back here. And so in common with other Indigenous scholars, my work advocates for Indigenous onto-epistemologies and cosmologies, and for situating multi-species or more than human species to be at the heart of transformative governance, including planetary justice frameworks and economies. The foundational principle, the linchpin, the protocol manua of Indigenous, specifically Māori ontologies, is the relationship between all human and non-human or more than human beings. It is delineated in the ontocosmologies of Māori genealogies in intricate detail. This relationship encompasses the tangible and the intangible, the organic and the inorganic, the seen and the unseen, throughout and beyond the universe. These are the deeply entwined co-creative relationships that have defined and articulated Māori relational values and ethics for well over 1,000 years. These relationships are place-based, communal, and also deeply personal. Mountains, rivers, many landmarks, and the beings which inhabit them are recognised in the Māori world as ancestors to which the traditional human occupants have inalienable obligations. It is the basis for Māori responses to disasters. As Simon Lambert has detailed, beyond the urban centres, Māori social structures and networks such as the marae and schools have always been part of the national disaster response system since their inceptions. Today, many Māori people still support their families by supplementing a meagre income with fish fishing, hunting, gathering wild foods, plants and animals, including puha, watercress. Gee, I miss them over there in Canada, kena, especially whippy and seaweed and so on. At the same time, while Māori knowledge on principle cannot solve the problems created by individualistic Western thinking, to take a critical Māori perspective on the post-apocalypse or post-capitalist can provide new options and new scenarios. In relation to that, Bruce's very kind invitation to speak at this conference has accentuated a long-held interest of mine in the ways in which these same ethics and values are given expression in, for instance, the Māori economy. So let me emphasise here that Indigenous peoples like here in Aotearoa, in Australia and Pacific, as well as the Americas, have always had trading economies that are based on relationships and reciprocity. These were heavily suppressed by the colonising states, both here in Australia and Canada and elsewhere. The dispossession and poverty that resulted for Indigenous communities as a consequence of that deliberate repression and dispossession are well known. Today, however, Indigenous peoples are reviving traditional economic models, such as the Indigenous guardians in Australia and Canada, and Indigenous trade models that are predicated also on relationality and reciprocity, and on that principle of Indigenous sovereignty and independence from the state. Others seek to regain Indigenous mana and well-being by means of participating in capitalism. Some of these models can be challenging and at times deeply contradictory. An example, in my view, is the Māori economy, which makes a major contribution to the New Zealand economy. According to the 223 report, Māori entities have grown from contributing 17 billion to New Zealand's GDP in 2018 to 32 billion in 2023, turning a 6% contribution to GDP into 9%. The Māori asset base has grown from 69 billion in 2018 to 126 billion in 2023, an increase of 83%. Yet many are left behind. Oops, beg your pardon, did I not go? Thank you. Described in the spin-off article as the waking tanaka. Until 2023, the basis of that Māori economy had been mostly forestry, agriculture, and fishing. Now that has shifted to professional, technical, and scientific services. Although the Māori economic development is seen as being founded on arguably solid ground, Māori land trusts and corporations, PSGEs, SMEs, and Māori are innovating in sectors like fisheries, agriculture, horticulture, forestry and tourism, and forging high value cultural commercial enterprise pathways. Major equity gaps exist. Neoliberal and capitalist economic models have consistently failed to deliver equitable outcomes for Māori. So more recent emerging Māori economic models seek to align with Māori traditional economic principles and with the principles of contemporary capitalism, effectively ensuring or attempting to ensure that it is meeting Māori well-being whilst keeping within the limits of existing law. One such model is the research initiative called Tau Hohohoho between Te Taumata and the University of Waikato. This is a project that aims to indigenise trade policy and support the project focusing on indigenising trade policy by aligning trade values, trade frameworks with Indigenous values and aspirations, measuring Indigenous trade, improving Māori data to understand how trade impacts well-being, enabling Indigenous trade by facilitating Māori to Māori and Indigenous to Indigenous trade pathways. Some of these initiatives have long legs, and I remember some of these being part of some of these back in the 1990s. This particular project emphasises data sovereignty and the protection of cultural knowledge, especially in digital trade, a space where truly Indigenous leadership is urgently needed. As they state regarding this project, transformation doesn't always require government intervention, which has been the pathway of colonisation. Sometimes the most radical act is taking responsibility for our own future and citing Tāwhia here. It was not just a dream, it was a written necessity to have their own value. Resilience comes from intention, not from funding. Speaking recently to a leader in Māori trade and forestry, partly in relation to this particular project and also about forestry, I happened to ask what would happen to the communities on the East Coast who are particularly engaged in forestry since colonisation and the devastation of Indigenous forestry as a result, and who now rely so heavily on forestry for their well-being, and for whom, since colonisation and the devastation of Indigenous forests, forestry trade has been literally a lifesaver. I asked what would happen if the entire global economy was to fail. He was unequivocal in his response. He said they would be totally screwed. Other emerging Māori economic models are those that exemplify Māori economies of well-being. And one emerging one has an important principle of the principle of mana hou. In this model, Whakapapa relationships amongst iwi and hapu and the sharing of wealth are key. The mana, the well-being, the sovereignty even of the environment is also key. An article describing this particular model towards a future of economic mana motuhake calls for moving beyond binaries such as socialism versus capitalism. The economic mana motuhake vision points out that neoliberal and capitalist economic models have consistently failed to deliver equitable outcomes for Māori and call for models that are grounded in values, independence, and collective well-being. There is a values-based relational model built on reciprocity, built on inclusion and collective well-being, and they describe a Māori vision for intergenerational prosperity that has mokopuna at the centre. Consciously built on King Tāpia's legacy, it outlines a vision of prosperity and well-being where mana Māori and motuhake is central. Its key points. It is about self-determination and collective strength. It is about rejection of economic systems that prize individualism at the cost of community, as we just heard in the previous presentation. Tāpia's vision reminds that prosperity should be defined by Māori on our own terms, where community action ensures our success, not competition or individualism. So to return to the ontological underpinnings of Māori economic systems, the complex system of Māori knowledge, ethics and values, again, is framed by a genealogical relationship that defines an ecological ethical responsibility towards all aspects of the environment, to the land, the waters and the beings that inhabit them. It is defined within a framework of relation, reciprocity and relationality in which the natural order is equilibrium. That equilibrium is now so destabilized that we have already crossed the boundaries of 9 critical aspects for maintaining planetary stability and appear to have now exceeded the 7th, ocean acidity. The outlook is grim. 2024 saw global temperatures reach more than 1.4 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial temperatures for the first time. It was marked by increasingly urgent voice reports and statistics underscoring the extreme danger facing humanity and indeed the entirety of the biosphere. The continuing failure of the United Nations conferences of parties on climate change to secure drastic reductions in carbon and methane emissions, and the refusal of the fossil fuel industry to end fossil fuel expansion and use underscore the cascading dangers of species extinction. With over 1 million plant and animal species threatened with extinction, the intertwined global catastrophes of climate change, capitalism, and the extinction of species as manifested in environmental loss of global biodiversity threatens the well-being of all interrelated running out of time. Okay, sorry. It was oh, am I supposed to be looking at that? Okay, I'm not sure it's there.
I was fine.
Species do not exist in isolation. They exist within ecosystems of mutual interdependence, such that the loss or destruction of one species causes the diminishment and ultimately the loss of those whose ability to thrive is dependent on it for sustenance. Similarly, the spiritual, physical and emotional health of Māori communities is inextricably tied to the health of those species with whom they coexist, as is the case for all of us. Emerging Māori economic models that are based on ethical relationality and reciprocity that put the well-being of more than human species at the centre and that de-centre the human, from my standpoint, are a response to this. So to finish then, my contention is that the achievement of deep systemic change in a post-capitalist Aotearoa must begin with the ethics and values of right relations, and with the first law of traditional Indigenous governance, that our first and foremost responsibility is to the protection of the life force, the well-being and the right to thrive of all our relations, human and more than human. As Chaz Doherty stated, kaitiakitanga, the foundational principle, is an action, not a title. Granting legal personhood to ancestral geological bodies such as rivers and mountains is one representation of the broadening of concepts of justice to the more than human, to multi-species justice. But there are critical limitations and challenges, some of which are reflected in the planetary boundaries framework and IDSA, some of which are also reflected in some economic models, and were blindingly apparent in the well-meant efforts of the previous government, dare I say, much as I admire Jacinta Ardern. On cosmologies of Indigenous ancestors, particularly in this instance, those traditionally held by Māori, uphold the sacred nature of all being and of ethical relationality itself as the essence of existence. Critically, so too must the post-capitalist Aotearoa. It sounds perhaps commonsensical, taking these ethics and values for granted without fully embodying them in all our social and economic practices, and without embodying them in legal and civil legislation and boundaries, not only for well-being in Aotearoa or even for planetary well-being, but for the well-being of all aspects of existence now and into the future in such a way that they cannot be overturned, will be doomed to fail.
We have an unscheduled few minutes for questions. Yes, Dr. Makere is open to that.
I'm not sure what I can say, but yes, of course.
Does anyone have?
Have you got any insights into how we increase the dialogue about interspecies equality and the impacts of it? Because we've had small campaigns and stuff, but what would you suggest to recommend to amplify that?
You know, that's actually a really good question, because we do endeavour to amplify that in various ways, mostly through writing and through speaking and so on and so forth. And yet it misses, it doesn't ever hit the mark, or it seems to not hit the mark, which is really the problem. And I guess it's, for me, it's attenuated in the fact that so much of our economic models is dependent on what we now call the resource. So we now look after the resource. And we don't really talk about, these are our tupuna, and unless we're trying to give them legal rights, in which case then suddenly they're our tupuna, of course they are. But some of our economic models talk about protecting the resource. Well, there's something really wrong with that when we say this is about protecting the resource. And so how then, the question is, how do we decenter ourselves? How do we take the human out of the center of this? And that's a very, very hard thing to do, right? You know, we are still on the brink of this. And you know, when I say that, I feel really kind of terrible, because it's true. And then my family forbid me, you know, they say, Mum, like, okay, enough already. And for sure, I always, in my mind, I always fall back on that collective action, those collective actions that we do. And look, let me tell you that I have sat over there in Canada in my office and cried when I have seen some of the massive, massive protests going on. Because they are so fabulous and because I wish I was in the thick of it. You know, and so I think that it actually takes that degree of energy and collective action. I really, really do. Because I know I've been to the COP conferences. I left home, I went home early from Paris because I was so desperately disillusioned. You know, I've done research for the IPCC reports and the same. And so that's what I think. It's not a very satisfactory answer. I'm a little bit long-winded, so I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
It's fine.
Is there anything we can learn from Indigenous people about money systems and banking?
Yes, probably is. And I don't know the answer.
Can I just direct people, if you haven't read it, I mentioned this earlier, there's a wonderful book that was published last year called The Financial Colonization of Aotearoa. It's written by a young woman called Catherine Comyn, C-O-M-Y-N. She's a Māori who studies at Oxford. And she actually writes a chapter, I mean, the book is particularly about the settlement of Aotearoa as a joint stock venture, right, by the New Zealand company. But she also writes a chapter in there about Te Pēkeo Aotearoa, the Bank of New Zealand, the Bank of Aotearoa that was founded.
There's a whole history of
It's just fascinating, yeah.
And you know, what is now the Confederation really based a lot of it on that very point. So, yes.
There is another book too, Markete, called The Economic Possibilities of Decolonisation by Matthew Scobie and Anna Sturman. And he goes into, really looks deeply at Māori economies, what was here before colonisation, which is largely relational, as you see. It's a little simple.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. And our next speaker is Gareth Hughes. And it's my pleasure to introduce Gareth. Some of you may have attended the conference that was held about 4 months ago by the Wellbeing Economy Alliance. Gareth is part of that alliance. In fact, he is the director of the Wellbeing Economy Alliance Aotearoa, working to redesign the economic system to deliver well-being for people and planet. The alliance comprises a global collaboration organization, alliances, movements, and individuals working to transform the economic system. He is an author, frequent political commentator on Radio New Zealand's 9 to Noon, and chairperson of SAFE. He served for a decade as a member of Parliament until 2020, and was previously a climate campaigner of Greenpeace. Gareth acknowledges that in Aotearoa Māori, we have an alternative value system focused on collective well-being, long-term thinking, and a strong connection to nature. Let us welcome Gareth Hughes.
Kia ora koutou, te mihi nui kia koutou kia ora. E whānau mai ui te taha me tāua Taratiti Gisborne, i ria Hauna, Wales, Scotland, ki te noho ki Poniki, Wellington, ko Gareth Hughes, taku ingoa. Thank you very much for that welcome. Thank you to Bruce and the team for organising a fabulous day. I've been hog heaven. I love talking about this stuff, and I hope you feel the same. And there's been so many great insights and sharing. And what I'm taking is a lot of optimism and inspiration. We know that the stuff's breaking down, exactly what you were just saying, and what we need to work on, solutions and alternatives. I want to give a bit of hope because I want to share what I think is one of the most exciting, inspiring global initiatives as part of this change. But I want to start with this slide because for me, this is one of the big challenges facing us at the moment. How do we find better measures of success? Because for the last 80 plus years since the Second World War, we've put GDP, gross domestic product, as the measure of success for our economies, for our societies, for our decision makers. We've counted the volume of stuff we've produced and consumed and call that success. We need to find alternative measures of success. And our global calorie founder, Dr. Catherine Trebek, says for some countries, maybe it's actually girls riding their bikes to school. That is a much more telling measure of success. It tells you so much, right? It tells you it's gender relations, it tells you education quality, infrastructure, whether it's safe enough to cycle to school. So that's why I love sharing this picture. So unfortunately, the formatting of my presentation has been modified, but if I can leave you one message today, it's this, that the economy that we put on a pedestal and we say is the most important thing in the media is a product of design, and therefore it can be redesigned. Often we present it as if it's a force of nature or this external being which we've got to sacrifice to. In fact, that's exactly what's happening in New Zealand at the moment. We're asking our communities and our people to sacrifice in terms of the economy. But we need to remember that it's not. It's a product of design, more like a machine or a train that's got tracks going in a certain direction, and therefore it can be redesigned. So I want to ask you just to stop. I know it's the end of the day, the toughest spot in the schedule, but close your eyes for a second and think, when was your first memory of the economy as a young person?
51, the waterfront, right?
For me, this was my first memory. I grew up in Tairawhiti, Gisborne, and you know, we didn't care about the economy, we didn't talk about it around the kitchen table, but it was like this machine that ran through my community. My dad used to work at the freezing works, and I still remember that night in the late 80s when Dad and about 800 other men were laid off just like that. You know, it's what Craig really talked about, social scarring, and you can still see that scarring in my community. And then I remember 1991 with Ruth Richardson's mother of all budgets, where mum's benefit was slashed by a quarter overnight. So it was like this thing from Wellington just came crashing through my town. And we'll go to the next slide. I've sort of made a career trying to make a better world. Maybe that's my response to that trauma and that social scarring. And I feel like I've tried everything. I've tried activism. I've led 6,000 people marching up Queen Street. I've tried getting myself arrested. That is me. So I've got arrested and then I got myself elected, where I spent 10 years trying to negotiate Prime Minister's a different type of costume I had to wear in the House. And there, you know, I tried my best in inquiries and negotiations and law change. And if we go to the next slide, I then, after 10 years of doing that, well, 20 years of activism in politics, retired to a little conservation island for the COVID years. And I reflected how much of my time had been focused on the symptoms, the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. We needed to think systemically. And I think it's one of our great tragedies of our politics, is there's very little encouragement or incentive, let alone time, to think deeply and systemically about these solutions. So it was, we're living on this little island, I connected with the global movement, the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, we can go to the next slide, which is one of the most exciting initiatives that I've come across around the world. We can't just work, we have to work in our communities, but we have to collaborate globally as well. So in 2018, some leading economy thinkers, people like Kate Raworth from Donut Economics, Dr. Catherine Trebek, the author of the book Arrival, Jason Hickel, Tim Jackson, and others you might know, came together saying, look, independently, through circular economics, donut economics, feminist economics, solidarity economics, we've reached very similar conclusions. That's a very strong validation point. We need to move towards an economy of value, of deeper purpose. But also what they acknowledge, there's great thinking happening all around the world. What we need is great doing as well. We need to apply these in our communities and our decision makers and our governments. So from that, the Wellbeing Economy Alliance formed. We're an alliance of hundreds of organisations around the world. We've got a governance network, of which New Zealand was a foundational member, policymakers network. Just this morning, I connected with 19 other countries around the world on our regular catch-up call, where we shared what was happening in the various countries, which was so inspiring. But we're an umbrella organisation representing these different ideas. If we move on to the next slide, this is a little cartoon that says, you've probably seen it, yes, the planet got destroyed, but for a beautiful moment in time, we created a lot of value for shareholders. And this is for me, look at problems, right? The cracks in our society are so apparent that they can't be ignored anymore. As we mentioned, we're breaching the planetary boundaries. We see massive wealth inequality in this country. We're the poorest half, only own 2% of the wealth. And now we're actually seeing trust in our institutions and our social cohesion actually start to break down. Last year, an Ipsos survey found that 2/3 of Kiwis think the economy is rigged for the rich and powerful. I think they're probably right? Let's move to the next one. And I think part of the problem is that we've put GDP on a pedestal and said it was the most important thing. It was the thing we were going to measure governments and politicians and our collective success by. This idea that came out of the Second World War, if we could measure the amount of tanks and guns we were building, we might be able to measure our success in fighting a conflict. And even the inventor of it, we'll just go back to GDP, Simon Kuznets, the economist, said it was not a successful measure of societal well-being. It was good for measuring stuff you're consuming and producing, shouldn't be used as a measure of well-being. And we've known the cause of that forever. We know that oil spills and car crashes increase GDP. We know that tobacco and vape sales increase GDP. It doesn't measure the goods that we have in society. The 159 million hours that Kiwis volunteered in our community, that's not counted at all in GDP. And in fact, it doesn't count those intangible things, the things that make life worth living. And it was Albert Einstein who said GDP counts all the things that, no, I'm hoping I can remember the quote. Someone might know it. It counts everything.
Except what matters.
Except what matters. Price of everything, the value of nothing.
Yes, that's right. And what we've operated our economy on, this concept is, sure, there's some downsides from all this production of stuff and consumption of stuff. But what we need to do is, if we keep growing the economy, we can have some more tax revenue to siphon off to fix the problems in many cases caused by chasing the GDP. And then we need to be stuck in this not a virtuous circle, a sort of track where we have to continue to grow the economy. So no matter the question, child poverty, the environment, politicians say we need to keep growing the economy so we can afford to fix the problems. But we need to remember in many cases these are problems in fact caused by the economy itself. So take child poverty as an example, which Craig gave us some pretty sobering statistics. Now I wanted to give you a bit of a quiz. You know, what would happen to a country that was 50% richer? What do you think would happen to child poverty in the country over 2 decades? Say if it grew 50% richer.
Couldn't stay the same.
Well, we did that experiment in New Zealand. Between 94 and 14, our economy grew by 50%. What happened to child poverty? As an absolute measure, it was exactly the same. As a relative measure, it was twice as high. So we grew twice as rich, but actually relative poverty was twice as high. There's no guarantee that it's trickling down. This promise that if we had increased wealth, it would overflow the cup hasn't been true. In fact, that cup keeps growing and it doesn't trickle down at all. I think that can be clearly seen in how that fruits of that economic growth have been shared or not shared. So this is an illustration by Toby Morris that used the Household Economics Survey, which is the wealth of New Zealand in financial terms, so all the assets minus liabilities. If that wealth was split into a table for 10, with 10 plates of food. The wealth of New Zealand, you see the top 10% there has 50% of the wealth, or 5 of the plates. The middle class have a plate each. But the bottom 50% have to share a single plate of pie amongst them. Here's another little quiz, because I like trying to keep the brains thinking while we're thinking about these big topics. Does anyone know where the 2 largest cocoa producing nations on Earth are? It's a bit of a hint there on this image. Brazil. So it's Guinea and the Ivory Coast right next door. Now, if we go to the next slide, do you know the 2 wealthiest chocolate families, these are private families, own more wealth than the 2 largest cocoa producing nations on Earth? 2 families own more from the wealth of those 2 nations. And when you look at some of the planetary impacts, which Dr. McCarty mentioned, what we're seeing is, you know, a massive use of the make waste waste approach that Sue talked about, such as, we buy new devices and have to throw them away because they're not working. We've got these single-use plastics which won't biodegrade for potentially thousands of years, and now we know we've got microplastics in our brain. I crunched the numbers recently using some Ministry for the Environment figures. Every New Zealander right now, on average, throws away to landfill 34 kilograms of clothes a year. Can you believe that? It's like a giant black sack of clothing that's just going to waste every year. And this has got a huge impact on our planet. Now, for a long time, we thought that, you know, we're small, you know, species, but how could we have such a global, massive impact on the Earth? Well, you look at since the Second World War, that image on the right here, this is the weight of all the things we've produced in the Second World War. So the concretes, the plastics, the metals, the aggregate, that now actually weighs more than the dry weight of all the living mass on this planet. Can you imagine that the stuff we've produced now outweighs the entire living biomass on this planet? Plastics alone weigh more than all the terrestrial and marine mammals, all the elephants, all the whales. Our plastics alone weigh more than that. For me, I just found that an absolutely staggering fact. And I think we just have to start to say maybe we've got too much. We actually need to say maybe we need to stop some things. You might be able to guess what this is. Can you believe that there are 64 private helipads on Waiheke Island? I think there's probably 63 too many, if you ask me. And we're in this ridiculous situation that tourists are flying from the other side of the world to come make helicopter tours of glaciers that are melting almost before our eyes. So we're having a huge impact on the planet, and we need to actually, I think, start to say, no, and this is the planetary boundaries as previously been discussed, which I'll skip over. This is an interesting report by Dus Cooper, commissioned to the British government. Basically, the idea if we were running the Earth like we're like business, you know, this is the idea that Thatcher and Reagan and Roger Douglas brought in this late 70s, early 80s. We need to run everything like a business with a profit bottom line. If we actually took into account the natural capital, our impact on the natural world, the million species at risk from expected climate change, acidification, etc., we're absolutely in the red. In fact, we're running the business as if we were running to go bankrupt. We're dipping into the assets, into the amount of money that business had. We're running on borrowed time. So this has got a fancy word now internationally. All these converging crises, from geopolitical, from social cohesion to inequality and poverty to environmental destruction, the polycrisis, the idea that maybe we could solve one of these or some of these crises alone, but now they're interacting in really uncertain and really dangerous ways that means it's difficult to get on top of it. And it's not just me saying that, it's Ernst & Young and a pioneering report that came out last year on the new economy. We move to the next slide. You can see what our government's response is to child poverty, to inequality, to climate change, to species extinction, is we need to get more growth. That is the answer from our politicians at the moment. Not the quality of it, but quantity. We just need to mine more. We need more foreign tourists. This is the answer to that problem. The idea that the wealth will trickle down and we can afford to fix those problems. And I did have a video in here, which unfortunately I couldn't share as a bit of a halfway point, because I really want to position us where we are today in 2015 in a fork in the road. Now, if you know the actuaries profession, they're the people who advise the insurance industry, and their whole job is to quantify risk and use mathematics to work out the risk. When the actuaries are saying we risk planetary collapse and planetary bankruptcy, I think we should take note. These are the most mild-mannered people on Earth, but they're literally raising the warning signs at the moment. And this is an image from their most recent report where they position the point we are in today as a fork in the road. We can become insolvent, risking not only the economy, but people's lives, or we can move towards an economy where we've got prosperity, where we're looking after one another. And this is where I want to take us in the second half of my presentation. How do we get that abundance, prosperity going? This is a quick framework. I could spend half a day talking to you, but I'm really inspired by this. It's the third horizon model as envisioned by Te Pono Taraki as part of the Ngāi Tahu Future Centre. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Here's time down here. Here's kind of the dominant paradigm. Here's the future we want to get to here. It's like an island in the distance. We can't see it. And actually when you're voyaging across the oceans, you can't see the island you're going towards until you're close to it. But what we need is people with courage, people with vision today to be able to say there's a better future that we're going to voyage towards. What we need to do is like that top red line, the current unjust, unsustainable elements of our economy and society. We need that to die and compost off. We need people to have that courage to experiment, to voyage out there, which is that blue line. People trying to pioneer new businesses, new ways of running an economy or society. And down the bottom is the third horizon, the future that we want to build up. What we need to do is give those entities that we can see today, because what we're not talking about is something hypothetical or in the future. We can see examples of a new economy in action today. We need to give them light, we need to give them water, we need to give them space so they can grow up, as Jason Pickle says, through the cracks of capitalism. So this is what a framework that I find really useful to envision what systemic change looks like. So if we move to the next slide, we aren't starting from a place where we don't know where the island is. In fact, we've got a huge heritage and we stand on the shoulders of giants. You know, Dame Marilyn Waring was world leading, and I know her name's been mentioned multiple times already today, critiquing GDP, both from a feminist and an ecological perspective. We've got one of the world's most influential economists based here in Aotearoa as a jumping off point for this voyage. If we move to the next slide, we've also got an example of a well-being economy that's been here for centuries and centuries. And we see so many examples of a new economy in action, which we heard in the last presentation. You know, I was privileged to be on the Hikoi and be alongside the largest protest ever in New Zealand history. And that was, I think, a movement that wanted to protect Te Tiriti, because actually Te Tiriti is a korowai of protection for our country. It's stopped asset sales in the past. It's stopped terrible exploitation of the natural world in the past. It's a korowai of protection. And we can see new economic ideas from the Hapuna economy to the Manaho economy from Dr. Jason Nika and others, economy of Araha, a concept coming out of my hometown of Tairāwhiti, examples of legal personhood, inspiring other countries around the world, and digital economics. And instead of that traditional quarterly business strategy, we can point to entities such as the Taipu intergenerational strategy of Wakatuna Corporation at the top of the South Island. They're not thinking just quarterly or annually. They've got a 500-year strategy going forward. So again, we've got points of inspiration and leadership and examples we can already see. So I'd like to see this, this challenge we have in front of us. So not only what does that island in the future look like, how do we get there? Maybe it's, I don't have any answers, but we think we can globally, we might have, if it was a jigsaw puzzle, and we've got all the pieces laid out in front of us, maybe we've got the corners of the jigsaw puzzle mapped out. So the first corner of the jigsaw puzzle we think is purpose. We need a deeper purpose than just GDP growth. We need to measure the quality and think about what the purpose of it is, not just the quantity. The second corner is prevention. We need to prevent problems from happening in the first place, rather than all the wealth and all the resources we spend at the bottom of the cliff, where I spent so much of my career. We need more redistribution. Political parties are focused on distribution, taxes and transfers and allowances, etc. We need to actually ask the economy to do more of the heavy lifting. This is things like living wage, for example, because I don't think it's right that people are working 60 hours and staying in poverty. We need to ask the economy to do more of the heavy lifting. The other corner is people power. And this has been, there's one theme we've heard from all the presentations today. It's around economic democracy. We need to remove the influence of big business on our decision makers, but we also need a greater sense of what democratic engagement is. And it's more than just voting once every 3 years. It's more of a say in decision making. And Aotearoa, I think there's one piece we'll put right in the middle of the puzzle where we start, and that's place-based. That's where we are in the South Pacific with Te Tiriti as our foundation. So if I can quickly race through some of these examples, when we look at purpose, again, we've got a great start in New Zealand with our Treasury using the Living Standards framework as an alternate measure of what assets and purpose and progress actually is. We can see companies putting purpose right at the heart of their constitutions through social enterprises or not-for-profit businesses or B corporations. I'll slip to the next slide. What we need to do is collectively is find a place in the middle of the donut, which is Kate Rauaf's, I think. It's been described as the most important idea in economics in the last decade. Kate Rauaf from Oxfam and Oxford University came up with the donut framework. The idea we need to live within the donut, which is within a social floor, avoiding poverty, inequality, homelessness, etc., within planetary boundaries. Now, I love how it's been reimagined by Taina Boasadine through a Tupoi Māori perspective. And what Taina's done with her version of the donut, she's actually inverted it. So instead of the environment being this external boundary we must not breach, it's actually something inherent, something we're connected to, something we have a personal familiar relationship with. If we move to the second P, it's preventing problems. And that's everything from kai security to just saying no to some things, be it private helipads on Waiheke Island or oil exploration. Moving on, there's other examples such as rewiring Aotearoa, which is an ambitious plan to roll out electrification of our industries, of our transport fleets, and including Reserve Bank economist Paul Conway, they estimate that if we made this investment, we could be saving $95 billion by 2040. Moving on to the next P, pre-distribution, or asking the economy to do more of the heavy lifting. We see examples of cooperatives, which I'm glad to say. I don't think I've been to a conference where I've heard cooperatives mentioned so many times, which I think is fantastic. Other examples like 4-day work weeks, other examples such as the living wage movements in Aotearoa. I think another really inspiring example of this concept of pre-distribution is refloating Papatūānuku from Pure Advantage and Dame Anne Salmon. Here's the idea that, well, I'll tell you a story. I remember Cyclone Bola in 1988 in Tairāwhiti. Our whole water system was knocked out. We had to go to a truck every couple of days to get water for weeks or maybe even months. And part of the problem was that we had denuded all the hills, so we saw massive erosion. So what the region did was went all in on pines. And what we're seeing today with Cyclone Gabriel, and unfortunately people actually dying from that slash that's washing up on the beaches and flooding our towns and cities, is yesterday's solution is now today's problem. What Rico from Papatūānuku was doing, instead of going all in with pine to reduce our carbon emissions and grow jobs, why don't we plant permanent regenerative forest cover? And again, what they've modelled using economic tools is for a third of the costs of paying other countries to reduce our emissions, and we buy credits from them, which is the current government's plan, or just don't pay and just don't renege on our international obligations. For a third of the price, we could actually have permanent forest cover over large parts of Aotearoa. Another example is the sharing economy, repairing devices, the work of Pataka Kai, tool libraries of food rescue, the wonderful work Sue mentioned in the Zero Waste Network. Now, the fourth piece, people power, economic democracy. Here you can see how the growth of donations are influencing our politics. For me, it was staggering being in a negotiation with the minister and him literally telling me he could not do something because a certain corporate individual would not let him. For me, that was staggering to have that experience. But on the flip side, we can also see really positive examples where states, and Grace talked about this in Barcelona and Iceland, of more participatory approaches. We've seen great examples like the Watercare Citizens Assembly in Tamakina, which looked at water infrastructure there, and ordinary citizens, given the evidence, came up with the most reasonable, in fact, the most cost-effective solution that politicians would have been scared to touch. But when you give ordinary folks the evidence and the opportunity to discuss it with their peers, we know there's wisdom in crowds to be able to come up with the right decisions. Up the road, we can see this with the world's first Indigenous informed Citizens Assembly led by Ngāti Toa on Citizens Assembly for Climate Change. So I've got so much optimism that we can use this tool to unlock better decisions. And if we look at place, we can see the example of the movement in New Zealand, and so many great examples from business and economic development to kai security that's putting place first, looking after it. So I'll just sum up at this point, I think. Oh, I just say, I think one of our great challenges, one of the projects we're working on at the moment, and so fantastic to see Craig and reimagining Aotearoa, is the challenges we need to take a leaf from history. The economy is a product of design and can be redesigned, and it has been redesigned before. Some people in this room will remember a time where almost anyone could assume they could purchase a house. A time where the amount of unemployed in this country was measured in the hundreds, and famously the Prime Minister knew the names of every person out of work in this country. New Zealand in decades past wasn't perfect. We had a lot of problems, but it was a different country and had a different way of running the economy around full employment. A group of people, kind of at the bottom of that three horizons framework, over many years and decades of plotting and scheming with what they came up with, which we call neoliberalism today or Rogernomics. In fact, we just call it the economy. But we can take a leaf out of history, and we need to make sure that we've got the ideas and the policies ready when the opportunities are right for systemic change. I reflect being in politics at the time of the global financial crisis, being in politics at the end of COVID, there was an opportunity for systemic change which wasn't grasped. And I think we need to come up with the ideas and the policies and the frameworks the next time we have an opportunity for systemic change. So this is going to change everything from tax and budgets to skills and training to regulation to get this modern future fit economy. Where I get the most optimism and hope that this is possible is from four particular sparks. We've seen that leadership from Te Ao Māori enterprises in Aotearoa. Let's encourage that. Let's learn from it. We can see it in the work of our communities who are just getting on and ignoring Wellington and just doing it themselves, be it the Southern Initiative in Tamaki Makaurau or Aotearoa, who almost ended youth unemployment. People are just getting on and doing it. Thirdly, future generations, we're seeing young people take the lead in these ideas through the Youth Climate Strike movement and others, I think through intergenerational thinking. And please do talk to me later about the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act that we're developing for Aotearoa based on the wealth model which put in place the world's first Future Generations Commissioner, how we can encourage future generational thinking. And then fourthly, business, because while this government's currently pulling back on climate plans and frankly ways that actually save money by reducing fossil fuel imports or power bills, etc., many businesses are just getting on doing it. So let's amplify and support them. So that's where I'm seeing a lot of hope for systems change in Aotearoa. So I think that's the last slide. I wanted to thank you very much for a fantastic day, Bruce, and for everyone's interest. The economy is a product of design and can be redesigned, and it's so exciting to be part of this movement with you all. Kia ora koutou.
Big thanks to Gareth Hughes. And you know, it's so inspiring to see people with these sort of ideas, these such progressive ideas about our future, about the possibility of change, who were themselves inside the system, who actually got in there and did that. And you know, I get a lot of inspiration from that. That this change isn't going to just come from the grassroots, though I think a lot of it is going to come from there, but there are very good people in these systems, you know, in these structures of governance and of power. And, you know, Gareth is an example of that. So look, that was our final speaker. And we have now a few minutes to actually close our conference today. And I would like to start by talking about the program tomorrow. I know some of you aren't able to attend that, but there is a continuation tomorrow. And so if I can go through what that's going to look like, these are workshops. There will also be a panel. Gareth is one of the members of the panel. And there is Makere. Makere is still here? Yes, Makere will be on the panel. Myself. And Bruce, was there another? The possibility also is with Dr. Michael Talsey. You're also present tomorrow, I think. Yeah, okay, so there's the panel, and that's time for questions and answers and discussion. And then there are the workshops themselves. So at 9 a.m. tomorrow, we have the workshop on cooperatives and trade unions. And I think that is with Ross Peppers. Oh, yes, CTU. That's right, combined trade unions. We have the zero waste workshop, that's also at 9 a.m. The post-capitalist policies workshop, also at 9 a.m. And wealth cap movement with Nicola. And they are going to run for up until 10:45. There's then morning tea, and then we go on to the panel. So the panel is more a discussion and an opportunity. I know our program didn't give a lot of time for discussion and questions and answers. So tomorrow we get that opportunity. Okay, and at 2 p.m. So we have a close is actually at 12 noon, but at 2 p.m. there is the a additional workshop. Is that right? And that's being held with Jerry Gillespie and David Harwick that spoke earlier. And that's actually at 2 in the afternoon, 2 until 5 p.m.
It's not in Bay.
Oh, okay. And I will be.
Newtown,
Oh, it's in Newtown, okay. I see, yes. 5 Hospital Road, Newtown. It's on the website if anyone needs to see that. Okay, so that's the program for tomorrow. So just in terms of closing out for today, one question, of course, is where does this go forward now? You know, we've all come together today. We had, you know, an inspiring, at least for me, a very inspiring talk from the Mayor of Wellington, which means that there's an openness. There's an openness to carry this sort of kaupapa forward. So that's a practical question that we have a few minutes to talk about now. And so let me put it out to you. Do you feel that there's interest to see this continue into the future? Another gathering, a similar gathering? Or should it have a different format? Should it involve different people? So that's one question. So maybe people can, you know, we have a few minutes to sort of think about that. And in a moment, I'd like to ask for ideas from people. But that's one thing. Earlier in the late morning, we had the presentation on wealth cap and the possibility of looking at, you know, a movement based around a wealth cap. That was part of what Nicola was presenting. So that's another thing to think about. You think that's a good sort of issue to start building interest in New Zealand around that issue. Bruce also briefly talked about the idea of a cooperative supermarket. And I know we didn't get a chance to get really any feedback on that, but that's another thing to think about. Do you think that would be an interesting thing to explore further? And if so, who would be interested in doing that? Okay, there's one hand here, that's positive. We've got 2, 3 hands, okay. That looks like that could be a good one. Okay, so that's some of the things that maybe we use these few minutes that we have now. So regarding like the future, does anyone have any thoughts on that? Whether a follow-up conference could happen somewhere, sometime? Any comments on that? Yeah.
I think it's a good idea to have a follow-up conference, but I also think that one of the things that one of the first speakers talked about was about our need for community and our need for connection and taking time to connect. And you know, if we're only here for one day and it's all packed, it's quite hard. So there's definitely a need for another time. The end of May, the last week in May, there's going to be an art exhibition in the Thistle Hall. It'll be open for a week so people can drop in then and have chats, and there can be like a board there So if anybody who wants to, they can come on and they can leave their ideas, but meet and use it as a chance to sit and have a conversation, have a chat. And there's also eco-civilization.
What are their name? What's their name?
It's going to be the Power of Three, and it's just I'm just doing an art exhibition, but we need to do this, so I'm just offering that space.
I see.
That you can come on and you can look at some paintings as well. But the point is to continue the conversation with a group outside. And the other thing that I wanted to say was eco-civilization, which is a group that's operating around the world. I think it's like 50 different countries formally, but it goes up to 80 different countries when there's a connect-a-thon on. And they have a conversations around economics as well, but they've got live conversations from people on the ground from their countries. And that's open to everybody, but they've also got all the resources, and the books and the videos are all free. You can download them and read them at your leisure or read them on the screen. It's called Eco-Civilization. There was just a book on water last year. It's free as well that you can put. So, and those people are kind of happy to amplify and support people with whatever you're doing in your local area as well.
Thank you. That's wonderful. So that's.
It would be good to have a local digital kind of communal connecting space, a pool for pooling ideas.
And how do you mean digital?
Well, that's why I sort of mentioned Audrey Tang really, because they organised this software during COVID in Taiwan. That's why they had one of the best responses, because it was a place where people could go to connect. It's a communal space. It could then feed to government or the other way around. So there's a software called G0V, Gov, it looks like, but it's a letter G, number 0, letter V, and that's open to software. Because this conversation needs to be able to happen when people are in the mood. And if somebody just wants to drop in a name of a book or something, then we should be able to, it would be very valuable to have that resource. Because I'm not going to be around to come to your space. I have to go back home.
Right. Thank you for that. And your name was?
Myri Dunn.
Myri.
Māori.
Okay. Does anyone else have any feedback?
Well, just following up on that, maybe taking that idea a bit further, why don't we have a separate page up here where people can join into a group? But it has to be decided what format that's going to be in. Bulletin boards are out of vogue, unfortunately. What's happened is a little bit useless in archiving documents, but maybe there's a way that we can at least get in touch, circulate messages around. This is going to be from people all over Aotearoa, because we're not all just from Wellington, so that can be a basis of communication.
Right. What's your name?
Kevin.
Kevin, would you be able to set up such a page over there? We've got a table at the back. If you need paper, I do have some paper. Okay. Okay, so people can put their names at the back if you want to look at sort of keeping connected digitally going forward. Anyone else with an idea? Go ahead.
My professional background is advocacy, and so thoughts that come to mind around, organising as a whole separate thing itself. This is kind of communication, information sharing, but the first step actually is to even know who's in the room. So I know you've got the page, which is a good start, but there's a bunch of us probably who could even connect with each other and see if our work and our interests connect. There's a lot of groups in Aotearoa already doing things. There's a decision around whether the post-capitalist Aotearoa conference is kind of its own entity, or if there's are we proposing building our own movement, or are we going to be part of some other movements? There's a lot of movement building and organising that would need to happen. So I wonder if there's a discussion that needs to be had separately. We're talking about another conference, but it could be digital or it could be, another way. Just around what this or we are, and going forward, what are some goals, and then what the organising needs to happen around that. I don't know, want to share with you something which Aotearoa said a few days ago. There were loads of thinking and lots of amazing talks, but nothing came out of it that led to action. And in a way, right now, the stakes are so high, we've got nothing to lose. We should go hard. We should minimally issue a statement, we should minimally say something public from this and
that's true.
move into actual movement building and organising to some degree.
Kia ora.
And we might have a
Excuse me.
slogan, go hard.
Excuse me. We have to be more active. Hello, can you hear me? Urban mobility and the way the mayor talked about, one of the biggest costs and the contribution to inefficiency is a huge number of vehicles. Hello? Times the number of vehicles per capita as we did 50, 60 years ago, and it's incredibly costly to the health and to the education and to the environment. We need to take cars off arterial roads, support active modes and public transport. But the problem of Wellington is we have a newspaper that seems to have a campaign against the mayor and against cycleways and mobility, and there's not enough people that are speaking out. When you talk to your friends, talk about how good it is that people can walk and cycle safely. It takes a little time. You have to have complete routes until we have that transformation, but we've had a good start, but we're at risk of losing it because people have this negative defensive reaction to it. And so I'm just saying that it's not just in having more conferences, it's being active with your friends and writing letters to the editor, etc. etc.
Right, thank you very
much. My concern is that we've got lots of different groups that are more or less aligned across the country. And is it possible that somehow these groups can talk to each other and, even whether it's, I'm looking around for Gareth, but, some leadership provided that can kind of coordinate. Another quite active group within New Zealand that hasn't even been mentioned today is degrowth Aotearoa New Zealand. And actually, that's a really critical perspective as well. There's the concept of economic growth and economic well-being, but at some point we can't just keep imagining that we need more and more and more, because we are within ecological limits. So I don't know what the answer is and how that could be managed, but whether it is about putting your name down on a green or somehow contributing to a bit of a movement nationally.
If we have like a list of all the participants here that circulated, and people are happy to have their details, and we can send a list round, and then we can either choose to have like a big massive group email to start off with, and then whatever activities come up, people can fill it, because the problem is it's like an umbrella, but we don't know what each spoke is doing, but it's doing it because it's holding up the whole framework and it won't. But we need to make those links between it, and that's why I'm suggesting, I know it's in Wellington, but we could have like a laptop or a computer there, people can phone in during that week, but that's a time that's already there, that's a space, those of us who physically can get in the room, because I don't know about you, but we do a lot of 24-hour connect-a-thons, and we're talking to people all over the world online and stuff, but if we actually want to do post-capitalist conference, we kind of need to know each other and understand, and there's something about being in the same room, unfortunately, that does create that energy. And if enough of us do that, then we can open up a bit more, and that's not to exclude people who are not here, but it's just that's the reality of how we get energy, and I've been involved in all those internet things, and you can do it to a certain extent, but there's a shelf you've got to go over emotionally or physically or spiritually to up it, and we need to up it. And that means we need the energy from other people to do it. Because otherwise you've got brilliant people independently on their own, And it's not, because they're already doing it, they've already been doing it for ages.
It shouldn't be either or. We don't need a leader, we need facilitation.
Exactly.
Post Cashless Coalition.
Sorry?
We've just become the Post Cashless Coalition. We're doing not conference anymore, we're a coalition.
Let's
go.
The action group is super, incredibly dull, theoretically backed research, national group, probably non-stop. It's so many groups who care a lot about capitalism in particular.
Right, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone got any final last idea or comment? Jamie?
I'd like to say, first of all, thank you for emceeing today. Thanks for Bruce for putting on such a great event and all the speakers for coming in. This year, I started the Students for a Wellbeing Economy Club at Victoria University in collaboration with Gareth. And we're just looking to put on events like this on a smaller scale so students can attend, really get exposed to these things that maybe you're not getting taught in conventional economics courses and stuff. So if anyone knows of any potential speakers who could be a good help for this movement, relay them to me. I'm happy to have some kind of event with speakers from this conference for sure. Yeah.
Right, thank you, Jamie. A big thanks to Jamie and to Pam for all the technical help. Okay, so, and thanks again to all of you for coming and supporting the program. I'm going to close it now, and I'd like just to maybe close with this one quotation from P.R. Sarkar. He says this: "You know that humanity is bleeding, and you will have to save it. You should remember that if you do not help humanity, who else will come and shoulder the responsibility? It is you. You are the torchbearers of human civilization. You are the pioneers of the human march. You are the vanguards of the new civilization." So on those words, we close for the day, except
to say that the people on the line, this is a message essentially for them, they would like to see the slides of the presenters, and that will be made available. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So thank you, everyone. Everyone's dinner here tonight, and you're all welcome to join that. And there will be Dara, who's sitting at the back, will be offering a relaxation session here starting in about 20 minutes.
It's not upstairs with the conference, so if someone just wants to go this.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. So that's why I can say. That's right.
Can I just go? I just wanted to say,
It's a nice idea. It does go.
There are
yeah,
Hello, everybody. So thank you for very much for your participation today. We will have tomorrow only in person, so it won't be live streamed. We are working on a possibility to record it, and if recorded, it will be available later. We will share the link on the emails you utilized for the registration. I hope you all enjoyed, and I hope to see you all in the next opportunity. And if somebody wants to talk,
Thank you very much. It's been interesting.
you're welcome.